Life hacks are some of the stupidest shit on the internet, to the point where it's almost insulting when you see them. Just dumb bullshit like, if you have to fart and it's not an appropriate place, hold it in. Or super pro tip life hack turbo mode ultra life hack. If you need to remember your passwords to your online accounts, write them down. But I found a channel on YouTube that makes every other life hack look genuinely useful. It's an account called Mr. Gear, who releases some of the most psychotic, dumb, unbelievably fucking ridiculous contraptions that he considers life hacks. So let's go ahead and take a look inside the mind of a lunatic here. So this one starts with scalping an innocent Pringles can. So you murder a Pringles can and the end result will shock you. You won't believe number 6 life hack. Bravo, Mr. Gear, a real MacGyver over here. The world's most repulsive pencil holder and or cup, depending on how you'd like to use it. Really simple though, all you need is a Pringles can and some yarn straight from the 1800s. That was the dirtiest yarn I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I swear he must have dug up his great-grandmother's grave and she was buried with all of her fucking sewing materials, and he just picked up her yarn and then wrapped the Pringles can with it. It's not even aesthetically pleasing or anything either, it just looks like you dumped your shit into a stiff pile of pubic hair. That looks like something that maybe George of the Jungle would have put on his school desk, or Tarzan. No one's gonna want that, and why do you even need 2 Pringles cans and cut them up? Why not just open the Pringles can and use that as the holder? It's the same effect. I guess this is a good solution if you've decapitated your toothbrush but still want to use the head, but I don't know why you'd go through the extra steps of hot gluing it to an eraserless pencil when you can just go to the store and buy a brand new one for 4 cents. One thing you'll notice about Mr. Gear's unique life hacks is they predominantly consist of break shit and then glue that shit onto other shit. It's a vicious cycle of just glue shit, glue shit, glue shit, and then create the most disgusting product at the very end of the procedure, when you could have just bought something a lot cheaper and saved yourself a lot of trouble. This CD coaster being the perfect example. If you want to use it as a coaster, just use the CD, I guess. If you want to just throw away a Windows 98 instructional DVD, that's totally fine. Why go through the extra step of gluing clothespins that you broke onto it? It's fucking dumb. It doesn't make it look any better. It makes it look even stupider, somehow. Yeah, that looks like a good writing utensil, a straw with the fucking pin. I just don't understand, Mr. Gear. You're 10 steps above human intelligence here. You're existing on another plane that corporeal existence just doesn't quite reach yet. This man is a goddamn genius. Science said it couldn't be done. Scientists said you couldn't turn a fork into a spoon. What do you call that, scientists? That's checkmate. David Blaine couldn't even turn a fork into a spoon. You know what Mr. Gear says to David Blaine? Suck his fuck, Mr. Blaine, because he has just turned a fork into a spoon. An amazing transmutation here, and he teaches everyone how to do it with a simple life hack. I also appreciate how he has a pretty hard cut on the back of his hand that you know he got while cutting up the Coke can, so don't nobody ever say Mr. Gear doesn't make sacrifices for his life hacks. There's a question that's never been asked by a single human being throughout all of history. I don't think anyone gives a shit on how to protect their marker. It's not like there needs to be marker insurance. Shit! I've just been burglarized and they broke all of my markers. Luckily, I'm covered. And even if he means protecting the marker from drying out if you lose the cap, who gives a fuck? Just get another marker. Marker lives don't matter that much. I don't think there's a huge movement to fund research for breakthrough scientific discoveries to increase the lifespan of a marker. I take it all back. That's a fucking great solution. Just wrap a balloon on it like a condom. Now, it was this hack that really greased up my shit stain and confused me, because I was under the impression that these life hacks were aimed at kids just to give them something fun to do, but they really can't be, because he doesn't use kid-friendly tools. He uses box cutters, razor blades, and now a fucking blowtorch. I'm sure the next tool he's gonna break out is a goddamn circular saw or something. That shit can't be aimed at kids, because kids shouldn't have access to those kind of power tools and materials. So this has to be aimed at adults, but what full-grown, rational thinking adult is going to look at any of these and be like, yeah, that's definitely a lot easier than the alternative of just buying a 3-cent replacement. If there is a single living, breathing human being that watched that and unironically thought to themselves, Eureka! Finally, the answer to all of my prayers, the solution to my sleeping problems where it's too bright to sleep. I've found it with the Coke bottle paperclip mask. Damn, too bright for sleeping? Why not just turn off the light? If that's too much trouble, why not get a face mask? Why would you ever make that right there? If there's a single person, though, that unironically made this, I will genuinely shit my pants, take off the shitted pants, and then eat the shitted pants. Because I don't believe a single person out there, no matter how mentally unwell, would look at that and think that's what I need in my life. Thank you, Mr. Gear. I don't know what the fuck this is. Maybe he made a little lemon titty. I have no idea what it's supposed to be. A modern art piece? I couldn't tell you. But god damn it, your life has been hacked. Through the miracle of cold fusion and hot glue, Mr. Gear has created the world's most inefficient eraser. What a beautiful double whammy to finish this video off from Mr. Gear. He gets you with the 1-2 punch. He makes a pencil sharpener that, well, it's just a pencil sharpener. And then he makes a flimsy plate holder that will 100% break your plates. Your life has been fucking changed. Thank you, Mr. Gear. I'll make sure to do all of these. Yeah, today's one of those days. Just like chips and salsa at a Super Bowl party, I'm about to double dip in here into some drama. Last week I made a video talking about hypocrisy. In a nutshell, the situation was two YouTubers, Scott Schaefer and MewKitty, made content talking about Twitch streamers being hypocrites due to the promotion of Fansly during the Streamer Awards, and I was named in both of these videos, because prior to this I had mentioned that it was very weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub on stream in front of his audience, which consists of a lot of kids, and meanwhile when Fansly was advertised during the Streamer Awards, I just laughed at it. So that's where the hypocrisy allegations come from. That's the genesis of it. And I thought it was an interesting talking point because of the subject matter, but I also wanted to defend myself from hypocrisy allegations that I felt were weightless, and that's what that video I made was all about. Now, Scott Schaefer, as I mentioned, tackled it from more of like a analytical standpoint, breaking down the problem itself, and I still do believe that his intentions are coming from a place of actually caring about the situation. However, the same can't be said about the other content creator, MewKitty. In the video I made covering this, I was very charitable with her intentions behind the content. I thought maybe I was wrong and got the incorrect impression on what her content was focused on. I thought it was satirical and ironic and trying to be silly on purpose with subject matter. And I apologized for saying things that may have come across mean-spirited or made it sound like I was shitting on her when that really wasn't my intention. Especially considering we were both playing on the same team, I feel like we're both saying these things are bad. And for some reason, she's at my throat about it because of one difference in that I think showing Pornhub to the audience was worse. Not that that excuses the Fansly promotion, which again, I have never once defended or said was a good thing, but this slight difference in perspective on it has led to all of this hostility. And I tried to explain that in the last video because I thought maybe there was just a misunderstanding there, but she took the last video as more of a declaration of war. And another thing I want to come forward with right away, and I didn't think this needed explaining either, One of the core points that she as well as others are making is that this is actually a very insidious plot that I'm hiding on purpose because Ludwig is my friend and QT Cinderella is his girlfriend. QT Cinderella ran the Streamer Awards. She was responsible for the Fansly promotion. So people were saying that I'm, excusing everything she did because she's Ludwig's girlfriend. And I didn't think this needed explaining. This is going to be a common thing. I didn't think a lot of this needed explaining, but I'll do it anyway. I've now said in like 5 videos over the last 5 months, I don't see eye to eye with anyone all the time, even my best friends. So, even though I do respect QT, and of course I respect Ludwig, I consider them friends, I didn't see eye to eye with QT on this. Thus, I wasn't going to pretend like I did and defend it. I don't do that for anyone, not even my best friends. This wasn't some kind of secret association that was kept under wraps. I'm very public about Ludwig and I being business partners with fucking Moist Esports, for example, and we do a lot together. But it doesn't mean that I'm just going to look the other way on things that I feel differently about. I don't do that for him either. It's not just QT. I have actually talked about things I disagree with Ludwig on publicly as well. This isn't like some kind of big gotcha where it's like, it turns out Charlie does know QT. This is why he didn't say anything. That's just not the truth. And I did say it wasn't good. And now it's become clear after her most recent upload, as well as everything she's been posting on Twitter about me, that that little yucky spidey sense that was tingling in the back of my head telling me that she's probably just trolling to get a rise out of streamers to farm it for personal gain was unfortunately correct. And I'll go ahead and take the bait one more time here. I'll play along and eat this entree of medium well internet beef that she's serving up. She's been egging me on Twitter today to debunk all 20 lies she's caught me on in her most recent video. So I'll accept the challenge. I'll take the cinnamon challenge here and go through MewKitty's most recent upload, Moist Hypocritical Can't Stop Lying.
If you're coming here to see me troll around, I can't anymore, because Hypocritical lied so much about me and the situation
Put her money where her mouth is.
that I was forced to re-edit my whole video and now debunk every single lie that was made.
Obviously, I immediately owe a huge apology to MewKitty and her whole community because my video was such a stinker that it's impeded her ability to make her regularly scheduled trolling. But I do want to come out right away and say that her calling me hypocritical, the play on words, hippo and then critical spelled like my name, is actually such a banger because that is a meme that started on my stream like 6 years ago when I was still streaming on YouTube. I was playing Fortnite and I had bought the battle pass for the John Wick skin. And chat fucking erupted when they saw me playing with it because I had for a long time talked about what a big waste of money the battle pass is. You're a fucking troglodyte if you buy the battle pass. And then fucking John Wick skin comes out, it busts down my resolve and I spent money on it. So chat called me hypocritical just like this. And it became a bit of a meme. So to see her unironically use it here is almost nostalgic to a certain extent, but she's clearly using it to be combative as opposed to like jovial and kidding around.
Everybody, including me, is tired of this subject, on him defending promotion of porn to kids. But
we're not even 30 seconds into this video and she's already told her first lie, which is ironic. It almost makes her seem like the hypocrite here. She says that I have defended the promotion of porn to kids. Do you have any evidence to back that up? Do you have a clip of me saying that what QT Cinderella did with promoting Fansly during the Streamer Awards is good? Defending it in any way? Because as far as I can recall, I have only ever said that it's not a good decision. And that as well as Pornhub that Aiden Ross brought up on stream are both bad. I've never once said that what she did was good or defended it, or defended her for the decision to do it. But she likes to tell her audience that I have, without ever showing any clips of me doing it. Because it hasn't happened. That is a blatant, bold-faced lie.
first lie manipulates the narrative that he already said both are bad. But that clip happened after my video, when his own fans has pressed him for 1 week for saying nothing.
And on stream I talked about this last night. And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad.
He never say outright both are bad. All the streams is on my second channel. He defended himself and argued with his viewers for 10 minutes. And after a long battle, he said it's not a great decision. but never said both are bad.
This is a pretty interesting angle to try and play here, trying to catch me on not saying verbatim both are bad until the video went live. Even though I had explicitly said that it wasn't a good decision, which you outright acknowledge in this clip here in your video, and the point I was making in the last video is in that same piece of content you posted on your second channel proudly, I do say it is not a good decision. I don't understand why she's trying to make this argument here, acting like her whole audience has their brain off and can't understand what it means when I say something is not a good decision. That means it's not good, thus is bad. And since I'm talking about the Cutie Cinderella Fansly promotion moment, that is me saying it is bad. Same way I was saying the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment was bad. And I'd actually like to cannonball into the deep end of this pool a little bit and swim around a little more and explore it, because I didn't think this would be necessary. I thought we were all able to deduce human emotion, but it seems like a lot of her arguments are going to pretend like everyone is an actual bot and can't, like, think. So I'm just going to over-explain everything. She makes it seem like I never outright said anything or condemned the Fansly promotion during the Streamer Awards or called it weird or anything at all. I was just completely tight-lipped, radio silent, keeping a secret like I had Fairly Odd Parents and I didn't want to tell anyone. When that's just not the case. During the Fansly promotional moment, I laughed at it. Now, let me ask you, what would I be laughing at, if not the absurdity of a Fansly promotion being on Twitch? Scott Schaefer seemed to understand what the joke I was laughing at was, which was the wild nature of a Fansly ad being played.
And when the ad for Fansly actually came up during the Streamer Awards, you can see he actually lets out a little laugh, and it seems like he's at least somewhat uncomfortable that this type of content was being promoted during the Streamer Awards.
For exclusive behind-the-scenes content and a free trial of some of our hottest creators. On top of that, sign in using your Twitch account and see which is your...
Did I just get a little tickle from under the desk or something? There is nothing to laugh about there, except for the absurdity of the situation. I didn't think that needed explanation, so I didn't even bother in the last one, but it's something she seems to harp on that I never made any indication that I found it uncomfortable or weird. And to go a step further, in the following stream or the stream after, in one of the days following the Streamer Awards, someone in chat had asked me if I thought it was weird that Fansly was advertised during it, and I point blank said yes. And this is actually faster than I called out Aiden Ross in the Pornhub moment. The clip that she plays, as well as the other people have played as well, is from a video I made called Aiden Ross Just Got Banned. Maybe you've heard of him over the last week or so because he also just freely streamed porn on Kick. The astute listeners will have heard something very crucial there. I had said, over the last week, you may have heard of this. It had been about a week since the Aiden Ross Pornhub Armageddon moment, and I had only mentioned it for around 50 seconds of this 11-minute video, which was focused on something else entirely. I just mentioned it because I was talking about a lot of the goofy things he had done recently. So I was just talking about it briefly, and it had taken me a week to even mention it. So I was actually faster to call the QT Fansly promotion weird than I was to call the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation weird. I didn't just ignore it. That is just a blatant lie. However, I don't want to be guilty of the same sin MewKitty's already committed of making a claim without any evidence to back it up, where she said at the beginning of this video that I defended the promotion of porn to minors, which is a sickening thing to even say, but the reason I'm mentioning this is because I cannot provide the clip of where I replied to chat about the Fansly promotion being weird because I don't fucking feel like combing through 14 hours worth of streams the day and the day after the Streamer Awards went live. I really don't feel like going through it, so since I'm not providing the video evidence for it, I'm not going to use this as a point in my defense. So going forward, we're going to work under the assumption that I never said anything publicly about it on stream, and the only indication I made to condemning it or that I thought it was bad was when I laughed at it during the moment.
Which is weeks after the call out.
Pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. There must be a ghost in the machine of this lie counter on screen because it's going wacko mode. I don't know what's being counted as lies here because her points haven't changed, yet the counter is going up. I'm guessing it's because she's trying to say that the timeline condemns me. It had been about a week before I responded to her video, so my speed to the response was suboptimal. I didn't, get there like the fucking Power Rangers in time to talk about it. The explanation there should be pretty obvious to any sentient human being out there. I didn't see it until a couple days before I talked about it on stream. I had meant to talk about it the next day, but I forgot. I don't remember why, and I apologize. Maybe I should have talked about it the very second that I'd finished watching it, but I forgot. And then the following day or whatever, when the Mew Kitties community kept spamming it, I did get a little upset because I just don't like spam, and I was already talking about other things. So yes, I did get a little upset about the spam, and I do apologize for that. That's just something that always grinds my fucking ass. I don't like spam, but I'm being completely genuine. I actually don't understand what the point she's making here is. That I was slow to respond to it, thus I'm guilty, I guess. I don't really think that's a very strong point.
The next lie is also very important, and it's done many times, where he words, I didn't do the exact same statement, when he didn't do any statement at all.
Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for Cutie Cinderella's Fansly sponsor. What? I don't actually really get what you're saying with this one. Is it an issue with the way I laid out the situation? In the clip you played, I'm just laying out the situation where people were upset that I had made a statement about Aiden Ross and streaming Pornhub to be weird, and then didn't turn around and make the exact same statement for Cutie Cinderella and the Fansly promotion. Was the issue me saying exact same? The word exact? Was that the problem? The pressure point? Because if so, I mean, I guess we can dive into that a bit. Maybe we need to start with a definition of hypocrisy, I suppose. So again, this whole video I made was just defending me from the hypocrisy allegations, not minimizing the actual subject matter, which I find to be a pretty important talking point. It was just defending myself from claims of hypocrisy. So I tackled it by pointing out that the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation and the QT Fansly situation were different, albeit both bad, and do have similar elements to them. So in this section where I said I didn't say the exact same thing, I'm highlighting that when people were criticizing me, they're talking about me not making like a whole video talking about the QT Fansly promotion, I believe. So that's what that was my definition of exact same. And I'll clear up confusion. I didn't make a whole video about the Aiden Ross Pornhub thing either. That was 50 seconds of an 11-minute video that was unrelated to that. And I did mention that the QT thing was weird. So in order for the situation to have been hypocritical, I would have needed to shit all over Aiden Ross and call it the worst thing in the world, get the pitchfork out because he showed the Pornhub moment, and meanwhile, pat Cutie Cinderella on the back and defend it, applaud it, say that the Fansly promotion is totally fine. That would have been hypocritical, and I was arguing that since that wasn't the case, it wasn't. Like, the word exact wasn't really a core part of anything I was discussing. Now, I would like to, however, throw her a life raft on a point here, because I do think there is valid criticism of me here. I've said this for a long time. No one is above criticism. Of course, that includes me as well. I do think that maybe I didn't come out hard enough against it, so maybe that led to a lot of confusion on how I felt about it. With Aiden Ross, I didn't make a whole video talking about the Pornhub thing he did. It was a very small piece of a bigger video. So I never made a video about that, but QT Cinderella situation I only ever mentioned on stream, and I think only like one time. So even though I didn't make a whole video on the Aiden Ross Pornhub thing, it was pretty clear how I felt about it, whereas QT Cinderella, if you weren't watching the stream, it's possible that you didn't understand where I stood. So I do think that is a valid criticism where I didn't make it clear enough where I was at with it, and I think that would have been a good point to make. However, it's not hypocritical, because at no point have I ever defended it, and I wouldn't defend it either. So I still disagree entirely with any of it being even remotely hypocritical, but I do, however, agree that I should have made it clearer where I stood on the whole situation.
He keeps pushing on this narrative that we missed the clip that proves he's not a hypocrite, but the clip is after my video, the day before this video. So he uses the word prove, which in the viewer's minds means that he is proving something, but the clip is after my video. Guys, do you understand?
I was saying, I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why, of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of the...
Imagine how many people fell for this. Look at Asmongold's reaction.
I don't understand. What? I'm being left more confused than the first time I watched Inception when I was but a young whippersnapper. What is the point you're making here? All I was saying is a lot of the comments were calling me out for never even saying that it was bad, which is just wrong, and why I said you must have missed the clip, so I just proved that it is in that clip that is already on your fucking channel. That is what I was saying, is that I did say that QT Cinderella and OnlyFans or Fansly promotion is not a good decision. That is me calling it bad. So I was just saying that you might have missed it, and I was just proving that it is there in the content you posted. I did say it. That's the only thing I was saying. This has nothing to do with a timeline. This was talking about the people that were saying I never even said it was bad, when I did.
From the false lens. He then lies about Fansly having a lot of obstacles.
So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people, because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through.
What happens? This is crazy that this website is being promoted in front of hundreds of thousands of children, because as soon as I go to the homepage, I am instantly greeted with an open vagina despite the account being underage.
This is the most disgustingly manipulative part of her entire video here, because if she goes forward in this clip, I then go on to say that I didn't have the knowledge that Fansly wasn't secure and that it didn't actually have any safeguards in place to prevent under 18-year-olds from accessing the content on its site. I was under the assumption that there was ID verification and a lot of obstacles in order to go through in order to set up your account. In that video that she is playing, I said that these things turned out to be false, and I was wrong, that it is actually easy for anyone to have an account there that is underage and access the content. But I didn't know that prior. Now, the whole point I was making with this statement, this section here, is that there is still a degree of separation between Aiden Ross just bringing up full-blown porn, we're talking fully penetrative fucking goat seed porn on stream, versus the Fansly advertisement, which had no nudity at all. The point I was making is they were different in that they weren't just the exact same thing done by two different people. Granted, they are both sexual content for sure. The Fansly advertisement was not full-blown porn right in the viewer's face right off rip. Thus, I was arguing it is different. Now, it's very clear to me Mute Kitty has never even bothered to do the bare minimum of scanning that QR code during the Fansly advertisement. She's using a different video to try and make her point for her without doing even just a little bit of work. If you scan that QR code, I'll show you exactly what happens. This is the first thing that pops up. This is like the peanut butter and jelly of safeguards, the most inefficient shit ever. Are you 18? Yes or no, basically. But this is already something that contradicts a lot of what people were saying, where there was no 18 plus at all. If you scan the QR code, you immediately get fucking porn. That is not true. That's not a point Mute Kitty was making, but I do want to address that. It's not like you just scanned that and immediately got porn. You did have this same safeguard that apparently Kick has, that a lot of people said is why the Aiden Ross situation is actually not as bad as this, because at least there was an 18 plus warning. Well, there is an 18 plus warning here too, so they're very similar in that regard. Now, once you enter, you're still not getting porn. You then go to this like Twitter thing. It's like some kind of Fansly Twitter thing, where if you scroll down, you still don't get porn. You get their little red carpet interview moments. Then, if you go to the very first link there, then you go to the actual Fansly site, and once again, you still don't get nudity. Now, the pictures are more sexual, but still, the nudity is blurred out. In order to actually access the porn, you have to claim the subscription and then make an account or sign in with Twitch. There is a lot more you have to go to get the porn out of the Fansly advertisement versus the Aiden Ross just pulling up the porn as a jump scare in front of the entire fucking audience out of nowhere. That's the point I was making. These are two very different situations, but did have commonality that makes them both bad. But I still believe the Aiden Ross one is worse. You don't immediately get the porn from the Fansly advertisement, and it's not exactly 2 clicks away, but it is still extremely easy to access and has no real age verification in place to ensure that your account is 18 plus. If you sign in with Twitch, it just kind of fucking takes them at their word, like, Scout's honor, you're 18 plus, I believe you, and then gives you the porn, which is a problem. That is an issue, and that was not knowledge I had prior to the whole situation here. I was under the impression that no kids could really access it due to like actual safeguards that would ensure only 18 plus were using it, like an ID check or something. But that is not the case, which is why I've admitted I was wrong about it. But they are still two very different situations where you don't immediately get porn out of the Fansly advertisement versus literally getting shown porn with the Aiden Ross moment. But that does not excuse the QT Fansly promotion. It is still bad. We are on the same side. I don't know why she can't see this.
He lies about now saying a statement immediately, which indicates to the viewer that he did say one, when he never did. God, when he just said that anyone can access and you only need your Twitch account.
Is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it.
He then ends the video with saying neither is great.
Classic Mew Kitty. She leaves out the part in that video where I admit I was wrong about not knowing how easy it was to access. Because it helps her point if she leaves that shit out. I said it in the video, I've just addressed it again here. There are more things you have to go through in order to access porn from the Fansly advertisement as opposed to Aiden Ross just putting the porn right in your fucking face and shaking it around, but neither are good. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verified your age. I don't use the platform. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have got porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of steps to it, making it very difficult for them. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. Super weird that she just happened to have left out that part where I openly admit that I was wrong about the ease of access to the porn, where I admit that I completely was on the wrong assumption as to how difficult it was to access all of it. I'm sure she didn't mean to exclude it on purpose. It probably wasn't malicious. She might have just overlooked it.
But he only called out one, which is the point. But he still doesn't think he's a hypocrite. This is the best example of a hypocrite in denial. Both are bad, or in other words, neither is great, if the only one he called out was a stranger and the one he didn't was his business partner. Guys, how is this hard to understand?
I'm getting more and more tempted just to comb through the goddamn streams for 14 fucking hours to find the part where I do say that the QT Fansly promotion was weird after replying to chat, but I'm not going to be petty about it. We're going again to continue to push forward without that. Even still, me laughing at it I do think is pretty obvious, but we're going to throw that to the side as well. Even still, we'll throw both of those aside. I am saying it's bad. I have now talked more about how bad QT's family promotion is than the Aiden Ross porn situation, Mew Kitty. Like, I don't know how much clearer to make it. There isn't some deeper plot thread here. I thought I made it clear. I was wrong. I didn't make it clear enough where I stood on it. That's fine. That's a legitimate criticism you can have of me. But it is not hypocritical because I have never defended it. I have never applauded it, and I've never tried to bury it or anything or hide my feelings on it. I thought it was clear and I was wrong. But I am saying, and I've said a million times now, it's not good. It's not. Like, you are making an issue out of nothing. We are on the same team, and you are dragging this on, and it is getting absolutely fucking shameless now.
He says I don't like his content. Big lie. I've never said this.
Something that I'm
genuinely upset with him when I've never expressed anything against him.
Statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content.
He
Boy howdy, this is a bunch of hullabaloo nonsense points now. I'll go ahead and openly admit maybe I'm wrong on that first point there where I said she doesn't like my content. Maybe you're a huge fan of the content. I guess I could be wrong. I was making an educated guess based on the way that you talk about me on Twitter and in the comments section. But I guess I could be wrong. Maybe you absolutely love my shit. Maybe you're a huge fan of the Moist Wrestling League. I don't know. I guess you're right. I didn't know for sure. I was just reading between the lines of everything you've been saying about me and posting about me. The next point is about her being upset. I assumed she was passionate about the topic, but maybe that was the wrong thing to assume. Maybe she's only ever treated this like fake outrage. I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she actually cared about the subject, so I assumed she would be upset if she genuinely thought I was defending it. So I guess I was wrong about that. Maybe she doesn't care about any of this, and this is all just a big game to troll for her. So yeah, I guess I could have been wrong there too, for sure. I'll admit that could have been the wrong assumption to make. And then line number 11 had me really scratching my head here, and then calling it an ego thing. It was part of an apology to you, because I said on stream that I really didn't like the way you edited the content. I called it Zoomer editing, and I said that sounded mean-spirited when I didn't mean it to. I just meant that it's not my personal cup of tea. I've never been one to really like huge amount of sound effects and a lot of crazy effects and sounds and music going on. And I said I didn't really like it and it came across mean-spirited, so I apologized. I wanted to make sure that you didn't feel like I was insulting you personally, like I fucking hated you just because I didn't like the editing. I don't know what the lie is here. I was being honest. I still don't like the editing. That's just me being honest. That's not a lie. I don't really know what this part here is. I just can't even understand there's a real debate. I know Mew Kitty's really upset.
He starts lying about me saying Aiden Ross did the exact same thing when I've never said that.
I'd like her to put her money where her mouth is. If she really thinks that the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation is exactly the same as the QT Cinderella one, then I want her in her next video. Again, I could be fully wrong here about her being upset. She had made 3 tweets about me within like 2 hours right before I went live. So to me, it sounded like she was passionately upset about this whole situation. And like I said, if she was actually caring about the subject, I feel she'd have every right to if she really believed that I was defending it and okay with it. So again, I could have been wrong. Now, I like how she cuts off what I was about to say there because I still think this is something very important. Her video has me in it, side by side with my Aiden Ross statement where I said it was weird that he pulled up porn to his viewers that had kids watching, versus me laughing at QT pulling up the porn advertisement to viewers that had kids watching. So, what everyone inferred, including myself, is that she was saying these situations are the same and Moist Critical is a hypocrite because he called the Aiden Ross thing weird, but didn't say it was weird when QT did it. That is the assumption I and everybody else who saw that video made. Pretty much everyone who watched your video interpreted that moment as you saying that Charlie said Aiden Ross Pornhub moment was weird, but didn't have that same energy or say the QT Fansly promotion was weird. Thus, he is a hypocrite. So my point was, if this is what you were saying, and it seemed to me and most people that it was what you were saying, that these are the same thing, and thus Charlie is a hypocrite, then I said, put your money where your mouth is, and in your next video, play the Aiden Ross uncensored, unedited Pornhub moment, and then play the QT Cinderella Fansly promotion unedited, uncensored, and we'll see how closely related they are. See if they really are the exact same situation. And I was saying, I don't think you'd do that. And for good reason, because the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment's gonna get you banned because it's fucking porn, whereas the QT Fansly promotion has nothing sexually super explicit, no nudity. I played that entire advertisement in my last video and it was totally fine. That one is a safe to watch thing that links to things that are not safe for minors to watch, which is bad. That is not good, but it is not exactly the same situation as Aiden Ross bringing up Pornhub, and that's what I thought and most people thought you were saying with your video with me at the end. So I challenged you to prove that you felt that way by playing both of these uncensored and unedited side by side to prove if you really felt they were exactly the same. You have now kind of backpedaled on that, or maybe we were all wrong and that's not exactly what you're saying. I guess that's totally possible as well. But I think we can all recognize that what Aiden Ross did is not the exact same thing QT Cinderella did with the Fansly promotion, but it does not excuse the Fansly promotion. I hate that I have to keep hammering that home now, but I'm going to keep saying it because it apparently needs to be made abundantly clear.
Then he lies about saying both are bad and called one much weirder, which indicates that he called cuties weird when he never did.
I don't know how many times I have to say they're both bad, but one's definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder.
And that is why everybody's calling him out.
But one is definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder. And much quicker. Once again, this is referring to the situation after all of this had happened, where I had now said 1,000 fucking times that the QT Fansly promotion is weird too. But the Aiden Ross Pornhub one is much weirder. Right? That's what I'm saying. This is all post-game now. After all of this has blown over, this is that stream right after all of this, I said that it is weird, and that the Aiden Ross one is still much weirder. I don't know what's getting lost here.
And one of the most biggest lies is that he said that it was not good and he was uncomfortable when he saw the ad on Streamer Awards. This never happened.
As opposed to laughing, and then saying that, yeah, that was uncomfortable and not good.
Let me prove it for the lazy ones.
Sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are all.
I have to imagine she's doing this on purpose. It is just going in circles. Laughing at it, I still think, is pretty clear. I am laughing at the absurdity of it, and that it is weird, silly, uncomfortable, and all of the things I've said about it since. That's what I'm saying with calling it uncomfortable. All the things I have said about it since. Like, I don't know where things are going so awry here.
He then keeps on lying that there is an 18 verification when he just admitted in his video that he posted that there isn't.
He's saying there's no 18 plus tag on the Fansly ad, whereas Kick you have to verify being 18. Yeah, but on the actual porn website you have to verify being 18. So if we're going to talk about verification, then you would still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fansly. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content, but according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. Still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fansly. Hey, there we go. MewKitty finally came around to playing the rest of that clip where I admit that I got a lot of the information wrong about how easily accessible Fansly is, which contradicts a couple of the lies she pointed out earlier. I'm glad she finally shoehorned it in at the very end. Now, maybe I shouldn't use the word verify here, but I did just pull up on screen what happens when you scan the code. You have to confirm that you are 18 by hitting enter, which is the same thing Kick had. The whole context of that situation was people saying Kick had the 18 plus verification just to watch the stream. And I was saying, well, by that metric, Fansly had the same safeguard, where you still had to hit 18 to enter. I shouldn't have used the word verification. I should have used safeguard because it's not verification. That was an absolutely wrong word to use there, and I fully own up to that. That was not the correct word to use, but it was on the fly and we were heated, so I used the wrong word and fumbled it. It was a safeguard. Kick didn't have an 18 verification either. It was, are you 18 to start watching? Yes. Which is the exact same thing that Fansly had. Are you 18 to go to this next page? Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole context there.
He then keeps on brainwashing the narrative that he didn't do it immediately when he never did anything. It's a lie, guys.
And then the one I didn't talk about immediately after happened.
And now he lies again and said that it was kind of weird when I just proved that he didn't.
Immediately after it happened, I laughed and then said later, wow, that was kind of weird. I don't know how many times she's going to make the exact same statement and chalk it up to a new lie. This is getting ridiculous now. For the 50th fucking time, she keeps saying that I didn't make a statement. I have now made 2 full videos about this whole situation saying the same thing, that it's inexcusable, bad, not good, suboptimal, not great, awful, uncomfortable, yucky, stinky. That's what I'm talking about. I've said that a ton of times now. The initial laugh I thought was clear from the get-go at what I was laughing at, but I guess not. I forgot we're in the age of Twitter where you have to end everything with like a slash sarcasm or something to give like your tone indicator so everyone fully fucking understands what's going on in a situation. But regardless, I recognize I may not have made it clear enough, which is where confusion could have arisen. But I don't know why she's still pretending like I've somehow defended this. I have never defended it, ever. And I have now talked about this so much more than I've talked about the Aiden Ross situation, which I still believe was worse, no matter how you try and spin it. Like, this is getting absolutely absurd.
He then lies about me harping on him and bringing him up. I think this is to make his fans defend him, but I never harped on him.
That's her whole point. Why does she keep bringing me up and harping on me? Because I laughed at it. Oh my god, another completely useless empty calorie here. Harping, maybe the wrong word. You posted about me, I think 8-9 times now on Twitter, and you made like 6 or 7 YouTube comments. So yeah, it felt like you were really harping on it.
Now that I've shown how much he lies, I'm gonna touch on why he's a hypocrite. Same thing happened when they tried to scam their fans with overpriced computers. He only changed when they exposed him. Then suddenly criticism exists. Incident, the owner of Starforge, which he is a co-owner of, he never mentioned his name in the video. Is that a coincidence? Well, when Rich Campbell got kicked out of OTK, he didn't make a video on that either. So I see a pattern, and I called it out.
Yes, of course. No MewKitty video is complete without piling a ton of dog shit lies right at the end. So there's a lot here, and I'll unpack them all real quick. So immediately she pulls the gloves off and starts spitting and shitting. She calls Starforge PCs a scam, or insinuates that it was scamming its customers. Which is fucking wild because pretty much no one thinks that way. Linus Tech Tips fucking reviewed it and had an overwhelmingly positive review for the most part. He had legitimate criticism that we took to heart, appreciated, and used to better the company and the product. But no one really has anything negative to say about it because Starforge PCs is a legitimate passion project that aims to actually provide the best value, the best computers you can possibly find on the market. This is starting to sound like a fucking ad, but it is the truth. She's referring to our rocky launch, and we all admit the launch of Starforge wasn't swimming. It didn't go super smooth. And that's just the sad reality of it, and it's something that we deeply regret, but we used it to improve it and fix it, and now it is just the best that there is on the market. But she then tries to draw a parallel between Starforge and OTK, more specifically Mizkif. Mizkif last year fell into some hot water with a whole sexual assault cover-up scandal, and she pulls out a video saying that it's curious that I didn't mention Mizkif in it. Must be because he's one of the co-owners of Starforge PC. Well, that's fucking weird, because she pulled a video where I just wasn't talking about that situation in general. The video where I did talk about it was a totally unrelated one. So I'll go ahead and play the clip where I do mention it and say that I'm giving proper respect to the victim due to the severity of the case, because normally with internet drama, I'm just covering the wacky and goofy shit, and sexual assault is nothing wacky and goofy. That's fucking horrifying. Here's the clip. So let's just go ahead and start with Twitch, since I already made that video breaking it all down, and a lot's changed and a lot's evolved since then. So I briefly mentioned a very serious that happened on Twitch involving sexual assault, a potential cover-up, all kinds of moving parts of that story. That's not something I treat as goofy drama. So again, I'm not going to go into super big detail on that whole situation, but I will say that that story has had a lot of twists and turns to it, where now all of a sudden the focus isn't even on the victim of the sexual assault or like the perpetrator accused of committing it. It's now shifted entirely to big streamers just pointing their fingers at each other and calling each other names and throwing as many debate term buzzwords at each other as they could possibly muster, and it is just kind of a mess. I again don't really treat this super lightly, so I'm not going to talk too much in detail about it. I'd recommend listening to Adriana Lee, the victim of the case, and get it from her. It's so weird. There's very clear evidence that I have mentioned it, and if you want even more, I do have a video on my second channel where I go into it more in depth after the OTK investigation came out, where I said I wasn't super satisfied and would have liked to see the actual evidence due to the severity of the case. I would have liked everything to be transparent so I could really see what happened here, because of how outspoken I had been about this whole situation with Ms. Kiff and everyone involved. But she couldn't be bothered to do any amount of research, even the fucking bare minimum, where if you just type in my name plus Mizkif, that video pops up right away. And I've talked about it on stream at length too, for hours. Like, it is something I very deeply did and do care about. She then makes another fucking lie, saying that I never talked about Rich Campbell or made a video about him. Well, once again, that was another horrifying situation that is not wacky, goofy internet drama that I usually will cover. So that was one I didn't make a video on, she's correct, but I did have a whole stream dedicated to talking about the fucking situation, which she could easily find if she just typed in my name plus Rich Campbell. Here's just a small excerpt from it. She's blatantly fucking lying in a video where she's calling out my supposed lies. And just when you thought it couldn't get more embarrassing, she's got one more final point to make.
Responded to this, to the promotion of porn to an audience full of minors. His response was, yeah, it's not a great decision. It's just one of those things.
Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah.
One of those things? Like it's a daily thing we all do?
Yeah, it's one of those things. One of those bad things. I don't know how you even interpret that statement as just another one of those days in the calendar. It's one of those bad things, those bad decisions. It's all so plain and clear. I know she's doing this on purpose to get a rise out of me, and it has absolutely worked. It gets under my skin because there are actually people that think she's being serious, and it makes me fucking upset. And it is entirely her fault for that, because she continues to play into this character that just says the most incendiary, off-the-wall nonsense shit and makes the worst points defending whatever she's trying to talk about. Now, I at first was very charitable, thinking that she was coming from a place of genuine care. That is obviously not the reality of the situation. So this is my full response to everything she said here, and hopefully this will be the end of it, because, again, if she really does care about it, then we're on the same team, because I think it was a problem too. I don't think it was a good thing that Fansly got promoted at the Streamer Award. I've said it a lot. I've said it now again for the millionth fucking time. So this is, once again, me just defending myself from hypocrisy allegations, but there are real things you could criticize me for, like not making it clear enough in the beginning. That is something I do regret. I should have been a lot clearer with how I felt about it, and I feel like I missed the mark there, but hopefully all of this is cleared up exactly where I stand on all of it. I'm tired of her pretending that because Ludwig's my friend, I've defended QT. I haven't. I've done the opposite. I have said I don't support it. So I don't know why she keeps running with that narrative and trying to push that agenda that is just not the truth, which is very ironic considering her whole video is about how I wasn't being truthful. So it's wild. This whole situation. How fucking silly do you feel trying to get me to cut my hair when it looks this fucking great? Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful flowing locks right now. But anyway, we're not here to talk about my reluctance to get a haircut today. We're here to look at one of the most baffling mysteries on YouTube, a channel called 5 Minute Crafts. They're one of the most subscribed channels on YouTube with an impressive 51 million subscribers. I think I should have that many. They might have stolen it from me, maybe a YouTube glitch. I'm not quite sure how they ended up with that number, and I didn't, because this channel makes no fucking sense. It's all about secret life hacks and cheat codes to the real world. Rub some eucalyptus oil on your butthole to prevent yellow pee-pee. Dumb shit like that, and it also teaches you how to turn a used tissue into a battleship. Dumb, absolute nonsensical life hacks. You all know the drill. But this channel has 51 million subscribers, and they're posting some of the dumbest, most remarkably useless life hacks I've ever seen. So let's go ahead and take a look at their newest one, 29 secret life hacks every girl should know. Dry skin? Go ahead and make this unholy concoction in your witch's cauldron. That looks like Marvel's Venom. It looks like a goddamn symbiote. Why would you use this instead of lotion? What's the point? By God, science said it couldn't be done. To avoid staining the bed sheets, all you needed to do was put a towel on it? Holy shit, that's genius. Why didn't I think of that? Well, that one is neither a hack nor a 5-minute craft. That is common sense. Oop, got a little period blood popping out of my butthole on these pants. Luckily, I'm wearing the second shirt. I'll just wrap that around it to cover it up. I don't think anyone's going to be in that situation, panicking, not knowing what to do, like they're fucking drowning in the ocean, and then all of a sudden, eureka! I remember from 5-minute crafts, they taught me to use this second shirt to wrap it up. Anyone would do that. You don't need a tutorial or a life hack magician's reveal here. Life hacks are fucking ridiculous, man. I think I'm gonna start my own life hack channel and just make these obvious ones like this, because this shit pops off on views and subscribers, so I'll do that myself. Hey, are you cold? Try long sleeve shirt. Your dick hard? Why not try jerking it off coming, and that way it'll go soft again. Expert life hack from MC McBigWiener Charlie Life Hack Supreme Connoisseur. I actually do have a genuine life hack though. If you want to significantly improve your life, go follow twitch.tv/moistcritical. I stream daily, would love to see you there. Twitch.tv/moistcritical, baby, fuck yeah. This one's take a box and put hygiene products in it. It's fucking genius. These truly are 29 super secret life hacks every girl should know. I just can't believe 5 Minute Crafts is even allowed to reveal this type of top secret information right here. You'd think it'd be protected under lock and key. Fucking Fort Knox. This type of information is too secret and too valuable. Ah, finally a use for that mannequin arm that I stole from Macy's 2 years ago. I can use it to extend the reach of my selfie stick. Fuck yeah, thank you 5 Minute Crafts. This is the most primitive solution I've ever seen to any problem. Ah, shoe too big for foot, time to tape foot to shoe. Like honestly, it's like a caveman came up with this secret life hack here. So you had silly socks, and instead of changing them, you put pantyhose on them. Why? You obviously had time to change them. If you had time to slip some fucking pantyhose on them, it's not like you just carry pantyhose in your fucking butthole around. Girls don't do that. Maybe they do. I'm not a girl, but it seems unlikely that you didn't have the option of changing your socks, yet you had the option of putting pantyhose over them. So why the fuck go through that extra step? That's useless, and it doesn't even cover it up that well. You just look like a goddamn maniac. Anyway, though, 5 Minute Crafts is perhaps the biggest mystery on YouTube as to how they're so big. I don't know who is sitting down watching these just fucking blown away by the pure amount of secret life hack knowledge that they're fucking enriching their lives with here, such as taping their foot to shoes. I'm baffled. This is like the Finger family, but on a huge scale, like a bigger scale, because this channel is massive, raking in hundreds of millions of views a month. I truly don't get it, and I think there's some foul play going on here. I'm not going to point any fingers. I don't want to get, 5-minute crafted into a fucking lawsuit for slander or something. The fucking 5-minute craft a guillotine to take my goddamn head off if I call him out. But there's something fishy with this channel. Take my word for it. This is just odd. You know those situations where someone was right about something and they always say like, I don't need to say I told you so, you learned your lesson, I'll be the bigger man here and not say I told you so? That's just such a load of dog shit. I'm 5'6", I'm not that big a man, so here's me saying I told you so. About like 6 months ago, maybe even longer, on stream, I went on a massive tirade about how the majority of those primitive building YouTube channels were fake. And I pulled up multiple videos to try and prove my point, and I was met with nothing but vitriol. People were calling me stupid, calling me wrong, calling me dumb idiot brain, like all kinds of insults about me not being right. Despite my evidence being pretty much irrefutable, I thought, people just wanted to live in their delusion that their favorite primitive building YouTube channel was legitimate, but they're not. And a YouTuber named SunnyV2 posted a massive video that's done extremely well that most people have seen by now, which vindicates me, proving that the channels that I'm talking about were fake. There's only a couple real ones, the biggest being Primitive Technology, which I always said was real. It's the only real one that I know of, but I'm assuming there's others that I just haven't looked into enough. But the majority of them, the very popular ones, are fake. Primitive Technology Idea, Mr. Tifu, like all of these massive ones that sprout up out of nowhere, get 500 million views. They have like all of these crazy intricate things like water slides with giant giraffes and crocodile statues in there looking like a fucking mini golf course that they apparently make out of sticks and stones. All of those are fake, obviously. But no one wanted to believe me when I was trying to prove it, and now that Sunny's made a video on it, now everybody knows that they're fake. And people have apologized to me in Twitch chat for not believing me, and I accept your apology, but still, I told you so. Now let's go through the video and go through the evidence a little bit and get a little more in depth on it. Have you seen the video debunking those primitive building videos? I actually still haven't seen Sunny's video on it yet, but I also debunked those videos on stream, and I was met like I was trying to teach teriology. No one believed me. I tried debunking it on stream because I was telling people that most of them, almost all of them, are fake, and nobody fucking believed me until SunnyV2 posted his video on it. Now I've been vindicated. But yeah, I still haven't seen his video yet. He came out with real evidence and explanation. Man, suck the dirtiest part of my ass. I came at you with, voice crack, with real evidence and explanation, but you guys didn't want to hear it at the time. I brought up like 3 different videos showing the aftermath of primitive building videos where someone bought like 10 acres of property and there was like multiple locations where they made those like underground primitive swimming pools and shit, and you could actually see construction equipment, tire tracks and all of that, and you guys were like, no, those are just naturally occurring jungle tire tracks. Like, I came at you with evidence and you still didn't believe me.
Almost every single primitive building channel is underpinned by countless different lies, and we've got tons of evidence to prove it.
Goddamn right we do.
Now, we need to put an emphasis on the fact that this is a 500 million views per video. Users.
That channel name is so shameless, Mr. Tifu. Is it supposed to like capitalize off Tifu being a popular YouTuber in the algorithm? I'm actually not super familiar with this one. Was that the idea behind it?
Users continued to mention one name over and over, crediting him as legitimate amongst the sea of phonies. Primitive Technology,
yep.
The 10.4 million subscriber channel, which is when going back to the beginning of these silent, relaxing videos, it becomes pretty obvious as to why they're credited.
If Sunny plays the same videos I played in my evidence, I'm gonna be tight.
Primitive Technology cuts no corners and shows how each stage of the construction is legit.
Yeah, Primitive Technology is real. Again, this follows the same format as everything else on the internet. Someone comes out, does something super impressive, legitimately, and a lot of other people will try and do it as quickly as possible to cut as many corners as possible to try and capitalize off it. It happens everywhere, so it's not like it's surprising that it happened with Primitive Technology. But yeah, he's legitimate. 100%.
or blue.
And it's a weird blue colour. Why is it so blue? Probably because they're probably spilling dye in or something. There's no reason for it to look so blue like that.
Are they really creating these structures out of mud and sticks? Well, when you do a little bit of research, the answer to this question is most certainly no. The best evidence for this is found when
I mentioned this as well. In all of these videos making these elaborate, luxurious pools in the ground here out of nothing but sticks and elbow grease, they have like the bluest water of all time. And they're supposed to be getting this water from like nearby rivers or springs that they bring back to their location using like hollowed out logs and making a network out of that. But that's just a bunch of fucking baloney. So in the rest of the video, you'll see the cameraman even mentions that they just bring water themselves and put it there. And in another video that I brought up on stream, also mentioned in Sunny's video, it's mentioned that the water that's at those pools isn't even close by. They don't actually use logs or anything. There's even like PVC piping and stuff in order to help with it. But that is just absolutely not even close to being real in any sense.
Frame they're in an 8-foot deep trench. Now, if they're digging this deep with sticks, how are they avoiding large rocks and potential tree roots from, you know, the massive line of trees seen just behind them? Are they being assisted by large machinery? Well,
No,
we'll get to
they're
that
just
in a little
very
bit,
strong.
but first, let's focus on the clip where a guy in a white t-shirt can be seen working on a project in the background. Yet, if
No, that's just their cameraman. He's also using sticks over there in order to whittle out just a little stubborn branch is all.
as the video would suggest. It is a large operation, as you may suspect, with a large team of
I'm
behind
shocked.
it. After he then offered to answer any questions we had about their channel, we attempted to figure out how many different construction sites before capturing over 8 minutes of footage with a drone. We'll refer to
So you guys believe it when he puts this in his video? I pulled this exact fucking thing up in my rant on these things being fake. But now that he puts it in his video, you guys believe him? That is actually hurtful. That actually hurts my fucking feelings.
There's initially a clip where 8 different workers can be seen standing around a rectangular hole in the jungle, followed by another grainier clip from a far distance where somewhere between 7 and 10 people can be seen building a swimming pool.
So to further explain this clip, which is something I've talked about at length, a YouTube channel named Photo Expression flew a drone around an area where a lot of these primitive builds took place. A lot of pools and structures like that. And he saw a lot of the aftermath, which is just a ton of trash everywhere, cement bags, tire tracks, as well as pointing out inconsistencies such as the amount of people that'll get like to work on these. So as you just saw, like teams of 7 to 10 in some cases, maybe even more. The cameraman even mentions that there's never really less than a dozen people working on a build. And this photo expression video just shows a lot of it and giving you a lot of insight into where the builds are taking place and how they're being done.
Is when you compare his meticulous method of creating fire in the wild to the fire making of these Southeast Asian primitive channels. As mentioned previously, it becomes comical. They slap a couple of rocks together before beginning an explosive
Well, they just have
fire on
better
large logs
rocks.
with no kindling whatsoever. John Winnon draws a big circle and begins to dig it out. Only in the next frame, suddenly there's spray paint on the ground that they forgot to rub out. Additionally, on the wall of the hole, these long smooth cuts can be seen which are completely incomparable to the cuts being made by the stick.
No, he's using a
there's
bigger stick
reason
for those,
this. Turns out spray
obviously.
paint marks weren't the only thing that they forgot to rub out, as in the minutes that
Tire
follow,
tracks.
excavated tracks can be seen here,
Yep.
here, here, and here.
So now you guys believe these are real tire tracks? Interesting. Weird. You guys just think I'm some kind of big fucking bumbling idiot who doesn't know what fucking excavator tracks look like.
However, was that they forgot to take the actual excavator out of the top right hand corner. According to the email sent to us by the
I didn't
cameraman
even-
on one of these channels,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure I pulled up that same video and even I didn't notice the actual excavator was there. Yeah, well, you know, I hit more times than I missed in my evidence. But that would have been a really compelling piece for me, I think, I'm not gonna lie.
the initial boring process, whilst incrementally we film the builders doing superficial works on the
I
whole.
would have never
The video
imagined
in
it
which
was
the excavator
this
can be seen in
big of
plain
an
sight,
industry,
then
though.
goes on to strangely display the collection of concrete from a river, which is the exact same clip reused from the previous video. Now, why would they reuse the same clip twice in 2 different videos? Well, it's because collecting concrete from a river is completely and utterly bogus. Concrete doesn't grow in a river, according to a civil engineer who had commented on one of these.
I will fully admit, I never really stopped to think about the gathering of concrete to my stupid little reptile brain, I assumed that you could get something that resembled concrete using river minerals and dirt and mud and shit. I never realized how outrageous that was until Sunny V2's video on it, so I think that would have been a strong point for me to have made, but I was too stupid to make it, so I'm glad Sunny shed light on that, because it absolutely slipped by me. And I think it's important to note that even though it is clearly confirmed these are all fake except Primitive Technology and maybe a couple others, it's not going to affect them. People are still going to watch even knowing that, because they just watch it for that comfort feeling like, oh, this is so satisfying. Oh, look at how cool that giraffe in the pool is. So it's not exactly going to hurt them, but it's at least nice that people will now finally know for sure that this shit is fake and stop trying to pretend that it's not. The WWE of primitive building. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I would go like full-blown showmanship here and just make it really entertaining. They should have storylines where like there's a rival builder or like an evil construction man who comes by and tries to like tear their house down or something that they have to fight. Like, get real wild with it.
Channels has their own unique method for creating natural concrete. This channel's concrete is simply a mix of dirt and water, which, if you think about it for 2 seconds, doesn't create concrete and rather creates muddy water, or mud, which is just dirt after the water dries. This other channel gets a bit more creative with it. Expression had stumbled upon various completed primitive builds, also showed that after these channels are finished building, the sites are simply left to rot. This video doesn't speak for every Southeast Asian primitive building channel, but in this particular case, rubbish was left everywhere, including, as you might guess, cement bags. The fact that the videos are fake isn't were attached together then used to siphon water from a river to the pool, only there was no river. Photo Expression found the exact site of this pool, then stated in his video that in reality, the closest water source was more than 6 kilometers away. Instead, he found a bunch of blue plastic piping attached to a tap in the ground. The funny part is any scene where you see them sourcing water from some magnificent waterfall or lake, they're actually going somewhere perhaps hundreds of kilometers away and pretending to take it back. The video in which Photo Expression...
This camera guy seems so nice. Like, he just seems like such a jolly guy. Just, like, actively making fun of them while still working for them. Well, that's a big I told you so moment for me there. Thank you, Sonny. I've been vindicated. In fact, I built 3 mansions already. My man. They hated him for telling the truth. Yeah, I was just ahead of my time. Like Galileo. If I had to guess, I'd say all of those fake primitive building channels are probably all owned by the same company who just outsources it to multiple channels to try and get the most juice for the squeeze, which is why you see so many like variations of the same name, like Primitive Technology Idea, Primitive Technology Life. Mr. Tifu's kind of an anomaly. That one kind of comes out of nowhere and getting real wild, but I really do think it's probably... Yesterday, a very popular YouTuber named Corey Kinshin posted an absolute bombshell of a video accusing YouTube of some awful things and explained the whole situation that led to the claims, and he does not hold back. The gloves were off and the chef's hat was on because he just started cooking their ass. Now, of course, it's not unusual for a YouTuber to make a video criticizing the platform. It happens every day because YouTube is a company that very, very rarely gets anything right. So it's constantly catching more shit than a Walmart toilet, and rightfully so. But even with hourly uploads of everything wrong with YouTube, the problems that Corey Kinshin highlights are some that I haven't ever really even seen discussed before. The video's titled YouTube Racism and Favoritism, and it was actually the #1 trending video all day yesterday, and right now it's the #2, which means this is the front page of YouTube. This is the #1 video on YouTube, so I bet they're thrilled about that. Corey Kinshin has over 14 million subscribers, so this is a video that carries a lot of weight.
You guys either play favorites, you are racist, or it's a mix of the two. These are the 3 options, YouTube.
It's a pretty aggressive intro, but he is rightfully upset about unfair treatment he's been experiencing. So, after going through what he's gone through, he believes that there's only really 3 possible conclusions to draw from it, where it's either YouTube policy team playing favorites, members of the policy team being racist, or some combination of the 2. Now, before getting into the specifics of the situation, I'd like to say I think most people have been aware of favoritism on YouTube for quite a while. You know, it's not exactly like the Krabby Patty secret formula. It's not hush hush. I think everyone has recognized that there is some level of favoritism on the platform. I mean, there's even that viral video from a few years ago where the CEO of YouTube said to Juice WRLD that they need to pump his numbers up, which indicates artificial growth. It means that they have at least some capability of boosting channels, whether that's through the algorithm and pushing it to more people, or just inflating it themselves for channels they deem worthwhile and good for business. And the inverse is likely true, where they can hide channels they think are problematic and bad for business. So favoritism is something that people have been loosely aware of for a long time. And also when it comes to, you know, mainstream media sources, like late night show hosts have much more leeway than an average YouTuber. They can say and do a lot of things that get normal YouTubers demonetized or age restricted or straight up striked. And that doesn't apply to the big boys in the scene. So favoritism is something I think most people know exists on YouTube. That's not like a conspiracy theory. However, the claims that Corey is about to make against the YouTube policy team in regards to racism are pretty interesting.
August 18th, I uploaded The Mortuary Assistant. A lot of you would know it got age restricted. I saw that all these other YouTubers were playing The Mortuary Assistant and only my video seemed to be age restricted. So I appealed the restriction. Hey guys, I'm not sure why mine got age restricted. Could you look into this? Appeal rejected.
This isn't the whole situation, it's just the beginning. I already want to talk about something in particular though, the appeal system. Corey mentions that after appealing, he was denied, rejected pretty quickly. That's the norm. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've ever even heard about an appeal being overturned. That just never happens. The only time an appeal doesn't lead to rejection is when you make a trending hashtag about it on Twitter. You make a big hoopla on Twitter and then YouTube will go to your appeal and, you know, make it in your favor. But if you don't do that, if you don't stir up a shitstorm and start throwing sand in YouTube's face on Twitter, they won't bother. I'm very confident that there is no human being in the review process for appeals. In fact, I would wager my anal virginity that there is no human being that looks at appeals. And if I'm wrong, then I fully invite the YouTube policy head to come raw dog me. I am so fucking confident that there is no human being that looks at those appeals, because they always, almost always, end in rejection and standing with the initial decision, even when it's blatantly wrong. The algorithm makes mistakes, but the appeal is supposed to bring a human being into the equation to look at it, investigate the case, and decide whether or not it was an algorithmic error or a correct enforcement. And there are times where it was just outright incorrect, just outright wrong, and they will still stand with that decision. So I just don't think the appeal system works. That needs a drastic overhaul ASAP.
Only my video got age restricted. My YouTube rep, who isn't on the policy team, he looked at my video and he said, hey, it could possibly be this part at the end about it. So I looked at that part. The first thing I did was try to find other YouTubers who had that part, or at least a part similar. So I go to Markiplier's Mortuary Assistant Part 3, and he had the same situation going on, and his video wasn't age restricted.
Corey explains that after the appeal was rejected, he talked to his YouTube rep who speculated as to why they decided to enforce the age restriction, and he highlighted a potential problem with the ending of the game that was in his video. So Corey then went to other videos to try and find that exact same part, and he found it in one of Markiplier's videos, which wasn't age restricted, yet had the exact same content that Corey's did. So he was left confused. Why is Markiplier's video okay, but his isn't? Now I want to immediately squash the argument I know a few people will make that Corey Kenshin might not be as advertiser friendly as Markiplier, which is why Markiplier is being favored by YouTube here. That just doesn't work, because Markiplier still says bad words. He'll say fuck and shit and damn, you know, he'll squeeze in some naughty words. Corey Kenshin is squeaky clean. He doesn't say any naughty words. He even censors bad words in the games that he plays in the videos. He is the more advertiser-friendly creator. So it's not just YouTube playing favorites for whoever's more advertiser and brand friendly. It's not the case, because if it was, Corey would be the winner there. So it definitely has to be something else at play for why they demonetized Corey and not Mark. Now, if you've been around my channel for a while, you might remember I went through an almost identical situation a couple years ago. I made a video on a fake road rage incident and got an entire strike for it from YouTube, a policy guidelines strike from YouTube for it. And I found that exact same clip that I was talking about in one of Markiplier's videos that wasn't age restricted, demonetized, or anything. I was so angry. I was wiggling in rage. I was so upset. I couldn't sit still in my chair, so I made this video talking about it, and then I made a big stink on Twitter. And Markiplier actually came to my rescue, like a fucking hero of justice, a symbol, like Batman. He came in and said, "Fair is fair, where is my strike, YouTube?" And YouTube responded, not by getting rid of my strike, but by striking Markiplier's video as well. So now both of us ended up with a strike, and Markiplier made a video talking about that, and eventually YouTube decided to rescind both strikes, saying that it was an overreaction to things and it was a mistake on their part. But obviously you can see the problem here. They're not enforcing their rules equally across the platform, and they're just not enforcing them properly at all. There was no reason that video should have ever resulted in a strike by any stretch of imagination. I can understand the algorithm having a bit of a oopsie, a little boo-boo there, and mistaking a fake comical road rage for a real incident, but the appeal process is supposed to come in there where a human being looks at it, and within 3 seconds should be like, oh, this is clearly a joke. But that never happened because I don't believe humans actually review the content. I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, the rules aren't enforced appropriately or equally. So kind of similar situation, but not exactly the same as what Corey's been going through with YouTube here. However, I do find it interesting that Markiplier is present in both of these cases. I feel so bad for Markiplier. He's done nothing wrong. He just keeps getting dragged into these disputes here with YouTube.
So I send the video to my YouTube rep. I say, hey, Markiplier has this situation in his video, but his isn't age restricted. Could you send that to the policy team and see what they say about that? They came back and they removed my age restriction. They took it off. After they already rejected my appeal. I expected them to triple down and give Markiplier an age restriction too. But they looked at Mark's video and they used that to verify my innocence.
After being confronted with evidence, the policy team folds and gets rid of the age restriction on Corey's video, but he decides to press forward by trying to get an explanation for why it was okay for Markiplier and not okay for him. Why isn't it the same ruling, and why is it only now, after being confronted, that they decide to get rid of the age restriction after already denying his appeal?
So I send my YouTube rep a lengthy email detailing my feelings about the entire situation. So my YouTube rep assures me he's going to continue this dialogue with the policy team. So another day, another 2 days go by, and what do you know? They re-age restricted the video. They re-age restricted the video. I say, no way did they do that. I go to Markiplier's video now, and now his video is age restricted.
Yeah, it's pure pandemonium and chaos at the YouTube policy headquarters now. They re-age restricted Corey's video and then slapped Markiplier with an age restriction as well. So they panicked, clearly. After being confronted and after Corey's email, as well as the phone call he had with the YouTube rep, they obviously caught wind of what was happening. Corey Kenshin was wondering why he was being unfairly treated by the YouTube policy team. No one else got age restrictions, it was just him. So he pressed further, pressed harder, and the policy team reacted by bringing back the age restriction to him and Markiplier. So it's like, hey, no, look, everything's good now. Now everything's even, right? We enforce this equally across the creators, so we're good here, right? No, obviously. Corey is rightfully upset. He was treated unfairly. And since YouTube is so unbelievably shit at giving clear answers to anything, Corey can only speculate as to what happened here. And he draws the potential conclusion that maybe someone or some members of the YouTube policy team are racist. Maybe they targeted Corey because of the color of his skin. And it's not a far-fetched thing to think either. In fact, Ludwig, when he interviewed Susan, and Ludwig also made a mogul mail talking about this exact video I'm talking about and brought up some great points, the strongest one being is there are human beings on that policy team, and there are sometimes biases with members of those teams. You know, they're human beings, and some of them are going to have biases. And there is the potential that someone there is sexist or racist. And Ludwig brings up good points about that. For example, his girlfriend's podcast gets demonetized way more than his does. And so he brings that up. Susan, the CEO, denies that it's a possibility, but it is a real possibility. And Corey is absolutely right in thinking that it could be a real possibility that someone on that policy team that has the decision-making power might be racist. Why was Corey the only one getting age restricted? And Corey also brings up another great point, which is every time Corey comes back, Corey takes hiatuses in between his content creation. Sometimes he'll be gone for like 4 or 5 months, and he'll come back and explode. He'll get #1 trending like every single day for 3 weeks straight. And then every time, like clockwork, he's hit with some kind of YouTube controversy. Last time it was getting a strike due to something from like a 4-year-old video, a 3-year-old video or something like that out of nowhere. And it's only when Corey comes back and starts getting popular again do they do something like this with age restriction or a strike or something like that. But in the breaks he takes, like the 5 months, the 9 months that he's not on YouTube, he never has problems. They don't strike anything. They don't, age restrict anything. It's only when he's back being popular that this kind of issue arises. And it's always over nothing. Like I said, Corey is probably one of the most advertiser brand-friendly content creators there is in the gaming space. He doesn't say bad words or anything bad. He even censors that kind of shit in the content of his video, like from the games he plays. So he goes the extra mile to be as brand-friendly and advertiser-friendly and family-friendly as you can be. So it can't be an issue of him just being, too hardcore for YouTube to support. That's just not the case. It has to be something else. Something maybe going wrong with the algorithm, or potentially actual racism at the YouTube policy team. It's not impossible. Of course, there's no concrete evidence that there's any racists on the policy team, but since YouTube can't communicate these decisions, all you can do is guess as to the reason why things happen. Why was Corey the only one getting age restricted? We don't know. His YouTube representative doesn't fully know. The only ones that do are the policy team, and they don't communicate. So all you can do... I wasn't going to make anything about YouTube Rewind this year because there's really no need to. Everyone already knows it's bad. YouTube Rewind has already become synonymous with urethral swab. It's painful. It's useless. Ouch, my urethra. It's just a shell of what it used to be, where it used to celebrate the content creators back in like 2012 to maybe 2015. Now it's just about the corporations. But I keep getting asked to talk about it, so I figured let's go ahead and watch this bitch together, unpack it, and celebrate the suits that now control YouTube. Now, yes, I'm not in this year's YouTube Rewind, but it's not because they didn't want me there. They were begging me harder than a child asking his parents for early Christmas V-Bucks. They would not stop blowing up my phone, sending me carrier pigeons with letters, demanding that I participate in YouTube Rewind, even threatening me. They were gonna sick the fucking assassins on my family if I said no, but I stayed true to my morals and I said, no, I will not participate in your corporate puppet dance. Not until you fix YouTube's problems and allow Harley Quinn fart porn to be acceptable on this platform. Until I can see a woman in full-fledged Harley Quinn cosplay spreading her chocolate starfish, farting into the camera on this site, I'm going to boycott your corporate events like this and your celebrations. So yeah, that's why I'm not in it. That's the truth. Let's go ahead and watch this shit. Oh hey, it's my favorite YouTuber, Will Smith. Yeah, I know some of you turbo virgins might consider Will Smith more of an actor, perhaps even rapper, rather than a YouTuber, but fuck that. Being a YouTuber is so much better than those trivial accomplishments. At the top of Will Smith's Wikipedia, it should say, Will Smith is a superstar YouTuber who also happens to dabble in like acting and rapping.
Yeah, if I control Rewind, I would want Fortnite.
Is this what you wanted?
Yes, this is what I've always wanted.
You know who I would have asked for?
Quit horsing around!
Yeah, I would have asked for the same thing.
Play me some of that jumping music.
I can't play pretty much any more of the audio from this video because it's gonna get this shit blocked if I do, since it's all very hard copyrighted music. So I'll be serenading you with my own musical stylings from my recorder in place of that music.
Apparently, we control Rewind this year.
No, you do not. No, you do not. You're not fooling me, Liza. You do not control that. That is controlled by the YouTube almost human androids.
There's one thing this video needs. K-pop!
Rewind needs more science. Could we do an experiment?
Love that. Melting lipsticks.
Melting lipstick. Is such a thing even possible? Eat your fucking heart out, Bill Nye. Suck on that butthole. He always said you couldn't melt lipstick. They said humans couldn't reach temperatures capable of melting lipstick. But look what they did on YouTube Rewind. Anything's possible on YouTube. They made a whole cauldron full of melted lipstick. Holy shit. That's science.
Let's do the In My Feelings challenge.
Agora vamos fazer o remix, vai.
This part just really hurts to look at, and I'm not even going to let my recorder solo play over top of it because it's just insulting to my musical expertise.
Wait, hold on.
It now shifts gears into being this circle jerk and patting themselves on the back. See, look, not all YouTubers film dead bodies in the forest. Look, some of them actually do some good things in the world. And yeah, they do. There's a lot of good shit that creators did on here to help people. But this is not how you bring attention to it or celebrate those good deeds. This whole section just come across extremely ham-fisted, forced, and disingenuous. This is not how you celebrate the actual good deeds they did.
We should read the comments.
You should not. You certainly don't want to do that. A lot of people say this YouTube Rewind really fucking sucked, and it absolutely fucking sucked fuck, but I think it actually kind of encapsulates the feeling of YouTube these days. Soulless. Genuinely soulless. A lot of the big content creators are big because they are fake douchebags, soullessly begging for smashed likes and fake giveaways to drum up subscribers and comments and shit. And that's kind of what YouTube is becoming and has. Whenever I make the mistake of checking the trending tab on YouTube, I'm spit roasted with the sad reality that the majority of the popular content online is garbage aimed towards kids, just a whole load of horse shit that's aimed at children. And there's a good reason for that. It's because children are like Viewbots. Parents no longer feel like raising their own kids. They put that responsibility on the internet now. So just sit their kids down in front of an iPad to let videos autoplay all day while they go on Facebook to complain about how difficult it is to be a modern parent, and then whine when something's not child-friendly enough because God forbid they have to do any level of parenting on their own and actually monitor their kids' behavior. So these kids are like prisoners being held hostage by their parents, strapped to a table like Hannibal fucking Lecter with their eyes pried open, being forced to watch YouTube kids content because their parents can't be bothered to entertain them. And I do feel bad for the kids because they're growing up thinking TikToks are hilarious because they're brainwashed by this terrible YouTube shit, this awful, terrible YouTube kids content. And no channel is worse than Troom, which we'll take a look at today. Today I'll be watching their 18 ways to sneak pets into a movie theater, which comes at the greatest time for this considering movie theaters are extinct right now. And of course, everyone's been asking for years, man, I want to go to the movie, but I want to bring my jellyfish. How the fuck am I going to be able to do this? Luckily, Troom has plenty of answers for you. Tons of tactics and techniques to sneak your beloved pets into the movie theater where they belong.
Your ticket. What do you need a hat for? Yo, this hat is my lifestyle. Yo. Whoa, not bad. Come in. Come out, cutie. It's your favorite part.
This hat is my lifestyle, yo. Thank you, Troom. I don't have a hamster, but I will be smuggling 3 pounds of cocaine in my hat now using your technique. It's ingenious. This whole skit feels like it was written by a computer program, just like an AI that's in its most primitive state at the moment. No movie theater is like this. I've been to hundreds of movie theaters, and never a single time has there ever been like a security guard strictly checking tickets like with a flashlight, making sure it's not counterfeit, and then interrogating you about a hat. It's not like you're going to a fucking funeral, you're going to see a Marvel movie or something. So this whole thing just doesn't make any sense. And why would you ever sneak a pet into a movie in the first place? And honestly, I feel like a fucking idiot for even asking that question when clearly there wasn't any thought put into this. It was just pumped out within an hour based on what popular words were floating around Twitter at the time. They saw pets, they saw a movie theater, and then decided, let's perform an unholy fusion dance of the two and create this here, this amalgamation of filth and trash. And I get this is all made for kids, so I shouldn't really expect it to have like Christopher Nolan levels of quality and thought-provoking themes or shit like that. But that doesn't mean every piece of kids' content has to be terrible, like copy and pasted nursery rhymes endlessly to exploit the algorithm, or horrible shit like Troom.
Would you be so kind as to take it off? Sure. Look, it's empty. You were right. You can come in. What is the best place to hide a bunny? A magician hat. There you go, Fluffy. I told you you'd watch a new movie. Settle in.
Is it really worth the $50 to just shove your dignity up your ass and be an actor in one of these things? I often wonder, does it actually help or ruin your career to be an actor in one of these? Now, far be it from me to poke holes into the bulletproof strategies of Troom here, but this strategy is only viable for anyone that's a warlock or just familiar with birthday party magic. This isn't something that anyone's going to be able to pick up and do. You're going to have to study some Chris Angel highlight reels in order to get the technique down and feel confident enough to pull it off in the real world. So there's going to be a lot of preparation into this one, especially if you're working with a bunny that size. Fucking Godzilla here. It looked like she pulled a lion out of her hat.
Oh, you were expecting. Hi, cutie. Please, come in. Come on, how can these adorable little babies make you tired?
Now this will only work if your security guard's a fucking rookie, some kind of terrible amateur with their first day on the job. If you're not investigating every pregnant woman that's coming to your movie theater, you don't deserve to call yourself a movie theater security guard. If this was me as a security guard, I would have absolutely done it the textbook way. I would have interrogated her a little bit about the pregnancy, when she expecting, when was it conceived, etc. And then once she's done with my questionnaire, I'd give her the ultimate test, just like Ellen DeGeneres. I'd whip out some champagne and make her take a drink to prove that she's either pregnant or not pregnant. I'd make damn sure I knew whether or not she was truly pregnant or not. If she doesn't drink the champagne, she's likely actually pregnant. If she does take a drink, well, she's a terrible fucking mother and I'm calling the police on her, or she was lying to me. Either way, she's out of my movie theater if she's taking a drink. So I would absolutely hit her with the ultimate test, because as a movie theater security guard, it is your responsibility to make sure there isn't any goddamn ducks coming into any of the movies. You're like Atlas holding the world on your shoulder, but on a much smaller scale, and also only making sure pets aren't coming in, apparently.
This place is full of suspicious people. Let's check everything in here. Clear. We're conducting the scheduled security inspection.
Now, I don't think anyone's actually using their advice to sneak pets into a movie theater, but should there be some lost soul out there that thinks any of these are a good idea, let me just say, this one is an actual felony. Impersonating an officer, an FBI agent and shit like that, I mean, that's a crime. That's punishable by jail time. Even if you're a child, the law doesn't care about your age. You're not safe. Even if you're 6 years old and you try this, you are going to jail for life. You will be in the slammer forever, and your parents will get divorced, and Santa Claus isn't bringing you any presents, so don't you even fucking think about trying this, alright, you little snot-nosed, milk-drinking little turd?
Do you want to become invisible? Act like a chameleon. Haha, it works every time.
I don't really get why this one's here, because this isn't even about sneaking your pet into a movie theater. It's about sticking a chameleon up your asshole and then gaining its superpowers. So I don't even know what this is going to teach anyone. This won't work for me. If I put a chameleon up my butthole, there's a good chance I don't absorb its invisibility camouflage powers through osmosis or anything. So I just don't know. I don't even know why this is part of the tutorial.
Are these kittens? No animals at the movies. Fine. Abracadabra. We are going in. And go! Hi, girls!
I don't really get this one either. If the kittens were actually women the whole time, other witches, why wouldn't you just have them enter as women and then transform into cats once they're in the movie theater? It just seems like you added an unnecessary step to hypnotize the security worker. You could have just really thought this out a little bit better, but I mean, hey, effective strategy, I will say. You get the idea, it fucking sucks. All of these kids' channels, which comprise the majority of the top 100 channels on the website, and even extending beyond YouTube, the majority of the most popular content online in the most lucrative field is things aimed at children. And it's all pretty fucking terrible right now, because everyone's viewing children as just numbers, instead of actually trying to make something that will help kids, actually educate them or genuinely entertain them instead of just giving them something like Troom. I don't know, it's sad. I honestly think it's just more sad than anything. I grew up in the 90s, so I had a lot of different kids content back then, but that kind of kid shit still kind of holds up by today's standards as just general good entertainment. Whereas in 5 years from now, I don't think anyone that grew up on this shit is going to look back fondly on Troom's 18 ways to sneak pets into a movie theater and have a good old belly laugh about the golden years. I just don't see that happening, because it's all genuinely garbage. And I don't think anyone's actually entertained by it. I just feel like they're forced to watch it because their parents are making them stay glued to their devices because they just don't want to do anything with their kids or raise them anymore. And it's just sad. All kids content. Join me on a little adventure for a moment because I'd like to talk about dreams. Not as like a psychologist or anything. I'm not about to hold up Rorschachs and ask you what you see in the ink blots and try and tie it to like some trauma from when your high school bully put your head in the toilet and flushed it. I want to talk about dream jobs specifically. Because 20 years ago, if you asked a child what their dream job is, you'd probably get some silly things like a professional ice cream tester, getting paid to try different ice cream flavors. But now, if you ask pretty much any kid in the world what their dream job is, all of them will probably give you the same answer. YouTuber. Or more broadly, online content creator, so streamer, YouTuber, things like that. And it's a dream job for more than just children, obviously. There are people of all ages that very much want some kind of online presence as a career, and it's just become a very sought-after occupation. There are more people hunting after an online career than there were assassins hunting after John Wick. And the reason I mention this is because there's recently been a rise in the frequency of large content creators expressing burnout, as well as just being completely miserable by the content creation grind, needing to take long breaks, or just outright announcing that they're quitting altogether. In fact, that's what we're talking about today. That's the subject that I want to go over because Tfue just made a very heartfelt video saying goodbye to his audience, talking about how all the decade-plus long grind he's been embarked on has kind of made him feel like his life is slipped away from him. He doesn't regret any of his choices, but he recognized that he spent the majority of his life just behind a computer screen and wants to really finally feel free to live the life that he feels will be the happiest for him. So he made this video, which is kind of like the ending credits to like a franchise finale, where it just goes over the, best of moments throughout his life online. And he says that he's kind of just hanging up his hat. He's retiring the jersey number. He's stepping away from streaming and making content. If he doesn't know how long, he says he'll likely be back at some point, but it won't be for a long time. Again, if he ever does come back at all. And this isn't the first big content creator to say something like this, and just within the last week. PewDiePie also recently made an announcement about how he finally feels free from the content grind now that he lives in Japan, he's got his baby. Like, there are a lot of examples of this over the last year alone of huge content creators that are just kind of ready to move on from making content online. And I wanted to go over why. Because again, this is a dream job for so many people. And this is something I've always said, and I'll once again scream it from the mountaintops here. Being a YouTuber or a streamer is the luckiest position you can ever have. And in most cases is legitimately easier than 9-to-5 jobs outside of the internet or other positions that exist outside of the internet. When you are an online creator, for the most part, you get to choose your own hours. It's very flexible on what content you're making or what you really want your online footprint to be. You are in control for the most part, which is a luxury most people, 99% of people in the world, don't get to experience. So how could there even come a time where someone's just like really tired of it or made miserable by it? And I kind of just want to look at that. Because it's not like these creators are geriatric now. It's not like they spent 40 years in the industry and they're just finally ready to just say, kapui, I'm done here. Like, these are still young people. Tfue's 25 years old. He has been online for over a decade, though. PewDiePie is in his early 30s, and he's been online for over a decade as well. So they have been in the industries for, pretty much since the infancy of this whole space. But they're not, like, super old. So how does it get to the point where they're just really that done with it at such a young age? That's what I kind of want to explore here. So, in Tfue's video, it's a very honest and open look at what his content creation journey felt like, where he was streaming all the time, making videos all the time, and he felt trapped by it. Now, he does mention something that many people aren't going to sympathize too hard with, and I understand why. He mentions that having to stream 6 to 8 hours a day every day was brutal and draining. And a lot of people will recognize that that's kind of just normal 9-to-5 job hours. Like, that's less than 9 to 5 job hours, and most people don't have a job that they love, or a job that's fun, like playing video games, and they're certainly not making millions of dollars playing video games for the 6 to 8 hour period, right? So it's something that a lot of people kind of roll their eyes at, and I do get it. Because, again, it is a dream position. However, it doesn't, like, nullify his feelings on it, being forced to play basically 1 or 2 games, or basically just one type of game forever, otherwise viewers drop off, being forced to never really take a break because then you lose so many subs. Like, it is still a draining thing for sure, in a different way. You kind of become a prisoner of consistency, or else you risk taking a big hit to your income for the month. So it is a mentally damaging thing to feel forced to do shit you don't want to do for a long period of time, which I'm sure a lot of people in the normal working world can also relate to. Let me give you a quick example. I stream daily, and I've streamed daily for the last 6 or so years. However, 2 months ago, I had to take 4 days off. Well, it's not like I had to take it. It wasn't like a fucking government mandated vacation or anything. I usually will only take like maybe 1 day a month if something came up and it was too late to stream. So very rarely will you see me not online for 4 days in a row. That's apocalyptic vacation time for Charles there. That's that shit where the audience got concerned and like, damn, we might need a search and rescue team. Like, Charles might be in trouble here. This could be a message, a deeper message. So I had 4 days where I didn't stream in a row because a lot had came up and I just really wasn't able to. And when I did come back, I lost 8,000 subscribers. 8,000 subscribers out of the 26,000 subs I had at the time just vanished in an instant because I took 4 days off from streaming, and I still haven't gotten them back. It's not like they all just came back once I was online again. Now, this isn't some complaint or pity party here because I recognize how unbelievably lucky I am to be in the position that I am. I am one of the luckiest people in the world to be able to do what I do. So this happening wasn't like some kind of shock or something that made me upset or anything like that. This was something I absolutely knew was coming after 4 days off because I'd seen it happen to so many other large creators. This was one of the main motivators behind Ludwig's subathon, if I remember correctly. He took like a week-long vacation and lost like 10,000 subs and kind of panicked to try and get them back and did the subathon. I remember Tyler1 made a quick statement on stream after a short time off where he's like, man, I lost 15,000 subscribers. And this is just something that happens if you're not there every single night, basically, on streaming. Since the online audience is always frothing at the mouth for content, they'll find other streamers elsewhere to fill that void because it's such a competitive space. Maybe they come back, maybe they don't. And maybe they do come back, but they don't have a Twitch Prime, right? Like, there's just so many things at play that do ultimately have a big impact on the person's income when they're a streamer, which is why you very rarely see streamers take a long vacation, or even if they do take a vacation, they still stream during it. Because it's kind of scary not to, because even just taking 1 day off can result in a drastic decline overnight, basically. So for Tfue to talk about this, like, I understand the perspective where if he wasn't streaming every single day, and I know he had a Twitch contract, so he also had minimum hour guaranteed that he had to hit, which I imagine was probably like 160 or maybe 180 hours would be my guess, but I'm just speculating. If he's not doing that every single day, it's hard to make up those hours, and it's also hard to hold on to his audience and that subscriber base. So it could absolutely be a really mentally shitty thing to go through. So I understand why that would be frustrating and make him feel like, you know, he can't really set aside time to do other things that he wants to do outside of streaming. And in the video, he said something that I think is a really interesting look at how the perspective shifts once someone reaches that level and is kind of trapped doing the same stuff. He said that in the beginning, gaming was an escape from reality, but now reality is an escape from gaming for him, because it's now just become something that he is completely obligated to do and isn't finding enough joy in anymore to make it feel like he's spending his time in a good way that makes him happy. Now, he's in a very fortunate position where he has generational wealth. He has oodles of clams, millions upon millions of dollars that he can use to live his life to the absolute fullest and do the most thrilling shit imaginable if he chooses to off the internet. And I think he recognizes how lucky he is, because there's countless people that would love to just leave their 9 to 5 to be able to explore what makes them happiest. And that's fundamentally what Tfue's doing. He's just in a fortunate, lucky position that he is financially secure enough to just step away from his job, his career. And this video is just letting his audience know, like, guys, I really appreciate the support, but it's time to move on to the next chapter of my life, which I think is a totally respectable thing. Now, this is a question I get asked a lot, and especially more recently because of so many YouTubers doing things like Tfue is, making these announcements about very long breaks or all this burnout that they're experiencing, or just outright calling it quits. I've been getting asked if there's ever a period that I plan on stopping, making videos or streaming. Because I've been making shit online since 2007, so it's been a good 16 years here. I actually started in 2006, but I've told all those stories quite a bit. I'm not just gonna give you the lore dump yet again. But, I'm starting to get a little gray in the face here. So is there ever a time where I just plan on calling it quits? And my answer is always a resounding no. Me making shit online is what makes me happiest. I have always been doing this shit because I have fun doing it. It's never been like an obligation for me or something I feel forced to do. I've just always done it purely for the love of it. So I couldn't imagine a time where I just hate it and like get made miserable by it and need to step away or something like that. But I always understand people who do. And I think one of the main contributing factors to that I've discussed a lot is when a creator gets kind of pigeonholed into one type of content and they feel like they can't branch out from it, it leads to them getting really made miserable by it, feeling forced to keep doing one thing forever. No one wants to do the same song and dance a million times. Eventually they want to try other things, but online, taking that step to try other things is extremely scary because it comes with a really real risk of losing a lot of your audience or making things that they won't enjoy or, just driving people away. And that's your entire career. That's your livelihood. You can't really take chances like that for a lot of creators. So it's always a very difficult thing to do, but I think it's the most rewarding thing as well. Because there's very few people that will be content making the exact same thing that they've been making for a decade. It takes a very strong mental to keep doing the same shit forever without wanting to try other things. But again, for a lot of creators, they feel like they need to, and I think that's what really leads to a lot of that burnout and that feeling of needing to take breaks, because the endless grind monotony of just doing it all day after day, this fucking same stale routine, gets to be draining. So I really think that a lot of the big contributing factors that make other creators burn out, I don't really have myself because I do such an incredibly large variety of content and so much different shit. Like, literally, we just started a wrestling league, our own wrestling promotion a few months ago that we're going so hog wild with. Like, we're constantly doing new things. I'm constantly trying different types of content, doing all kinds of wild shit. So I just never really experienced that. Now, of course, I can't speak for like 40 years in the future here, but I just don't really envision a time where I'm going to stop having fun making things. So right now, I don't foresee a future where I just call it quits on creating content or anything like that. But again, with all of these other creators that are talking about this, I really do get it from their perspective on how it gets to that point, even with a job like YouTubing or streaming, a dream job. So yeah, I kind of just wanted to go over this whole topic here. I'm wishing Tfue the absolute best, and I hope whatever he decides to do now post content creation is something that makes him extremely happy. He deserves it. Everyone deserves to pursue what makes them happiest, and Tfue's in a lucky position that he gets to do that. So wishing him the best, and anyone else that's recently announced breaks or calling it quits on content creation, I hope whatever they choose to do next is something that makes them feel. I know I'm tardy to the party with this subject, and I'm sure you've already seen it by now since it happened a few days ago, but just like Game of Thrones Season 8, it just keeps getting worse. It's the Actman situation, Actman versus YouTube. The Actman is a large YouTuber who recently posted an hour-long video, basically an ESPN 30 for 30 documentary, on another YouTube channel going over all the awful things that they've done or said in their time on the internet. And as a result of posting this video, he received a strike. YouTube took it down due to nudity and sexual content because of a poorly photoshopped cucumber next to the person's mouth who the video was about. That seems like a pretty drastic over-enforcement of the rule. If they really found it to be highly sexual, it should have just resulted in limited ads as opposed to a full strike on the channel. Like, I've eaten a banana in a video before, and now I'm starting to sweat. Like, what might happen to me? It just really felt like one of those moments that was a full-blown mistake, and we've seen it a million times in the past, where the YouTube bots controlled by Skynet malfunction and issue a strike at random by accident, and then it's overturned shortly thereafter. However, the appeal was rejected within, I believe, 30 minutes of the Actman submitting it, a manual rejection, which means someone with a pulse supposedly looked at it and still said, yep, that shit's staying off the platform. We're putting the kibosh on it right now. So then it became a little bit fishier. Why? The reasoning just doesn't make any sense. It's not like he uploaded Mr. Hands or 2 Girls 1 Cup in his video. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny piece of an hour-long video that had something that is slightly sexual and by all definitions pretty inoffensive. Almost no one's gonna look at that and be like, holy shit, cover your eyes. Oh my lord, he's going too hard. He's going hog wild out there. It's just not the most sexually explicit thing in the world. Even if they're going full Weenie Hut Jr. mode here, it's still pretty tame by those definitions. Like, it just didn't make any sense. I also think this highlights another shortcoming YouTube's had since the beginning of time, where if a single minuscule piece of a video is a problem, they strike the whole video. They take the whole thing down instead of just letting you yourself remove that piece, that insignificant little piece, that 2 or 3 second little problem zit. Why not just let the creator pop it? YouTube has a built-in editor where you can take things out. So why not just alert the channel like, hey, the video's fine, but there's this one part that's a problem. If you want to keep it in, it's going to get age restricted or you're going to get a strike, but you can take it out and nothing will happen. We're letting you know you have 1 week to take it out. Every single channel would elect to take it out. Like in Actman's case, if they just told him the cucumber Photoshop thing is a problem, I'm certain he would have used the editor to just take it out of the video. Problem solved, and then there's no issue. And that saves YouTube a lot of trouble as well, because that completely avoids the ensuing shitstorm. Why not just let us use the editor to take out the problem? It's something that I also pitched to Susan, the CEO of YouTube, when I talked to her, and she thought it was a great idea, as did the policy head. That was 2 years ago. When is it coming? But anyway, in his anger, he turned to the dark side and committed the sin that every YouTuber is guilty of. He went to Twitter to start a shitstorm to finally force a real answer out of YouTube, to finally get an actual response and real action from the company. But unfortunately for Actman, he ended up with YouTube's cucumber in his mouth. They responded to this by age-restricting 2 videos of his that were completely unrelated, and then just hitting the speedrun any % record for appeal rejections by slapping it down in 30 minutes. So, needless to say, the Twitter action wasn't super effective for Actman, but this was only the beginning, because as of 2 hours ago, YouTube wasn't done huffing and puffing. They blew his whole house down. They demonetized Actman's entire channel, leaving him ineligible for future monetization. This is essentially being fired from his job, all without ever getting a single explanation as to why. It just happened. So this seems like a complete failure on YouTube's part here, and everything that resulted after the initial strike was done in pure pettiness. There's one more thing I'd like to talk about, and it's a little unrelated to the exact Actman situation, but it has to do with the way YouTubers get YouTube's attention directly. As you've noticed throughout the entire history of YouTube, every time there's a problem, people go to Twitter to talk about it, and vent about it, and tag YouTube in it. And the reason for that is because for most channels, that's the only means of getting a response from the company. Do you know how fucking pathetic that is? To have people like Actman, who are essentially employees, having to go on Twitter and publicly whine about their boss? That's so demoralizing. Having to grovel at their feet, cry and beg for just a little scrap of information as to what's going on and if they can lend a little hand to fix a problem. That is just the worst system of all time. but that's the only way most YouTubers have any access to the company, and it seems to be the only efficient way of getting things solved. And I'm guilty of doing it too. I've gone on Twitter to take a fat dump Baruski on YouTube for something they fucked up on, because I try every other alternative going through all of the proper YouTube channels, but it never leads to solutions. The only thing that does is by making a big hubbub on Twitter about it. It's just so pathetic. No YouTuber or anyone wants to be publicly whining on Twitter about a problem. They want it to be fixed behind the scenes, and YouTube shouldn't want it to be a big problem on Twitter either. The Act Man shit has been trending for like 12 hours now. It's like the #1 trend in the world. And it's bad for YouTube, but he's tried everything else. He's been talking to his partner manager, whom I'm just going to say seems like has no power in this situation, which is about par for the course, because a lot of times partner managers have absolutely no ability to solve problems. They're fundamentally just hall monitors for the principal, but don't actually have any level of power, unfortunately, though I do believe they should, because every partner manager I've ever known at YouTube is a great person, really on the side of creators, but their hands are tied with what they're given from the company and how to handle problems. So the only thing YouTubers can do is, once they exhaust their partner manager, if they even have one, and once they exhaust all the official channels, all they can do, the only thing left, is to make a big deal about it on Twitter. And it sucks. It sucks for YouTube because they look like shit, per usual, and it sucks for the creator because no one wants to just be publicly, making a big scene about shit that should be private. It's just so frustrating that it's been like this for years with no signs of changing. They need to improve the communication. When I had a conversation with Susan, this was one of the things I brought up, and I was told that they're working on making that better. That's been 2 years now, and it's still the same. And unfortunately, in Ackman's case, it backfired on him because YouTube got upset about it and started really blasting his whole channel over the issue. Even though they only had a problem with one video, for some reason they extended it to his entire channel, which seems to be purely done out of spite. Regardless of how you feel about Ackman or Ackman's video that started all of this, I believe everyone can agree that the strike is utter bullshit. There is no grounds for nudity and sexual content strike here. And there's even less reasonable explanation for why 2 completely unrelated videos got age restricted shortly after this problem was brought to Twitter. And there's absolutely zero reason for why his whole channel was then demonetized afterward. All of this completely unrelated from that first video. It seems like a complete fuck up from YouTube and an utter failure to enforce their policies properly. And I'm pretty confident they will overturn this. I really do think they will. I think at some point it'll go up the right chain and the right people, and they'll realize that all of this was a big mistake, and they'll overturn it. But they need to not only accept responsibility, but improve the system that keeps failing the platform. There's no reason, again, why YouTubers have only one course of action, which is to go to Twitter. Partner managers need more power to fix things. There's just no downsides to giving partner managers more power. Legitimately, only good things can come from that. It's not like it's gonna birth Dr. Doom. There's not gonna be some rogue YouTube employee partner manager who just becomes a supervillain and, uploads Goatsy on everyone's channel or some shit. If a partner manager has more power and can actually solve problems like Ackman's here, which would only take a couple of seconds to recognize that this is an over-enforcement of their policy and a mistake, then that whole problem gets shut down immediately, and it never makes it as far as this one has in the public eye, where now it's a huge thing on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch. A lot of people talking about it on Twitch too because it's such a big, wide-ranging issue. None of that happens if a partner manager can just solve it themselves. But unfortunately, we don't live in that utopia. We're fucking condemned to this dystopian Narnia where YouTube has this archaic, awful system in place that nothing ever gets solved unless there's an absolutely massive public backlash against the company. So now everyone sees how stupid YouTube looks and how mismanaged and dysfunctional these systems are, and it's a bad look for the platform. It's bad for creators, and it's bad for the platform that there is no actual way of solving problems privately. It has to be done publicly in the public eye on Twitter in order for things to get solved on YouTube. That's so silly. Give YouTube partner managers more power to fix problems, and you solve a lot of reputational damage to YouTube. They can avoid so much conflict in the future if they just give those partner managers the ability to fix things. Everything that's happened to the Act-Man this week is absolutely terrible. It's awful, but I am confident it's going to get overturned and fixed. But it's still extremely embarrassing for the platform as a whole that the only way these things get fixed is when there's a big enough public backlash for it. There just needs to be a better system in place, or this is going to keep happening forever, as it has been for the last decade. Just fucking fix the problem. Partner managers really do everything they can to help their partners on the platform, but they just don't have many tools of helping. Give them those tools. I'm confident all of you know this, but YouTube actually allows some very interesting content under its education policy. So if they deem that the content is intended to serve an educational purpose, you're allowed to get away with almost anything. And heavens to Betsy, I tell ya, sports fans, it does include nudity. Many of you might remember a scandal from a few years back on how a lot of shady content creators were skirting this policy by posting porn, but calling it education. There used to just be porn scenes that were dropped on here under the defense of it being educational for like sex ed. That kind of got, banished to the shadow realm, but that whole idea of education allowing nudity has been exploited for a long time. Another big one was naked yoga. I actually think this one's still around. It's just not as prevalent as it was a few years ago after their crackdown on it. But basically it was, porn, but they'd throw in a couple of yoga poses in the beginning while being nude. But a lot of times the yoga wasn't actual poses, like it's not real yoga. They'd have shit like, behold, this one is the stuffed turkey, and then they start fingering themselves. Or, this is a partner yoga pose, so get an assistant here, get into a downward dog position and have them blow a raspberry on your pussy. It'll help you unlock the 7th inner gate of taijutsu like Might Guy from Naruto. It's integral to aligning your chakras. It was basically just, again, exploiting this educational policy on YouTube in order to post porn. So, after this long-winded explanation of the YouTube educational policy and how it can allow nudity on the platform, it's time to talk about what's brought this up. A YouTuber is absolutely blowing up right now thanks to one video they made, a tutorial on how to nair your asshole. And he doesn't pull any punches here. There's no smoke and mirrors, there's no censorship here. It's just immediately the video blasts you with an anus jump scare. Within the first 4 seconds, he spreads his cheeks at the camera like he's preparing to show you a magic trick, and then bang, it's the whole chocolate factory on display. And again, there's no censorship or anything like that. And then nairs his ass. And it has over 10 million views in the last week. It's been going super viral with people being shocked and stunned that it's allowed on YouTube. Because I guess a lot of people weren't familiar with this educational policy loophole on nudity for YouTube. So a lot of people were just like taken aback by it and now joking around about it. And this success from the video kind of snowballed his entire channel. Now he has quite a few videos with well over 1 million and 2 million views. I tell you, the trickle-down economics from the asshole hair extermination content really did wonders for his whole brand here. And from what I can tell, this seems to be the only video he's made where there's nudity in it, but I didn't do the deepest dive on his content, so I don't know if that's 100% accurate or not, but this is by far his biggest one. It really is a wild situation when you stop and think about it. In the modern landscape of YouTube, people are afraid of naughty swear words, so they'll censor themselves, so that way they can stay monetized. Meanwhile, this guy said, fuck that, here's my ass, and here's how you nair it, if any of you need to nair your hairy ass as well. And he's like actually exploding because of it. But anyway, we went over it more on stream, and it led to a really deep and insightful conversation on swamp ass, so I'm just gonna put all those clips here now. There's a YouTuber named Kevin Leonard who used nair on his butthole on camera. People keep saying that. Is this like a really popular video or something? How to douche your butt. A detailed guide. How to safely shave your pubes. Butt plugs. How to finger your butt. Why you need to shart after he comes in your butt. And it just shows like full nudity? I mean, it's educational. I mean, yeah, it is educational, I suppose. Someone's got to teach you how to use Nair on your chocolate starfish, I guess. The thumbnails can go crazy. It's just a picture of him smiling and it says, Nair on butt. He literally goatsies his ass 3 seconds into the video. I mean, it's only a 3-minute video, so at the very least, he's not putting any filler content for the mid-rolls. He's right into the here's how you nair your butt. That's wild. Yeah, these videos are extremely popular. The nairing your butt has 8.7 million views in 9 days. He's a star. What's a nair? It's that thing that, like, burns your hair off. It's supposed to be for, like, you know, if you want to get rid of your armpit hair, you nair it. That kind of thing. Shave your asshole for a video now? Nah. I shaved my ass a couple times. Like, not with Nair or anything like that. I didn't chemically obliterate the hair on my ass. But I tried to do it to get rid of swamp ass because I thought it would help. Because it's always hot in Florida. So I used to get swamp ass pretty bad. It didn't help. It just made it a lot worse. It just made it, like, much damper. Because at least the hair worked as, like, some kind of, like, shag carpet to catch it, so it didn't just make my cheeks all slippery. But once that was gone, they were able to just fucking flood. So it didn't help with the swamp ass, long story short. So I don't bother doing it anymore. Did you ever cure it? Yeah, it actually just kind of went away when I got older. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, my ass just stopped being swampy as I aged. Maybe out of fear. Didn't want to be shaved again, so it stopped. Ass dried up. Yeah. Out of swamp juice. Which is a good thing. I'm happy that it's no longer a real issue. Childhood allergies? Brother, you think I was shaving my ass as a child? What the fuck? No, man, I was like in college. No, it wasn't childhood allergies that caused my swamp ass. No. It had nothing to do with anything. I love that idea, though, that you could have an allergic reaction to something and your ass just gets swampy. Like, oh my god, wait, is there peanuts in this? Oh god, no. You just fucking leaking out your pants. Fuck! I told you no peanuts, damn it! God, blast! You should see a doctor if your ass is leaking. Oh, I mean, if your ass is leaking, maybe, yeah, but swamp ass is super normal. Just sweat. It's just sweat, and it gets swampy because it's... I mean, it's a fucking brown balloon knot, so it's gonna be swampy. My asshole does not sweat. I don't know why you're coming in here and lying. You're not impressing anyone, big man. Everyone's ass sweats. Like, your whole body is literally designed to sweat. Just different levels of it. Maybe you live a pretty sedentary life and you haven't noticed it. This was very brave of you. My ass sweats a lot sometimes. I'll leave spots on a fabric seat. You're among friends here, pal. Don't worry. This is a no judgment zone. Oh yeah, we've been getting into scientific topics for the last hour. Fucking microplastics, phytoestrogen from soy, now swamp ass. Yeah, we've covered pretty much all of the main anatomy and physiology 101 course topics, honestly. We got the whole goddamn rubric knocked out. These are some fucking stupid ass terms, brother. Mud butt. Today, it all ends. A journey 7 years in the making. There was actually more time spent building up to this conclusion than there was for the entire Phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And this is a story far more important and far more special. This is the story of Michael Superbacker and the Air Umbrella. I've covered this story for the last 4 years. I made my first video about this situation 4 years ago. To break it down, there was a Kickstarter scam called the Air Umbrella, which promised to deliver some kind of fucking Harry Potter level device where it's a umbrella that just shoots a bunch of air out to deflect rain and keep you safe and dry like an invisible force field. It was able to squeeze $100,000 out of gullible people's piggy banks, and among those people was Michael Superbacker, our anime protagonist. When he didn't receive his air umbrella on the scheduled delivery date, he got a little upset, so he posted a comment wondering, where it was. Did it get lost in the mail? Did the mailman steal it perhaps? Can he get a replacement? Just asking questions, and then when it became more clear that it was a scam, he got very upset. Eventually, the Air Umbrella staff and team basically just goatseed themselves in the comments saying, yeah, we're done with the project, get the fuck out, fuck you guys. But Michael Superbacker wasn't taking this lying down. He stayed in the Kickstarter comments fighting for 7 years, demanding they forge him the legendary Air Umbrella Excalibur. And I even made an update to the story only 3 months ago, just letting you all know that Michael Superbacker is still out there, demanding that Air Umbrella arrive at his doorstep one day. And now I am happy to say, thanks to the help of sufficiently advanced Alan, an incredible YouTuber, Michael Superbacker has finally gotten his chance at an Air Umbrella. Let me show you what's going on. First tab. Oh yeah, we can watch the Air Umbrella now. So Alan hit me up a couple weeks ago about the Air Umbrella. He was inspired by the Michael Superbacker story, which we've been covering for the last, 4 years? Sporadically? So, he apparently made his own real Air Umbrella for Michael Superbacker to complete the saga. I haven't seen the video yet, but I did know it was coming. And I'm so fucking excited. I feel like Michael Superbacker, upon actually receiving an Air Umbrella, is just going to, fade away into dust. Like, his time on this realm will end. Because that was his last purpose, the only thing anchoring him to this realm.
More on them later.
Kickstarter Oma, and Monopoly.
Is full of scams. Allegedly. I mean, look at these real useful products.
For sure.
A laser razor.
Not allegedly.
You got a coolest
Very
cooler.
much so.
You've got whatever the this thing is.
This Air Umbrella shelters you from the rain.
Yeah, baby.
A powerful stream of air.
No, seriously, what the hell is this? It's a CAD model of a stick? How did 825 people fall for this?
Kinda.
What is this guy doing? He's zip tying
Hitachi
a
wand.
stick onto another stick? Nothing is going on. What is this montage? No, you don't talk. I am talking right now.
Is currently in the stage of research.
Is some Sam and Moza.
Research D's nut campaign, and I'm seeing a lot of them from Michael Superbacker.
That's the boy.
238 of them are Michael Superbacker. That means, on average, he has left a comment here every 10 days asking where his Air Umbrella is for the last 7 years. This is
He has actually done that, so a little heads up for anyone unfamiliar with the Michael Superbacker story. The Air Umbrella was a Kickstarter gone wrong. It was a big scam, got $100,000. Michael Superbacker, along with others, were demanding their Air Umbrella. And they all try the same thing everyone that's going through the stages of denial try, which is invoking the Kickstarter code of we are owed a refund. And when that didn't work, Michael started treating this like his sailor's log. It became his diary. So he's written on the comment section of the Air Umbrella so much. I've learned so much about Michael as a person just through his comments on that Kickstarter. It's so good. It is one of the most interesting pieces of internet lore.
Maybe we'll get an extra present/reward smiley face.
If only
this will be
he
the last
knew.
Smiley face Michael ever commented on this page. A few months go by and Michael starts having doubts. It said a December delivery. It's January 9th and I haven't received my umbrella yet.
Thanks to the resub
Are they
sim.
already sent out? Where the is my money? Where the
There he is.
Pretty much the only person left actively leaving comments on the page.
Standing
Hello?
atop that
I've
pile
been
of
literally
corpses.
asking the mailman every day. Is it here? Is it here? He just looks at me with a sad face. Please send my product soon. Thank you.
I love Michael.
That brings us all the way to this year, 2021. 1 week ago, day 2582. The search goes on. I want to make Michael Superbacker a real working Air Umbrella. And I'm
Yes, what a saint. Michael is a man of focus, a force of nature so powerful not
Oh,
even the air umbrella
I'm
can
flattered.
stop him.
Charles White is the only person who I'd call a Michael Superbacker expert. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, Charlie, thank you for taking the call. We're doing this interview in a van.
That sounds fitting for something like the air umbrella, really.
What?
I like to imagine him as just this mysterious air umbrella spirit of vengeance.
The reason I'm calling you is I want to try and make Michael Superbacker a real working air umbrella.
That's so fucking cool. I think it's like that last piece of his identity. Like, once he gets it, he will be whole.
I sent Michael an email, and I messaged him on YouTube. And I
He's a
tweeted
prime Atlas.
over a period of 2 months with no response. It's time to get serious. The Michael Superbacker YouTube channel has 0
He hired a
videos, but
private
does have
eye.
featured channels.
He's been commenting on my channel for the past 2 years, so I did recognize his logo.
Is he talking about
Wait,
Air
what?
Umbrella on your channel?
No.
Hold on, what? I didn't know that. This is so thorough, Alan. He really went like full, like Sherlock Holmes on this case. Who does he like on YouTube? Audrey. I can find her. And using Audrey, I can get to the source.
Maybe the I got 1,000 subscribers without posting is kind of a flex.
He was the first comment on one of your videos. First, Happy New Year, Audrey.
That's a little...
Like, he was the...
That's a little wild.
Oh, maybe he's dedicated.
Michael Superbacker won't reply to me, but he will reply to Audrey. Would you be willing
This is genius!
to follow him back on Twitter
Fuck!
for me so that you can send him a DM? On October 4th, Audrey DM'd Michael Superbacker this message, and as of the publish of this video, he has yet to respond.
Man, what the fuck? What?
Michael Superbacker, wherever you are, whoever you are, I will
How did that
hunt
not
you,
work?
I will find you, and I will give you an air umbrella. We're gonna crowdsource this. If you know someone who might know someone who might know someone who might know who Michael Superbacker is, show him this video.
This is
Michael,
amazing.
when you see this, leave a comment right here on this video so we can all confirm, and I'll finally send you your air umbrella.
So I tried really hard to find it because I'm pretty convinced Michael Superbacker did send me an email at some point, which I responded to and never got a response back from. I feel like maybe Michael Superbacker is a hostage and he's only allowed internet access in like brief moments of recess, like very sporadically over the last 7 years he's been able to use the internet, and he spent the majority of that time commenting on the air umbrella post as maybe a cry for help. Maybe if you went through all 238 comments he's left and like take the first letter of each comment over the 7 years, it like spells out his location, longitude and latitude or something. But I'm almost certain, though I couldn't confirm it, that he did email me once. So I know he is like a living, breathing person. He's not like Cleverbot. Not that that's helpful to this search, but I'm almost certain. Well, that was easy. Well, that search didn't take long. He was probably the first comment on this video.
I've commissioned what is probably the closest thing in the world to what the Kickstarter promised to deliver.
Can we try it out?
That looks pretty good.
Now I'm gonna be a man from the future.
It's just a leaf blower.
Lay on me!
Oh yeah, okay, that didn't work very well.
Keep going, it might work! Oh no, I can't believe it didn't work. But that's when Simone came up with a brilliant idea that was really
Thanks,
obvious
Prime Jordan.
in hindsight.
Hope you like it, Robotic.
That's much better. Let's see how well this works. Oh! That's like legitimately like the force field that the Kickstarter claimed would be for.
Yeah.
If that air
That's
umbrella
pretty,
was the size
well, that was
of a
pretty obvious. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
We're gonna try the hose on the mist setting first, because this is about like as light as it gets. It's like a gentle drizzle. I'm just gonna back into it.
Well, I like to imagine Michael Superbacker really will use this.
It goes sideways.
He'll walk around New York with this during the rain.
Mist. It works with mist.
It does work with mist.
He's the Prime
3, 2,
Internet
1.
Lord in the resub Anthermy.
Oh, it's kind of working. Are you getting...
Now, what if we double-fisted this? What if you had two taped together in a bigger head?
Just when I thought things couldn't get any better, God himself got involved.
In case you didn't know it,
Thanks,
it is
Resub
wet
Rinny.
outside.
We're LA. We're always unprepared for the rain. Come on.
I don't own an umbrella.
Oh
because
my god,
it's
this is
rare.
this is actually a sign. This is a sign.
The future of umbrellas is not a tuba. It's for you, Michael. I think this is working.
Thanks, Resub Gingerbet.
And then the rain turns back on.
It passed the final test. Real rain. Dude, that is until...
The rain's picking up.
I'm getting drenched, so go.
It seems to be working.
It's not working anymore.
We just need a bigger... It needs to be like an absolute massive cannon.
Hey, you're buying me lunch, right?
Yeah, I'll get
This
you
is
a
so
phone.
cute.
Yeah.
His 7-year-long journey's finally come to an end.
I want to thank Bluehost for sponsoring this part of the video. If you didn't
Oh
know,
my
Bluehost is one of
God.
the largest website hosting providers and already
Michael,
powers millions of websites. They've got
here's
this
to
web
you.
builder that's really style.
I have no doubt he also set a speedrun world record. No, but this is the real Michael Superbacker, I can already tell. Yeah. Look at the merch, where is it? Oh, here. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. I say, yeah, let it fucking ride, Michael. He's trying to get his money back. Well, yeah, but now he's got an air umbrella. Today was a big day for me on YouTube. I was recommended a video called How to Eat Ass. I don't know why YouTube algorithm recommended this to me. It must have just thought my ass eating game was lacking. I didn't type anything in that would lead to that. I was actually looking up sausage recipes when I first saw it in the recommended tab. So I thought, you know, perhaps this is just a divine sign that I need to step up my rusty trombone playing. And I've decided, let's take a gander. No harm comes from there. I'm no stranger to the art, but there's no reason not to learn a few more techniques, I suppose.
How do I eat ass?
This tutorial is coming at you from Dr. Lindsay over at Sexplanations. I immediately recognized her from an older video where she taught me how to make toy vaginas. Basically just do-it-yourself arts and crafts projects to make fuckable pussies at home.
Step 1, ask your partner if you can. Any interest in me licking your asshole the next time I go down on you? How would you feel if I made out with your butt while you masturbate? Have you ever had a rim job?
The reason why I trust Dr. Lindsay so much, especially when it comes to ass eating, is you could see the passion, feel the passion when she's giving these steps and this advice. This isn't some kind of boring lecture at a university or you're reading out of a textbook, step 1, have you ever had a rim job? You know, there's no soul, there's no flavor in there, but when you get it from Dr. Lindsay, you can really feel the excitement with the question, and I really think that goes a long way.
Step 2, once you have consent, it's time to get ready. Avoid giving anything bad to their asshole and getting anything bad from their asshole.
I initially thought step 2 of getting ready would consist of making yourself presentable for eating ass, you know, putting on your best suit, your most prized fedora, putting some pop rocks in your mouth so that way when you're licking the butthole it starts to tingle a little bit, which just adds to the sensation and the thrill ride. But actually what she goes over is the diseases that can come from eating ass and, you know, making sure you're aware to avoid those things. Equally helpful advice, but also make sure you're wearing a suit when eating ass.
Step 3, set a time. I'm sure you don't want to go down on someone and find a dingleberry of poop and pubes stuck in your teeth. So if you're the one with the asshole, watch your bowel movements.
I like how she says if you're the one with the asshole, as if the person who's licking the asshole no longer has their anus anymore, so now they're just like lost loved, looking to lick as many buttholes as they can, just trying to remember their own asshole that they lost somehow. I know that's not how she means it, but that's how I like to imagine it. Obviously what she's talking about is just being aware, making sure that the spider web of asshole hair doesn't accidentally catch a little bit of colon chocolate in there before analingus makes sense.
Shower and wash your whole butt with soap, especially the anus and all those little crevices that make it look like a star. Stay outside though, don't go inside. Then make sure to rinse off all the soap. Trim, shave, or wax your pubes if you choose and wash again. If you're the one with the mouth, how about nothing spicy to eat that's going to burn the anus if you lick it directly? And for hygiene's sake, clean your mouth.
All solid advice, nothing that caught me by surprise, nothing I didn't already know. Obviously, if you're going to be sucking on the old septic tank, make sure it's at least as clean as it can possibly be. Last thing you'd want to do in that situation is start licking a loaded gun down there and start tasting some foul shit in your mouth. When ass is eaten properly and all precautions are taken beforehand, it should be flavorless and feel like you're licking an old man's elbow.
Step 4, acquire some dams for a layer of protection. They reduce the risk of all the bugs I mentioned earlier and cover up the smell and taste of asshole. And non-microwavable cling wrap.
Yeah, this step's going to be optional for a decent chunk of people, I imagine. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of people in the heat of the moment being like, hold on a second, I'm going to go grab the cling wrap.
Step 5, with all preparation in place, play. Play with all sorts of body parts, kiss, massage, whatever it takes to get all riled up before. Step 6, when you lightly blow on the asshole. The blowing will not only light up this sensitive spot, it will waft the smell toward you so you can evaluate whether or not you want to proceed.
Yeah, that was new information for me, so this is basically what I needed from the video, some new insight. I'd never even thought of this scientific test to evaluate whether or not the ass has been properly, prepared, like a fine Thanksgiving turkey with enough time in the oven, is it a good turkey? The simple asshole blowing test seems, speaking just from common sense, I imagine it'd be really effective. If you blow on a dirty butthole, it's going to smell like shit. It's going to smell like a dirty butthole. It'll smell like you're just blowing a fart in your face, and you don't want to be sucking in a fart. So then you just say, hey, look, I see that you didn't give it enough time to marinate. You didn't take the precautions seriously. We're going to have to reschedule this analingus appointment.
If everything is a green light, move on to step 7, add lube and put a dam in place. Add enough lube to keep things soft, but not so much that the anus thinks it's leaking.
This is making this whole operation sound like a Tom Clancy game right now, like a stealth mission to fool the anus. You don't want to use too much lube, using too much lube, and you get like a fucking mission failed. You have like the little Metal Gear Solid thing go off, and then all of a sudden, like, mission failed, ass thinks it's shitting.
Don't literally eat ass. Unless your partner is into a poking feeling out of nowhere. Spreading the cheeks and going straight in for asshole can feel quite jarring. I personally associate it with a pelvic exam or a wedgie.
That makes sense. You don't want to just get right up in there, just go full throttle and scare the person. It makes sense to approach with care.
Once you're at the site, think licking, gentle sucking, kissing, and tickling. Even making contact and not moving at all can be incredibly arousing. The anus is densely packed with nerve endings. It's part of a concentrated area of erogenous tissue, and it's slightly taboo. So there's a thrilling adventure in doing something pleasurable that society tells us not to.
That statement right there kind of dates the video. The times they have changed, haven't they, Dr. Lindsay? Society's telling us all the time, you got to eat ass. It's like one of the most popular sayings around at the moment. But this video came out 3 years ago, I believe, so it's a little behind the curve right now. I mean, you can't blame it. It's a product of its time. But they have shifted, and now it's all about ass eating. Also, people that suck on asshole, those are gamblers right there. They're taking a big risk with low reward. Like, best case scenario, you sucked on a butthole, but worst case scenario, you suck in like a fart or a bunch of shit or something. Like, you're really rolling the dice. Rarely will you have a doctor recommend gentle sucking on a butthole. Like that right there. I mean, you're flying real close to the sun, and you better hope your wings don't burn up when you're in that territory. Because I tell you what, that would be an utter disaster.
Step 9, check in. Come up for air and ask your partner questions. More, wetter, deeper. You could ask them open-ended questions like, how is it? But getting a yes or no answer means you're not caught up in conversation when they likely want your mouth getting back to business.
Yeah, just getting smothered by ass and just fighting your way through the cheeks to come up for air and say, hey, I don't think you took cleaning seriously, my mouth's on fire.
Step 10, enjoy yourself. Step 11, wash your mouth and face afterward. Step 12, then stay curious. Have the longer conversation about what it was like.
Those are the 12 steps to eating ass, and I gotta say, I mean, it all makes sense. 100%, I agree with Dr. Lindsay's take on the whole thing. I just don't really understand why it was recommended to me when I was looking up food recipes, but I'll fucking take it. I really enjoyed it, and I thought that was a very insightful look, and again, I learned all about the... Many of you know one of my favorite channels on YouTube was All Gas No Brakes. I'm using the past tense because All Gas No Brakes, as we know it, has been put in the dirt, buried, sent straight to hell by a predatory company called Doing Things Media. That is our anime villain for this arc. So just to give a brief background on everything, All Gas No Brakes is a channel fronted by Andrew, who's probably the last great journalist. He is the final raid boss of beautiful journalism. He goes to the goofiest conventions and meetups and puts a mic in front of them and a platform to just express their deepest inner thoughts. A lot of times they come across like actual lunatics right out of a fucking asylum, and then other times it's actually pretty informative. Andrew's microphone is like a Millennium item from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, this shit is an actual magical item that somehow draws out the crazy from anyone he puts it in front of. It's so fun. Like, he'll go to Talladega and he gets like 40 people that for some reason are all talking about butthole. It's incredible. Everything Andrew posted on All Gas No Brakes was gold. I've been a huge fan of the channel for a long time, and seeing him blow up over the last year or 2 years has just been really great because I think he truly deserves it. But what he didn't deserve is what Doing Things Media did to him. Just like a bidet, they cleaned his ass. You see, when Andrew was just a young man, a brand new Boy Scout to the internet, Doing Things Media gave him an RV and $4,000, and from that point forward tried to control his entire fucking life, like the puppet master pulling his strings. They wanted their dick into every single one of Andrew's holes. And recently Andrew made a post on Instagram saying that he no longer makes any money from All Gas No Brakes or the Patreon, so he has really no affiliation with either of those anymore, as those both seem to be controlled by Doing Things Media. This means something must have gone awry with the deal that the two had, and Doing Things Media has completely locked him out of the empire he built. Now, if I had to hop in the mystery machine, eat some Scooby snacks, and take a guess at what went wrong with the contract, I would wager that Doing Things Media was taking an absurdly high percentage, like a lot of these companies used to do, like Machinima and shit. And as Andrew continued to grow, he became less comfortable with the massive percentage they were taking from his cut. So he probably wanted to renegotiate the contract, to which Doing Things Media pissed their pants, flipped over a desk, and kicked Andrew out of the office, spitting and cursing his name, which leaves us in the situation we're at now. I went over and showed a lot about this on stream the other night, so I'm just going to play those clips, and then after that I'm going to go a little bit more in detail. All Gas No Brakes. As many of you know, that was like one of my favorite channels on YouTube. I don't know how many of you know this, but All Gas No Brakes is dead. Oh, Jesus, Andrew, the guy, is not dead. I mean the channel, sorry. The channel is dead. So, definitely phrased that poorly. The channel is dead. What happened is the deal between Andrew and the parent, Doing Things Media, has led to him being thrown off of this channel and the Patreon. So he no longer makes any money from All Gas No Brakes channel or the Patreon because Doing Things Media is a predatory piece of shit. Yeah. So All Gas No Brakes, the channel, is gone. I'm sure they're going to try and move on without Andrew, considering that's all they have. Doing Things Media is truly fucking horrendous. Look at what they own. Literally all they have is Instagram meme pages that steal other people's memes. And then for some reason they also had All Gas No Brakes. It's so fucking sad. They really took advantage of it, Andrew. They really fucking did. I was reading about it the other day. And then, what's his Instagram? Yeah, he talks about it in this. I hate Instagram. Man, Instagram fucking sucks. But yeah, he made a post kind of detailing what's going on. Again, pretty much what I just said. Doing Things Media fucked him in the ass raw. He seems like a really good guy too. Definitely didn't deserve it. He built that shit from the ground up. Doing Things Media did nothing for him. Well, I mean, they gave him the RV and $4,000. Yeehaw. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom though. He also has a deal with Tim from Tim and Eric. So I believe what's going to happen is Tim's company, Absolutely Productions, are going to fully take on Andrew, and they'll probably create their own thing. So it's not completely the end, but All Gas No Brakes, that YouTube channel, is Doing Things Media, and we will probably never see Andrew on that again. Really sad story. Andrew got machinima'd. Now, it's important to note that Andrew never says Voldemort's name. He never mentions Doing Things Media. However, he does mention that the root of all the evil that he's experiencing right now comes from a contract that he signed with an employment company that with a production company that loaned him the RV and shit like that, which Doing Things Media did. So, I mean, it's pretty clear that it's most likely Doing Things Media. I'll keep it a little open-ended because ambiguity is pretty cool, I suppose. Creates a nice mystery. But I think we all know who's behind the mask here. Doing Things Media is a conglomerate, I suppose, that literally only steals memes. Almost everything they own is Instagram meme pages that they lift from Reddit and Facebook. It's pathetic. I don't know how they got so lucky to have this golden goose with All Gas No Brakes. It's fucking wild to me. And what's even crazier is they have the chutzpah, the gall, to think that they can continue to run the All Gas No Brakes channel without Andrew. That channel is Andrew's expression. People tune in for Andrew doing these interviews. I don't think there's going to be too many people excited to see his Season 2 replacement where they bring in fucking Paul Blart to do the interviews at FurryCon or whatever. It's not going to be the same, and people aren't going to watch it as much, and it'll eventually fizzle out and die like a little wet fart into the wind, and All Gas No Brakes, that beautiful channel, will be going out with a whimper instead of a bang. All because Doing Things Media is greedy and overconfident in themselves. Even on their own website, they say All Gas No Brakes grew on Instagram as if it was their doing. Like, them posting an All Gas No Brakes clip on a fucking meme page of golfers doing things helped him in any way. Andrew grew this shit on his own. He pulled up his fucking bootstraps, pulled that shit up to his goddamn nipples, and went hard on great content. Doing Things Media did not grow this channel. Andrew did. And they kicked him out of his baby. It's sad. I really cannot believe the hubris of them to think that this was in any way a good idea. This company should have been fluffing Andrew's dick when it was soft, bending over backwards for him. If he wanted to spit in their face, they should have accepted it with an open mouth. They only have Andrew. Everything else they own is not even close. It's all fucking meme pages that are dying on their own. It makes no sense that they would think that they can strong-arm Andrew when he should have all the power in negotiation since he is their biggest outlet. Now, of course, you could say, oh, but Charlie, some of the pages they own have more Instagram followers than Andrew had subscribers. But there's a big difference between an Instagram follower that doesn't engage with your content, where like on fucking golfers doing things you have 200 likes on the newest post and shit like that, versus a massive YouTube channel pulling in millions of views per video. It's not comparable at all. Andrew, on every single one of their things I looked through, is by far their biggest. And for some reason, they decided to try and slap him around a little bit, and it didn't work. Andrew is no longer associated with it, and I don't understand how Doing Things Media thinks that they were in any way doing a good thing here. They lost their golden goose. It would have made more sense if they just tried to appease him and kept him under the Doing Things Media blanket, considering he's their most well-known and biggest one. It's so fucking dumb. And it's absolutely shameless that they take from Patreon, too. Locking him out of his own Patreon, as if they had any role in that. That's people that directly wanted to support him and the channel, and they're taking that shit away, too, which is fucking crazy. So I'm guessing the contract meant that they owned everything. They had a piece of everything Andrew would ever do in his life, which is probably what scared him away from them and their refusal to renegotiate. These are all just guesses, of course, but that's what it seems like based on his Instagram post, and just based on the history of these kind of channels like Machinima and other MCNs like that. They have oftentimes done some extremely shady, sketchy, and just disgusting practices, taking advantage of people that are young and don't really know the landscape. It's pathetic, and now YouTube lost one of its most interesting channels on the platform, and it's sad. That's really about it. I just wanted to talk about this because it seems almost nobody knows about this. I know Ethan talked about it on the podcast recently, but that's the only other person I've seen even mention this happening, which is surprising because All Gas No Brakes is beloved on the internet, but it seems like just not a whole ton of people know about this. So hopefully this will let you all know that you can expect some changes in All Gas No Brakes Season 2, if they even try to move on without him, which they shouldn't. And hopefully we'll see more of Andrew and see more of his interviews and his content going forward, where he's probably going to be. What an interesting week for YouTube. A couple days ago, they did something I don't think anyone ever expected. They fought a giant company on behalf of a YouTuber. Something they've never done before. A world first here. Maybe you want to pat him on the ass and tell him good game. A great, great move from YouTube, finally. And then the next day, they made an absolutely horrible decision that made me want to cry, cum, and puke. It is baffling how they could go from something that everyone loves to something that everyone hates in the matter of 24 hours. It's crazy. It's a real Jekyll and Hyde situation at YouTube. There's a team that makes some good decisions, some good shit that people like to see, and then there's a team that's more active than that team, the fucking boogeyman unit, that makes the worst possible decisions imaginable for the platform. So let's go over both. I want to start with the positive side first to cushion the yuckiness of the negative side. So this is actually a situation we followed since December with a YouTuber named Totally Not Mark. Mark is an anime and manga YouTuber who set a world record for fastest dead channel thanks to 150 videos being taken down in a single day by Toei Animations. They Thanos snapped the majority of his content away because they claimed his content infringed on their copyright and fair use. They don't believe in it. It's like Santa Claus to Toei. So he lost all 150 videos. That was a big part of his channel. I think at the time he was only left with like 60 or 70 videos on his channel after that. So it was a massive blow to him. And it's obviously extremely hard for an individual to fight against a company of Toei's size with as much money as they have. They can just toss their legal meat around as much as they want and not feel it. It's not the same for someone like Mark. So they were using their big fucking nuts and their big wallet to bully Mark and keep the videos down. So he had a very difficult time until 2 days ago we got an update to the situation where Mark basically won for the most part against Toei because YouTube stood up for him and fought for him against Toei. And it actually revealed how petty Toei was. I'll give you like a brief overview of the situation, but I highly encourage you to check out Mark's video on it because he obviously goes into more detail. But he revealed that Toei actually violated YouTube's policy because initially Toei wanted to strike Mark's channel 150 times for each instance they believed that he infringed on their copyright. Now, for those that don't know, a strike is the worst thing that can happen to you on YouTube. It's like getting hit over the head with a sledgehammer. It's 3 strikes and your channel gets deleted. 150 strikes is what Toei wanted thrown against Mark. That wouldn't have only deleted his channel, that would have sent Mark straight to prison, banished him straight to the fucking Shadow Realm, sent him to hell. That is an absurd amount of strikes that they tried to throw at Mark all at once. They loaded up the cannon and fucking tried to blast him. But YouTube didn't let it happen. They said, no, we're not going to do that because we believe his content is most likely fair use. Like an argument could be made for it, so they initially didn't let Toei do that. So what Toei did is they went behind YouTube's back and used a different set of tools to manually go through and take down 150 videos, copyright block them. So he didn't get strikes, but Toei still got the videos taken down. And this was a complete violation of the YouTube policy. So when Mark finally did get a team at YouTube that wanted to help him and assembled the Avengers at the YouTube HQ, they noticed what Toei did and realized this is not okay, this is a violation. So then YouTube just wiped their ass with Toei's face. Like they full-blown just put their ass in Toei's asshole. They washed the blocks and came to the compromise where YouTube was going to block those 150 videos in Japan only, which, because Toei was arguing that it's not fair use by Japan law, YouTube said, okay, bet. Blocked in Japan. They're fine everywhere else. So now for the most part, Mark has all those videos back online everywhere except Japan, which he's not super upset about. And that concludes the Totally Not Mark vs. Toei anime arc. Now I think it is worth mentioning that Toei can still fight this, and I think there's a great chance they probably will considering how petty and out of touch they are. They could try and make a legal argument that the 150 videos are a complete violation of copyright law and they are not fair use, but they would have to argue that outside of Japanese law. They would have to prove that on like a global scale, that Mark is some kind of evil super villain mastermind pirate sailing the 7 seas. He's crossed the Grand Line and is delivering illegal anime review and manga analysis. They could still try, I think they might, but for now, it's overall a victory for Mark, and I was happy to see this, and really happy to see YouTube for the first time actually standing up for a creator in the face of a massive corporation putting pressure on them. So, now that I've fed you the good shit, let me go ahead and give you your vegetables now. I'm going to give you a little coffee enema here, some gross shit. YouTube recently hinted that NFTs are coming to the platform. We don't know in what capacity, but it seems like YouTube really wants NFTs to be an integral part of the YouTube ecosystem. This came right after Twitter introduced the profile pic NFT system they have, where you can turn your fucking goofy profile pic into an NFT, and it's just like this hexagon. The NFT craze, it is an endless drain of misery. So yeah, YouTube is looking to bring NFTs to the platform and ignoring all problems. Like, instead of fixing things on YouTube, they're just introducing more fucking problems and things that people don't want. People still want dislikes back. No one's given up on that crusade. Everyone still wants dislikes back, and the only thing YouTube's done on it is double down saying they made the right call.
and then after doubling down on the removal of dislikes, they then announced NFTs. Luckily, these two things are going to coincide greatly because when they do bring the NFTs to the platform, it's going to have nothing but likes on it. You know, you won't be able to see if anyone disliked it. It's going to be 100% approval rate, baby, because dislikes are fucking gone. I still can't get over that, and after reading the article, it made me even more upset just how out of touch they are. And I don't think they're genuinely out of touch. I think they know exactly what they're doing. By hiding dislikes, it only helps corporations, and they know that. They keep bringing up this dog shit argument of the reason they removed it was because of targeted harassment campaigns where people mass disliked videos, which hurt creators' feelings. But that's such a small, awful example to use, and their solution doesn't even work because the creator still sees when videos are mass disliked. They still see the dislikes. So who does it help? It doesn't do anything. The creator is still seeing that, hey, these people fucking hate me. But no one else can see that. So it's still just hurting the creator's feelings. Like, it doesn't do anything to solve the problem that they keep saying it was aiming to solve. All it does is help it look better. Help YouTube look better to advertisers and corporations. It's fucking gross, it's fucking silly, it's stupid, and it is still the worst change YouTube has probably ever made. It just blows my mind how they can have one team that does something super great like what they did with the Totally Not Mark situation, and then a team like this that removes dislikes and introduces NFTs. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if YouTube in the next 5 or 6 years removes the ability to even upload videos yourself. You'd have to mint them as NFTs on the blockchain or something. Like, YouTube just becomes an NFT video sharing platform, and that's it. Like, imagine nothing but Bored Apes but animated, and that's YouTube. Just sad, silly, stupid, upsetting shit. No one wants non-fungible tokens on YouTube. They can go funge themselves. No one is asking for this, and yet YouTube's bringing it anyway. Because right now NFT is that fat hotness. Everyone wants to get in on NFTs. Jimmy Fallon's popping off on Bored Apes. Gwyneth Paltrow's even got her own Goop line of Bored Apes. You know, everyone in the corporate space loves it, and so YouTube is following suit. So yeah, there's a renaissance happening on YouTube right now, and you can either get with the times or get out of here. Scram. The future's coming and you can't stop it, old man. And that future has a name, and its name is breastfeeding. YouTube is no stranger to people trying to weasel their way around the rules to find loopholes that allow them to post porn on the platform. And the most recent and very successful strategy here has been breastfeeding videos in order to promote an OnlyFans. So, there is a channel, RIP, this is kind of a funeral service for the channel as well, called Sierra Education. She had over 150,000 subscribers, and she was kind of going viral on Twitter when people became aware of this with all the views and subs she was getting, where she was making breastfeeding videos where she just had full-blown honkers out there. She had titties not censored at all, and she used a little fake baby to give breastfeeding tutorials that would link to her OnlyFans. Now, as of right now, as of making this video, her account has been banned. I can't access it anymore. However, I did get to access it a few nights ago on stream in order to do my own investigative research here, so I'm going to go ahead and show you that. Yeah, Sierra Education, new breastfeeding tutorial, 4K breastfeed tips. What's weird is, well, I mean, I think you know it's weird, but what's interesting is this isn't new. In fact, there was a time when YouTube, a long time ago, I made a video on this lady, she circumvented YouTube's like pornography stuff by filming breastfeeding videos with her actual child. And she ended up going to jail. Still in jail, I'm pretty sure. She's using fake boobs, I'm pretty sure. Oh, not her. You're talking about Sierra? Hold on. I'll check on another screen here. I'll tell you if they're fake boobies or not. It doesn't look like she's using a real baby, so that's good. It seems to be a doll. And those definitely aren't fake honkers. Case closed. Myth busted. Now, I meant stunt titties, like a pair of, you know, complete make-believe hocus-pocus titties. There's no telling whether or not hers are big naturals or if they've had augmentations done to them, you know, like some Deus Ex titties or whatever. But I was saying she's using her actual breasts on her chest, not using, like, some kind of movie prop boobies.
We actually had a lot of fake titties around the warehouse back when I had my Library of Alexandria sex toy collection, so I've seen my fair share of those, and I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that's not what she was broadcasting on YouTube. Now, I can also confirm that she wasn't using a real baby, at least not in the video that I had up, so she probably won't be facing legal repercussions like the woman who came before her. Her name was Lee Felton. Lee Felton used to post breastfeeding videos onto YouTube, uncensored, just like this, and she used an actual child for it, an actual baby for it. And eventually, when authorities were alerted to this, they kind of ruled that that's extremely bad because it's basically bringing a child into porn. Like, she would do things like oiling up and all of that. It was fucking disgusting stuff. Unforgivable. So she is still in jail for that. Now, Sierra Education here, that's the name of the breastfeeding pioneer that everyone's been talking about recently, it was just her and a doll. So she probably won't get any kind of like legal trouble for it, but it's still so fucking degenerate and gross to be using breastfeeding as a means to promote your OnlyFans and like whatever other porn or whatever. That's so fucking abhorrent. What she did was clearly a violation of the YouTube rules, which is why she's banned. YouTube has always had rules where if it's educational or artistic, you can post content with nudity in it. This is something we talked about like a year ago with the guy who nared his butthole under the education clause, teaching people how to properly de-hair their brown balloon knot. And I believe that same channel has also done the same for like shaving your pubes and stuff. So this whole branch of content is nothing new, but the big difference here with Sierra Education and her breastfeeding versus, you know, the butthole hair vaporizing wizard is that that channel with the butt nair, like the eviscerate all the hair on your chocolate starfish, that never linked to like porn or OnlyFans or anything, whereas Sierra Education was directly linking to an OnlyFans. So I believe the reason she got banned isn't even because of the breastfeeding itself, because naked yoga is another old popular trend on YouTube where people would post completely naked yoga videos under the education and art clause and never really got super punished for it. I don't know if that's still around. Actually, I'm going to check real quick. I'll be right back. So if I come back looking all sweaty, you know that it's still around. It doesn't appear to still be around. But what is another huge trend right now with the transparent try-on hauls, where women have noticed that you can once again put nudity on YouTube through an educational context if you do like clothes reviews, so try-on hauls. And what they're doing is they're getting transparent clothing and just being naked underneath it. So, and some of them do like in the shower too, like how absorbent is this material? So they'll wear like a white shirt and then go into a shower and, you know, get it all wet so you can still just see full milkers and everything. So like there's always these different little tricks and cheats and all of that in order to get pornographic content onto YouTube. And right now, the breastfeeding one from Sierra Education was probably the most successful and biggest example of that. But also, now that I mention it, I think transparent try-on hauls are probably just as big, if not bigger, because they continue to just grow. More and more people are doing that, and it's the same thing. It's basically just doing it to have nudity on the platform to try and make money that way. And every time I talk about this kind of stuff on stream, people always inevitably ask, why? Why the fuck would someone want to put this kind of content on YouTube? Just keep it on OnlyFans or keep it on, you know, whatever other sites you're using for that kind of content. And the answer is pretty simple. It's because YouTube is the biggest possible platform to get eyes on it. So if you're someone like Sierra Education, you can break out on YouTube through this breastfeeding guise, this ruse, and link people to your OnlyFans that would have never seen it before. It put so much attention on her, and she was constantly translating those peepers to her OnlyFans to try and monetize them and immediately try and capitalize off of that. It's just a bigger stage for it to promote to something else. It's the same reason why someone wants to do it on Twitch, because there's more people going on to Twitch than there are going on to Chatterbait or something. So if you can stand out on Twitch as someone that's doing some kind of sexual content and link to your like full-blown sexual content, you stand to get more eyes on it because the platform's bigger. That's just always been the way of things. You want to try and stand out on a bigger platform to increase your odds of being seen. Now, I'll briefly go back to Sierra Peach for a second because she is nothing if not tenacious. Her main account with over 150k subs did get banned. but she is already back on the grind posting on other YouTube accounts with the same content, and she's doing it on Instagram now as well. Instagram has recently become completely infested with porn now. I've been seeing a lot of discussion around this where if you go through like any pages really, you'll inevitably end up on something pornographic just fucking jump scaring you. Like going through Reels, apparently a lot of people are getting it. And it's people like Sierra Peach that are starting to recognize like, oh, even getting banned, it doesn't matter as long as a few new people see it. They might come and spend a few dollars on my OnlyFans or, you know, pay for a couple months on OnlyFans. So people are starting to catch on to that. So they're flooding places like YouTube and Instagram with it. It's not surprising by any means. As I mentioned, this is nothing new. But it's always so degenerate to do some shit like this. To promote porn through breastfeeding videos is just so weird. That is so fucking weird. Even though she's using a doll, it still doesn't take away from just how bizarre and gross that whole idea is to promote porn through breastfeeding tips. I don't know you personally, but I do know something about you. I know that you know there is a big problem afoot. There has been an issue that has been spiraling out of control. It's out of hand, out of this world, out of mana. It's outrageous is what it is. And much like the question on my medical sign-in sheets that asks if I'm pregnant, it's gone unchecked. I'm talking about YouTube comment bots. And it's not just exclusive to YouTube, but it has, over the last month or so, become almost unusable to go into the comments section on any video on the platform because of bots. Mutahar just made a video covering this, and it really sparked a passion deep inside my soul that made me want to speak on it more publicly. Typically, I've only addressed it loosely in streams, and the reason is I don't like to talk about this issue because talking about it makes it worse. It only emboldens bots even further to become more of a nuisance. They're a swarm of locusts that have truly infected the platform in the biggest possible way. And I am confident every single one of you watching this knows exactly what I'm talking about. We're gonna really get into the nitty-gritty here, into the weeds deep, to talk about this whole issue. It's not something that just started a month ago. This has been a problem on YouTube and really any social media platform for years. There is a report that Mutahar also covers that posits that over 50% of the internet is now controlled by bots. The content that you're consuming, the people you're interacting with aren't actually people. They're not flesh, blood. They're fucking binary and cringe. And thanks to things like the rise of AI, it's only becoming more prevalent. And thus it leads us to the current climate of YouTube, where anytime you go to any comment section and leave a comment, you will immediately get replies from like 5 or 6 bots saying the most heinous shit imaginable. A good chunk of them will just spam racist shit. I don't really understand why. Someone has paid money to have these bots just comment on videos saying racist sentences. I don't know what there is to gain from that, but it's really, really popular on YouTube for some really lonely, miserable weirdos with their shit-stained diapers in the dark to put money into that resource. And then the other half of the bots are ones that are promoting nefarious shit. Once again, referring to Mutahar's video, you'll find this exact comment plastered on pretty much any video on the platform that has over 1,000 comments, unless the creator's already manually gone through and deleted these and banned the accounts. And it's always from different accounts, but the accounts are always something similar that talk about being a pedophile. And the comments always say pretty much this exact sentence. Their CP videos are more entertaining than this slop. Check the link in the channel to watch them. Mutahar went to that channel in particular, and there is a Discord link that claims that you can watch the CP videos by clicking that link. That is illegal. They are promoting illegal content through YouTube. That is so fucking disgusting. And the fact that these accounts are able to do that without YouTube having some kind of automation to shut it down is shocking. And there's a few different versions of that. Some of them talk about you can click their channel to watch them do things to animals or other absolutely vile, evil acts. And this has become so common that it's left many viewers wondering why YouTubers themselves aren't doing more to stop it. I've seen a couple posts on Reddit saying things, you know, like, Heavens to Betsy, why isn't Charlie doing anything to stop the bots in his comments? He's not swooping in and breaking their arms like Batman protecting Gotham. Does he not care that the comments are going to shit? Well, of course I care. No one likes to see their comment section end up in this kind of state. Especially not when it's promoting awful, awful things. Like, nobody wants that. I use all of the automated tools YouTube offers to try and put the kibosh on this garbage here. Most YouTubers do. But sometimes it's just not enough because it's so easy to make a ton of bots. Even going through manually and deleting each and every comment from bots, you'll still have more bots that could show up later because it's like a Hydra. You cut off one head and fucking 5 take its place. You know, it's a tough battle. It's like me competing in a tall person contest. It's a losing battle. Like, no matter how much I try to use YouTube's tools to stop this automatically, a lot of the time, it still just slips through. Now, this isn't every channel on the platform that has this problem. Like, one channel that I've never really seen have any bots in the comment section of is The Spiffing Brit, and I don't know how he does it. He has tons of comments, he's a huge channel, and somehow he doesn't have a bot issue. Like, I don't know what he's done or what deal with the devil he signed to keep his comment section fucking squeaky clean of that virus, but hats off to him, because it is extremely impressive. I've tried banning phrases, banning the accounts, obviously, but that doesn't matter because they just make new accounts within a fucking second. They just snap their finger and 1,000 more spawn. So I really don't know what else there's to do. I feel like that anime side character who watches the protagonist like march on and he monologues in his head like, he's on a different level. I've just trained my whole life to get stronger, and yet this guy, he's already 10,000 times stronger than me without even training. How does he do it? Like, it's one of those things where, like, I truly don't know how he's able to stop all of the bots. I don't know if he's hired, like, a full-time comment specialist, like a hall monitor to be in there day and night in the trenches, boots on the ground, manually smiting each bot that pops up. I really don't know how he does it. But there are a couple more channels like his that don't have that issue. But the vast majority of channels on the platform that end up with like 1,000 or more comments on their videos do have this bot pandemic. And it's not new. Like I said, bots have been a problem on YouTube for a long time, but they've evolved into the worst possible form, which is what they are right now. Bots used to be like, this is Bob. Paste Bob on 1,000 more videos and you'll get great luck. Your crush is going to come up to you and kiss you on the cheek and you're going to win the lottery and mom and dad are going to get back together. Just make sure to paste Bob. And it's like a fucking ASCII art stick person waving. Like, that used to be the bot and the bots and the spam from back in the day. Then it became like promoting porn, where you'd have like nude model profile pictures that just auto-generate a comment and then say like, you know, click here for my spicy stuff. Love this YouTuber. And if you want to see more of me, click this. And it links you to like porn. Then it became what it currently is, where it's actually just illegal stuff. Illegal stuff and like the worst, most vile things you could ever imagine being put into a comment section. It is a cesspool. It is fucking swampy. And I know it's not just exclusive to YouTube, but it is extremely bad on this platform. I don't have the answers to it. Like, I don't know the solution or the fix. Maybe if some of the other YouTubers that have somehow cracked the code on how to stop it, maybe they'll come out with like some kind of special tutorial for it, releasing the Krabby Patty secret formula on beating the bots. But until then, I don't really know what to do about it. Maybe YouTube at some point will step in and offer more tools to stop bots, or maybe they'll do something on the back end to make it harder for the platform to be exploited by bots. I really don't know. But over the last month or so, pretty much every time I stream, I'm asked, why am I not doing more to stop the bots in the comment section? Am I even aware that there's a problem with bots on YouTube and in the comment section, ruining the comments? And the answer is yes, I obviously know there's a problem. Yes, I've been trying everything I can to stop it, but none of my attempts have been successful, clearly. And it's not just me. It's many, many other creators that are having the same issue. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit here because Mudahar's video really motivated me to want to speak on it as well. It is an issue that does need to be addressed, and hopefully some... It's a terrible day for rain. I'm wearing black because we're mourning. It didn't feel appropriate to put on a white shirt and have my bubbly, happy-go-lucky, enthusiastic self here today when talking about such a serious topic. YouTube is currently running an experiment to crack down on ad blockers. Some of you may have noticed over the last 24 hours your ad block is no longer functioning on YouTube and you're getting a message about it. This is our first casualties of this long and bloody battle. The first mangled corpses littering the battlefield. The ad block champion for which we have worshipped for so long is starting to be attacked. Now, honestly, I'm surprised it's taken YouTube this long to try and fight back against the empire here of ad block. It's been around for well over a decade. I don't know a single person under the age of 50 that even uses the internet without an ad block. That's just a recipe for disaster. I'm at the point now where if a website even asks me to disable my ad block, I just leave. Like, I can't even go on Forbes anymore because it has that pop-up saying, disable ad block in order to read our dog shit, and I'm out. I drop everything and I say, you know what? I'm not eating at this lunch table anymore. I just can't peruse the internet without an ad block. It feels like unprotected sex with someone completely filthy. It feels vile. So ad block is a core part of the internet experience for a lot of people, myself included, clearly. So to see YouTube starting to shut down the ad block functionality on the platform is a little sad and alarming for me because clearly I haven't been on here without an ad block in so long. Now, on my phone, when I'm listening to music or something on my phone, I don't have YouTube Premium or anything, so I still do get ads, but they're usually pretty manageable. It's only like a 5-second skippable, or a 15-second ad or a 5-second skippable ad, so it's not that bad. It doesn't bother me that much, but on my computer, you know I stay fucking strapped with that ad blocker. And I, of course, always encourage everyone out there to have some sort of ad blocker. There's even browsers with ad block built in, like Opera GX. This isn't like a sponsored segment or anything. It has a built-in ad block. It's just important. You know, there's no reason to be going through the internet and being inundated with, you know, all these ads shoved down your throat and slapped around with all kinds of intrusive advertising you don't want to see. It's just kind of a necessity. It's a core part of the experience in the cyberspace. It's like looking both ways before crossing the street. Make sure your ad block is on before visiting this website, just in case. And sometimes it's just downright dangerous to not have ad block on, because some of the ads are just straight up viruses and malware. Now keep in mind, this is still an experiment. They're still in Dexter's laboratory right now cooking this up in order to fight back against ad blockers, so this isn't going to apply to everyone out there. Maybe you're still in the good graces of your ad block and it's still functioning as it always has. But a lot of users are receiving this message that says, ad blockers are not allowed on YouTube. It looks like you may be using an ad blocker. Ads allow YouTube to stay free for billions of users worldwide. You can go ad-free with YouTube Premium and creators can still get paid from your subscription. And then you have the option, allow YouTube ads or try YouTube Premium. Now, I obviously understand why YouTube is doing this. I think everybody in the world has an understanding of why YouTube would want to stop ad blockers from working on their site. And it's because they lose a lot of money to it, like probably billions of dollars to it. YouTube does rely on advertisers to be on the platform, and thus as the user base continues to grow, so does the exposure to ads, which puts money in YouTube's pocket to keep the service free, so that way people can still keep getting free content. They just have to sit through the ads. And with ad block, they've kind of taken that out of the equation for a lot of people, which means a lot more people aren't seeing the ads, which means YouTube's losing out on that money. It's all pretty simple. We're not diving into any quantum computational bibble babble. It's YouTube loses money when the ad block is on, so they want to rip that condom off so they can get that money again. So ad block will no longer function, which sucks for me because I'm not a YouTube Premium subscriber and I don't want ads, which means I'll probably have to pay for YouTube Premium here pretty soon. Right now, Google is calling this a small experiment, but it's important that we realize that everything big once started small, except for me. I started small and I'm still small at 5'6", but the point is, they're saying it's a small experiment globally that urges viewers with ad blockers enabled to allow ads on YouTube or try YouTube Premium. Ad block detection is not new, and other publishers regularly ask viewers to disable ad blockers, which is true. This isn't some kind of groundbreaking, innovative technology here that detects the ad block. Like, they're not a pioneer. Tons of sites have done that and are still currently doing it. YouTube is just one of the last ones to do it, surprisingly, and now they're finally deciding to get into that ball game. The article also mentions how they do experiment with other kinds of ad strategies. Last year, they did an experiment that forced users to watch a long chain of short and unskippable ads. I believe this was all on YouTube TV, where they had like 10 unskippable ads, just to test out if TV watchers would be more susceptible to long-form advertising. And then it also mentions that YouTube creators have seen a steady decline in ad revenue since 2017 with the adpocalypse. So, one thing that they mentioned here, and a lot of people have talked about, is when ad block is disabled, the creator makes more money off ad revenue. I don't know if that's true or not. I've always encouraged people to have an ad block when using the internet in general, which of course applies to my content as well. So I don't know if that's going to be a noticeable impact on creator ad revenue or anything. It makes sense, like the logic makes sense, that all tracks, that if more people are seeing the ads on your videos, that means more dollars, more doubloons in your pocket for it. So I do think that it probably will lead to higher ad revenue for creators, but it comes at a cost to the viewer experience because, again, no one really wants to sit through the ads. And if they don't want to sit through the ads, then the only other way is the YouTube Premium, which costs money. So all of it's not exactly how I'd like to see it play out, because I always think the most important thing is people getting to have a fun experience that isn't a headache. And right now, that to me is having the ad block on and just being able to watch the content immediately with no stress and no financial investment in order to get that experience. Also, you might remember a few years ago, actually quite a long time ago now, there was a couple of delusional creators that were absolutely huffing glue, and they started to whine and complain about people using ad block. We had these fucking hall monitors on YouTube who were like, ad block is piracy, it's theft, you're stealing from the creators. If you care about our content, you'll turn off the ad block and you'll click on the ads too, god damn it, you fucking filthy swine. And everyone shot spitballs at him and made fun of those clowns. Well, now they're probably wiggling their finger, like completely jubilated at this new announcement here. No, that mentality hasn't been prevalent in quite a long time. That's kind of faded out because it's so ridiculous to try and claim that free content is being pirated when they're not watching the ads. It's so stupid. But I just wanted to point that out right now because they're probably ecstatic. Like, they're probably going wild right now. Fucking rip their shirt off and twirling it over their head right now. I just slapped the mic. I bet that sounded amazing. Sorry about that. I guess a little jump scare. But yeah, overall, it's a sad day. It's the end of an era, the end of the ad block utopia we've taken for granted for so long. I can only hope that this doesn't become even more widespread, because right now it's already huge. I mentioned Forbes earlier, but there's a lot of major publications that won't even allow you to access articles with an ad block on. And like, I understand, all of these sites need advertising to survive. But the problem is the ads are way too intrusive. When you do make the mistake of obliging and turning off your ad block to go to these sites, you get like fucking 9 different ads all at once. You'll have like an auto ad that plays with audio on some sites. You'll then have like a drop down ad that'll come through, which takes up like half the screen. And then you have 2 ads on the side. It's so much. It's like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro, but all he's seeing is fucking dog shit advertising. It's too shitty. So if you really do want people to browse your sites without an ad block, then make the advertisements less intrusive, less invasive, and less of a fucking headache and an eyesore. It's that simple. That's how you solve this whole thing instead of punishing people for having an ad block. Now, in the case of YouTube, like I said, I do understand it, and right now the YouTube ad system isn't that bad. I get it on mobile because I don't have YouTube Premium, so when I'm listening to music, I get the ads. And right now, I only ever get a 15-second unskippable ad or a 5-second skippable ad. I'm never getting a ton of them, though there are occasionally moments where if I'm not paying attention, I'll get like 2 ads back to back, and that second one's like a minute long, so I have to go over there and be like, skip. Because if I don't, then I get like an entire fucking short stories content worth of advertising. So they do have those sneaky little bastards snuck in there occasionally, but it's always skippable. So if you're just present, you can skip it. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't bother me too much. But I probably will end up just getting YouTube Premium because I really don't want to be getting... For too long, I've buried my head in the sand, plugging my ears, pretending nothing's wrong. But it's time to finally rise and hit you with the cock meat surprise. It's a subject a lot of people have asked me to weigh in on, and I just haven't really bothered until now. Jacksepticeye recently made a video talking about it, and it's something that I feel I should also talk about as well, since it's so highly requested. It has to deal with a problem that YouTube's been facing for about a year now, and I expected it to be resolved by now, but it's showing no signs of improving or getting better, so might as well address it since a lot of people have also noticed it. And it has to deal with the comment section. The YouTube comment section is inflicted with the scarlet rot. It is just being fucking poisoned by bots and spammers. When you think of hopeless misery, you probably immediately picture Twitter. But then right above that, you have the YouTube comment section. For a really long time, it's had a very negative reputation, and for good reason. YouTube comment section is where basic reasoning goes to die, for the most part. And depending on where you end up on YouTube, you can find some of the most outrageous shit imaginable with hundreds of updates supporting it, and then like a full 500 reply thread on it. I remember a long time ago, it must have been like almost 2 years ago now, I was watching a flat earth rap video, and the top comment was someone talking about how they had a nightmare that an octopus inked them, and it somehow like helped them achieve enlightenment, like this blissful nirvana, and they were able to see like interdimensional celebrity demons or something, and they went on with this like crazy fanfic, and it had tons of updates, and then all of the replies were like, oh my god, I had the same dream, we're somehow connected, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm getting carried away. Point is, the YouTube comment section has always, for like the entire history of YouTube, been a weird and wacky wasteland. However, it has never been as bad as it currently is, because now it is completely infested with bots and spammers, and I'm sure you've seen them. If you leave a comment on any YouTube video, including this one, I guarantee it, if you leave any comment, all of the replies, and you'll get somewhere between like 2 and 10 replies, and all of them are bots saying the same shit in different ways. The big ones are, this guy's content is garbage, I'm making straight bangers on my channel, click here. And sometimes the bots are sophisticated enough to somehow slip a link past the link block. So they'll sometimes just drop a link to something, whether it's a YouTube video or a website, be like, this video is super sucky, this is a stinker-rooney on the highest level, look at this link, this video is amazing, or I just found this guy's chat logs on this website, click here to look at it, I've been crying all day after reading it. And if you make the mistake of clicking on any of these channels or clicking these links, you'll find that on the channels there's no videos. So I imagine it's maybe to grab your IP or something fucking weird, I don't know, but most of the time there's not even a single video there. And if you make the mistake of clicking a link, you're absolutely going right to a fucking phishing scam. And if it's a link to a YouTube video, you're absolutely going to a really fucking sketchy YouTube video with 009 soundscape blasting in some kind of Windows Movie Maker tutorial. Like, it's the weirdest shit. It's like the bots are somehow stuck in 2009, and yet they are still spamming the comment section on every single comment. They're replying to all of them, and almost immediately too. Which is why a lot of people don't comment anymore, because you can't really have a discussion since it's taken up with the bots. No sane person wants to leave a comment on a YouTube video and get 50 notifications just having their fucking phone blow up, vibrating like it's a perpetual Amber Alert, all with notifications that McButtmaster42 has replied to your comment 10 times saying the same shit like, hey, I'm making heaters over here, stop by. So obviously most people don't want to comment anymore because of this. So it ruins whatever discussion may have taken place. Contrary to popular belief, I, and many others, do at least peruse the comments from time to time, especially on things like the Moist Meter, because I like to hear what other people are saying about the same movie or same game that I experienced, because I like it. I like to engage in that kind of discussion, which is why I like streaming on Twitch so much, because I get to real time go back and forth with actual human beings. But on YouTube, humanity is extinct in the comment section, overrun by the machines. It's full-blown Skynet. If Skynet was run by actual fucking imbeciles. It's straight up dog shit. It's blatantly obvious bots. And when it's not just the same copy and pasted shit, what they're doing is they'll have like a picture of some girl's fat fucking titties, like some big honking milkers, and it'll say like, tap here for sex with me, and then they'll copy and paste whatever the top comment is that looks like it was made by someone with a pulse. So for example, on one of my Elden Ring videos, if the top comment was, wow, Charlie might be the most talented gamer of all time, he truly has achieved Turbo Super Gamer Barbarian status, then the tap me for sex, fucking tap here for sex with me, those channels with like big ass out, like goat seeing themselves in the profile picture, what they'll do is they'll copy and paste that comment as their own so that way it doesn't look like they're a bot, hoping that someone will read that comment, think it was a real person that made it, and then click on their channel and get scammed. Because you're not having sex with that person, it's just a bot, but it's pretty smart in that it's copy and pasting a comment from a real person and trying to make it like their own. So it's such a fucking war zone of garbage in the comment section, all fought by non-humans, just actual robots. So it is ruining the comment section. It genuinely is, and it has been for like a full year now. And it's not just like the sexual scams like MILFs are looking for you, click here to watch me spread my pussy and say your name. More than just that, even aside from that, there's one that is bigger, a much more prevalent comment ruining trend. And it comes from verified channels, actual YouTube channels, real fucking verified checkmark channels, and they are all leaving the same copy and pasted note on every single channel. And I'm sure you've seen it, and you will see it under this one, and it goes something like this. We can all agree that this YouTuber never disappoints us with their content. And it usually has like a lot of, thumbs up, the updoots off the charts, because it seems like a positive statement. And it's coming from a verified channel, so people that are human beings are most likely just clicking the updoot on that, and they'll say like, oh yeah, that was sweet, agreed, super sweet, this YouTuber's amazing. But what it is that verified channel is just pasting that on every single channel they can find. It is, again, a bot. They're not manually doing it. I am certain that they're using a bot or some kind of script to paste that on every channel that they can find that has like any following whatsoever, in the hopes that when people see that, they're like, oh, this verified YouTuber is also a fan of my favorite YouTuber. Let me check out their content. They're being really supportive. Let's see what they're about. So they're hoping they'll leech a couple of people from the comment section by pretending like they care about what they watched. Even though they didn't watch it, they're not being supportive. It's just more copy and paste. It's all so similar, but they do change it up occasionally. For example, this verified YouTuber has left this exact comment on my videos for the last couple months. I tell ya, he must really love the consistency and quality of my content. And I love the consistency and quality of his comments too. Very insightful. He's very much into it, I can tell. So like I said, it's a ton of variations, but they're all saying the same shit, and it's copy and pasted everywhere on the platform. We can all agree legendary creators like this make our days. We can all come to an agreement here that fucking epic YouTubers like this make our dicks rock fucking hard, baby. Make sure to click my channel. I'm verified. Check it out. Don't forget. It's disgusting. It's shameless. And I can't imagine it even works, because when you go to their channels, and I have made the mistake of checking it out, they only get like maybe 10 views on the videos. Like, I don't want to give any of the channels away here because they're looking for attention, obviously. But one of them had like 500,000 subs, and all of their videos had less than 200 views. So either this YouTuber fell off harder than Simba's dad in The Lion King, or it's a bot. Fake. And their subscribers are not humans. They just paid for it, and they're all bots. Not a legitimate account. Now, there's really nothing to do as the YouTuber here to combat this phenomenon happening in the comment section. You can set like blocks on certain phrases, words, links, and all that, but they somehow always find a way to get around it. Just like Jacksepticeye mentioned. They'll change certain phrases, they'll change a couple of things, and somehow it just slips on by again. There's just no way to really stop it. It'd have to come from YouTube's end to verify whether or not the account posted in the comment is a legitimate account or a bot. And I don't have like the real solution here. I don't have the answers. I just wanted to talk about the problem. There is no solution at the moment, but I would love if the comment section could actually be going back to human beings discussing things and human beings embarrassing themselves instead of robots doing it and trying to scam each other. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this since Jacksepticeye brought it up, and a lot of people have noticed it in my comment section as well and have been asking me about it to do something. There's not a whole lot I can do. This would have to come from YouTube's end as a platform-wide change in how they identify what are and are not bots. That's like the only way to stop it, and I don't know if that's coming anytime soon. I don't even know how they'd do it if they tried, but I just wanted to at least bring it to your attention and let you all know that yes, I see what's going on too. Yesterday, YouTube lost one of its most interesting channels, Unus Annus. The death of Unus Annus was like the ending to the Iron Giant movie, where the Iron Giant flies into space and intercepts a missile, sacrificing himself as everyone looks on in admiration and horror for what he ultimately did. And I can't really say the death of the Unus Annus channel was an untimely death. In fact, the death was right on time. For those that don't know, Unus Annus was a channel and project started by Markiplier and Ethan, Crank Gameplays, where they would make one video a day every single day for a full year, and then after a year, at exactly 1 year, they delete the entire channel, erasing every video from the internet, and to my understanding, taking down re-uploads of the content, but not like evil like the DMCA where you get your entire Twitch channel banned if you hum 4 seconds of a Billie Eilish song. They take down the re-uploads because it defeats the entire purpose of the channel if it all still lives on post-mortem. So it really is kind of scummy to re-upload the shit knowing full well the purpose of the channel is to have the videos erased after a year, so that way the content only lives on in the memories of people that watched it while it was live. So I can absolutely respect the decision to take down re-uploads because it does spit in the face of the entire meaning of the project and puts a big hemorrhoid right in the Unus Annus of everything. Now the content that Unus Annus was posting wasn't like low effort shit. It wasn't like they played Minecraft for an hour and a half one day and split it up into 10 parts over the course of a week and a half or anything. They did entirely original ideas every single day, and some of them were some like really big scheme projects where they set up an entire like fucking haunted mansion and escape room and just really interesting ideas and content that they were able to produce every single day for a full year, putting so much effort and so much into that channel, and then at the end of it taking it all down. That takes a lot of strength and some of the biggest fucking dicks I've seen in a minute. The channel had over 4.5 million subscribers, every video was easily over 1.5 million views, and even still, that didn't sway them from their goal. They wanted to create this very unique project and they stuck it through till the end, doing everything they said they would do. They did a live stream last night for 12 hours, counting down the end of the channel. They had over 1 million people watching it. It was a really good live stream, looking back on all the memories, just going through the entire year in rewind one more time before ultimately taking it all down. It was an extremely interesting live stream. I didn't get to tune into a ton of it, but only like 3 hours in between me getting unhealthily addicted to Demon Souls and playing that on stream for like all day. But when I was tuning in, I really enjoyed it, and I got to catch the ending of the stream, which all of it just was great. Like the whole project, I think, was something truly interesting and fascinating. I was honestly expecting them just to come on the live stream and just goatsy themselves in front of everyone and just say, you get fucking pranked, nerds, we're actually just gonna keep posting, we're not deleting the channel, what are we, idiots? You know, just something like that. But they really did follow through on everything, and I think it's all the more special because of it. So I just wanted to talk about this because I really think the Unus Annus experiment was something really, truly unique. Something I haven't seen before, and definitely not to that level, with that level of commitment too, especially in 2020 with everything that happened with all the pandemic and shit. For them to continue posting daily, doing these big projects, and then still following through with deleting the channel, I mean, it's just really something special, and they should be very proud of themselves. And I'm sure everyone that watched the Unus Annus content has a very special wet spot in their trousers because of it. I don't know when or if we'll ever see another big project like this in the future. The only other thing that even comes close that I can think of is there's this channel I've tuned into occasionally, like checked in on once a year, like a concerned parent, where this older man will get in a bathtub wearing boots and a suit and just sit there and moan for about 20 minutes, and he uploads that once a day in different suits and different boots. So, I mean, it's kind of similar to Unus Annus in certain respects, I suppose, but I just don't think it has what it takes to reach the level Unus Annus has and made such a profound effect on so many people. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Suit Boots Bath Guy will pull it off. But right now, I just don't know if we'll see another big project like this that can compete with what Unus Annus was able to do here over the last year. So I just want to give my goodbyes to Unus Annus, the factory of fucking bangers. I'll toss some flowers on the grave and pour some Fireball whiskey on top of its tombstone. Also heard Ethan was talking some shit about me during the Unus Annus live stream, so you're real lucky that it was ephemeral, Ethan, and that there's no record left of you talking shit, because if I saw that, Hulkmania would run wild. I'd take your ass right to the WWE SmackDown WrestleMania. I'd throw your ass in some kind of confusing Kama Sutra pretzel hold submission style and start biting your goddamn nipples off or something. I'd get fucking vicious talking shit about me behind my back. Have you no shame, you cruel, cruel man. But anyway, really just wanted to talk about Unus Annus because it actually happened and I'm as shocked as you are. YouTube actually reverted one of their bad changes they've made recently. This is more rare than winning the lottery. In November, YouTube made changes to their monetization policy, which overnight slapped a ton of channels and demonetized a large portion of their catalog, with no warning whatsoever that it was coming. Pretty much overnight, a ton of channels had their income drastically affected, which led to fear and outrage, naturally. They decided that it was time to really sterilize the content. No more of those naughty sailor sentence enhancers. Welcome to Weenie Hut Jr., bub. So they punished a lot of channels, and today they actually announced that they're reverting that change on the bad words. So they're no longer going to be treating all curse words equally. There's going to be tiers to them, because fucking obviously there should be. Not every curse word's the same. You can't argue that hell and damn are on the same level as a fuck. The original policy said that all bad words are going to be equal in the eyes of the algorithm, so it was a big problem that now they've recognized was a problem, so they've dialed it back. They're also being more flexible on the harshness of the language you can use in the content and still be monetized for. Not only that, they're finally showing us how the sausage is made and is no longer just making it vague statements. They are making it very clear what is and is not going to trigger different levels of monetization, what is and is not allowed for full monetization, what will result in limited monetization, and what exactly will result in no ads. They finally laid it all out plainly and clearly, so there's no guesswork anymore. Overall, this is a very surprising announcement because I can't even recall the last time YouTube reverted a policy change. The only one that even tickles my noodle is when Google Plus still existed and you had to sign up for Google Plus to comment on YouTube videos. But I feel like the only reason that got taken away is because Google Plus got taken away. That got buried like a fucking dinosaur. It went extinct. The service ceased to exist. Thus, it could no longer exist on YouTube as a commenting feature. And it's been like 10 years since then. God rest the soul of Google+. I know all 3 people that used it are probably still very distraught about it. May time heal those wounds. But I feel like I'd remember if they actually reverted that change before Google Plus's collapse. And I don't remember any announcement like that. I think they were stubbornly going to ride or die on Google Plus, and then Google Plus died. So not even that really fully qualifies, I don't think. I actually just can't think of another policy change they've ever walked back on. I really can't. This is truly a unicorn here. It's super refreshing, and I'm thankful that they're, going back on this change. So now you can, again, say your fucks. You can then say, whatever other colorful language you want to include without fear of your livelihood being threatened for it or anything like that. But I am admittedly confused that this is the first change that they're publicly eating shit on, saying that this was too far, too Insano style, it wasn't how we wanted it to be, and we've listened to the feedback, so we're going to revert those changes. I'm just surprised it's this one as opposed to dislikes. They removed dislikes a long time ago, and people still are very vocal about how awful of a decision that was, and people are still very much wanting dislikes to be re-enabled on the platform. And I feel like that's a pretty easy one for them to do, because dislikes still exist, it's just not publicly accessible on the platform without an extension. So they could easily flip that switch back on, and it'd be a slam dunk to showcase that they actually are listening to feedback now. I think this is a great first step, like, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm happy about this. Hey, we heard you, we're reverting this change, it wasn't a good change, but why not also extend that to something like dislikes? And also, they haven't made any mention on that violent content policy that they updated at the same time as the cursing policy, where a lot of channels were also hit by that if they were playing a video game that was a little too violent. So there is still room for improvement, but it is a good first step that I'm thankful for. So I just wanted to at least point out a couple of other things that I would like them to address as well. Of course, the biggest being bringing fucking dislikes back. Now, there's one more pretty important thing that I'd like to talk about. They actually put out a video going over everything and explaining it in greater detail with an actual face to the policy. This is their lead monetization guy, and I half expected this to just be like a fucking android or robot or something, but they actually have the real living, breathing human being that's behind these monetization changes and these monetization policies coming forward to explain it.
This November aimed to improve the clarity and enforcement of our advertiser-friendly guidelines, and to make it easier for creators to monetize brand-safe content.
I don't really get how the November change was supposed to make it easier to monetize brand-friendly content. It didn't seem to have any effect on what was already considered brand-friendly, so that seems like kind of a nothing point. And I'm also not on board or subscribed to the belief that it was done with the intent of clarifying their policies on, cursing and all that, when it was just a full overhaul of what is and is not allowed in regards to monetization. So changing, like,
the first 15 seconds you can't say anything that's even somewhat naughty and shit like that, and treating all curse words equally. That's not really providing clarity, that's just completely changing what's already been established. So I'm a little confused on what the actual goal was, if the goal itself wasn't to make it a more strict environment, which it seems like, from what he's saying, that's not what they were intending.
Since then, we heard concerns from creators about the impact of this change. Upon reviewing our own enforcement data, we found the profanity policy resulted in a stricter approach than we intended. As a result, we are making the following changes to better reflect the goals of our initial update in November.
Again, that statement has me scratching my head like I've got fucking lice. I'm very confused. How could you not have foreseen that this profanity change makes it a more restrictive environment? If that wasn't the goal. Like, it seems like the goal was to change the profanity policy in order to make everything cleaner for people that, you know, rely on AdSense for their livelihood on the platform, right? I don't understand exactly what the goal was if the goal wasn't to change that policy itself, because he seems to insinuate that the belief was it would make things easier. How? In what fantasy world would that have actually been the result from the policy change? It just makes everything a lot more tough and harsh to create in.
We are no longer treating all profanity equally. Usage of moderate profanity, words like bitch, douchebag, asshole, shit, at any time in the video content is now eligible for green icons. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue. Usage of stronger profanity, like the F word in the first 7 seconds or repeatedly throughout the majority of the video, can now run limited ads. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue.
When he really spells out the November update, you can truly hear just how fucking brutal it was. So it is fantastic that they're walking it back. That is great. And it's also lovely to hear this guy say things like bitch, asshole, and douchebag, and he even says fuck, too. He referred to it as the F word here, but he gets a little loosey-goosey with it in a little bit. He just straight up drops a fuck in there, which is pretty cool to hear.
Content using profanity, moderate, or stronger words like fuck after the first 7 seconds will now be eligible for green icons, unless used repetitively throughout the majority of the video. As was the case before the update in November, use of any profanity, be it something like shit or the F word, in titles and thumbnails will receive a yellow icon.
I really do appreciate his matter-of-fact way of presenting this. He just lays down the brass tacks and he does it in 4 minutes. It's pretty concise, it's bite-sized, so that way you get all of the information you need and you'll know exactly what will result in what monetization status. So I actually think it's a really great thing that they've done here. I don't know if they normally do this and I've just been missing it, but if this is new, I hope they continue it because it leaves no more room for vagueness or misinterpretation of policies. I think that's nice. I also think it's a good thing that they have the head honcho here of the department being the principal actor here in the content, so that way he can be the face of it the way that it should be, since he is the one that leads the policy monetization team. So, overall, I am very appreciative that they have reverted these changes. I'm not going to play the rest of the video where he goes more in depth on more of the profanity changes. You can check that out yourself so that way you have more clarity on it as well. But overall, a great change, and it seems like it's going back to the way it was before November. And actually, from the sound of what he was saying, it seems even better than it was pre-November. But maybe now I'm just not remembering exactly how the policies used to work. Regardless, though, it is a good thing. This is a rare YouTube W on this situation. I'm happy for it, but I think there's still more work to do. I do hope they continue this. I hope this is the start of more transparency, a willingness to listen to the community in regards to changes that they make. I'm hopeful that this won't be a one-off decision that they make, and we can start tackling some other problems, like the dislikes being hidden still. See, like, I already like the conversation happening in chat right now from the people that have seen it on whether or not it's actual shit or a kebab. That's what's so beautiful about it. Wubby compared it to that blue dress that went viral on Twitter a while ago. Everyone sees something different, whether it's poop or a kebab. I'm literally shitting right now. How does that help in the investigation, man? Here's my theory. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It is both shit and a kebab until you take a bite of it and taste it. Only then will you know its true form. Alright, I'm just gonna let it ride. Fuck it. I need to know.
Trust me, I
I'm
wouldn't
in
come
too
back
deep.
unless I had something important to talk about. And
I have
boy,
to see
do
it.
I. This photo, this single disgusting photo of a kebab has haunted my friend group, my thoughts, my emotions for nearly 2 years.
See, like, you don't know if
And
it's
in this
poop
video,
or a
I'm gonna be
kebab.
taking you on a journey of people were offended. It reminded me of the blue dress photo that
Yeah, I
around
think
the
that's a
internet
great
for while.
comparison.
The longer I stared at it, the more it would become something else. At first glance, it kind of looks like shit, but when you really start staring at it, I've seen kebab that looks like that. This photo became a bit of a joke amongst my friends, where we would
It is
share
quite the
occasionally, a
interesting
small argument would
conundrum.
break out.
So
But
this is
his
where I
photo,
stand on
he
it.
was retweeting somebody
I
else
think it's probably bad kebab because there's no way someone took a shit that presentable into a box. There's no way. That would be like the actual cleanest shit imaginable. And there's no way they were able to fish it out of a toilet because then everything underneath it would be all soggy and wet and it wouldn't be all together anymore. I don't, like, that is a picturesque shit. That looks like gag poop that you'd find at like Spencer's in 2005. So I really think it's probably a kebab that's just trash, like a really bad kebab.
For us, Craig's DMs were open, so I DM'd him right away. So at this point, we have Justin Wang's tweet on December 16th.
God, this is so
and Craig's tweet from
thoroughly
earlier that day.
investigated.
Both of these were in December, but we knew we had to find something older. And that's when we found the 9gag post. The post was found the first ever sighting of the turd kebab on the internet. Turkish Kebab House, a small, unassuming kebab shop located in Blackpool, United Kingdom. The first internet post of
How
the
did they
turd
do
kebab,
that?
as far as we can tell, appears to be on a Google review under the photo section of said Turkish Kebab House. We don't know the exact
Wow.
date it was posted, but we do know it
It's
was
like
in
actual
March
CSI
2020,
shit.
according to
I don't
Nice
think it's a
haircut, then
pile
go
of
to the
shit.
family-friendly skate park after. Maybe you could justify him doing it if he uploaded it from a different account, but this was posted from the same account he reviewed a child's haircut from. It's just not adding up. The way I look at it, there's
It's
two
just not a
options.
pile of
Either
shit, it just
we
looks
are
like it.
uploaded a
100%.
picture of the shit for some crazy reason, or so for starters, it has
Oh,
a
that's pretty good.
3.6. That's not good.
No,
I
that's
really
higher
need
than
somewhere
Burger
with a
King.
3.6.
And the shit
Tiger
kebab
T
looks
said
better than
the
Burger King.
surface here is
She's gonna show him the shit kebab to his face?
Chicken and donut. Chicken and donut. And then that one as well.
Yeah, that one is chicken and donut as well, yeah.
And then what about that one? What's that one?
Oh, it's not ours. Some people who doesn't like us.
They put that picture.
It's normally a shit.
That's shit, actually.
Who hates
Have
us?
a shit on
Put it on the Google, yeah.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
what? So it's actually poop?
No, I've tried it, but
No.
Not only did they know about the photo, but they believe it to be a fake review. They appetizing. They definitely didn't look like the photo of the turd kebab. What are you? What was so frustrating about this is now the only option is that Lee R took a shit on a pita and uploaded it as a review.
I just don't think
guess
so.
There is a possibility, and get an expert's opinion. So I reached out to a gastroenterologist to get their opinion.
That
on
is
it.
so smart.
I'm one of the
Holy
gastroenterologists
shit.
and digestive disease associate. If it's a recent poop, probably.
I'm going to show you said image here.
He's got like an easel for it.
Here it is, and the grooves going through it. Do those look like something that?
The thing that throws me off is that there's little chunks in it.
Definitely could. It's potential. It's possibly poop. Yes.
If you had to pick a side, what do you think it is?
I think it's probably a kebab that looks like shit.
How, with all the correct
Yeah, I really think it's a kebab
doctor,
too.
a gastroenterologist.
I really
look at
do.
This photo. I reached out to a kebab expert here in San Diego to try to get another opinion on it.
Hi, my name is Mark Busavis.
Ah,
I'm the chef at
the king of
Emerald
kebab.
Restaurant. It's a family business. Said that this was
Who's he gonna interview next?
Did
Fucking
you
Batman
grow
or
up in the
something?
shop? Have you been around the shop your whole life?
This is thorough.
Yeah, so actually my story, background of what food is.
He's
and
gonna
what
interview a
happens to
pile
it
of
when you
shit
eat it and
next.
cool it and things like that. There's a
Do you know
photo
this guy?
That we're trying to identify. I would, that is not kebab, well.
Oh my
okay.
god, it's even
So
messing up
first
the
instincts
expert.
is, this is definitely ground. See where it comes from, because like I know the food from all the cultures. If this is some sort of kafta or like ground beef skewer, not cubed meat.
I'm starting to believe it might be poop.
They did a really bad job about it.
This guy looks like he's fucking traumatized right now. This man's seen millions of kebabs, and yet this one right here is making him reconsider his faith in God. Maybe it actually is shit. I was fully on the side of it's just a kebab that happens to look like shit. But after seeing this guy's, like, fear, I really think it might be shit. Yeah, this guy's going through, like the whole 5 stages of denial right now, and, like, grief, all of it, it's coming out.
I'm having a tough time kind of, like, figuring out these grooves. Because when you cook meat, especially if it's ground, those grooves... Yeah.
It's not typical.
No.
Well, the thing is, though, like, it can be, right? Like, you can get those grooves on, like a shitty sausage on a grill. Like, if you don't know how to grill something and you're, like, fucking grilling up a sausage or a hot dog, you can get those grooves. The grooves aren't what convinces me. What really convinces me is there's, like, little corn chunks or something that appear throughout that load. Like, the grooves aren't the smoking gun in my eyes.
More leads. We
have to find
what
Lee.
else to do. And with that, responds to my original DM. And not only does Cray respond
God.
to my original DM,
What a twist.
but he's claiming that he is the one that took the photo. Here's where it came from. Yeah, of course, mate. What's my cut? I don't know if it was me being naive, but at the time, him asking me for money didn't really bother me. I was so caught up in finally getting
What a
an
fucking
answer to the
asshole.
story, I guess I didn't realize that him...
Bro, what kind of weirdo's like, yeah, I'll tell you where the poop comes from. How much you paying me? What do you, like, what the fuck? What an actual scumbag.
leading with asking for money is a little odd. So I obliged that they had provided it. No idea why. I took the pic of it, but it was funny as fuck. Cray is claiming his friend
Nah, I don't
took a
believe
shit on a
that.
pita
I don't believe that.
at the Stevenage football arena.
No
They
chance.
took a photo of it and they uploaded it as a joke. So in order to get some more proof, I asked
That's a
him if he could
goddamn
send
lie.
me a photo, a screenshot of the photo in his camera roll when the photo was taken. June 2nd, 2020. This was the first problem. We have that photo dated on Google
Yeah,
Review,
that was a
posted
lie.
by Lee R in March of 2020. So after the date discrepancy, I
Very
decided
thorough,
to hit up
very
the
smart.
so-called PETA shitter himself, Trey's friend, Lewis. Or provide a post, anything that predates March 2020, I'll pay you and your boy. Don't worry about it. Giving you loads of answers for nothing. Going to football now. Didn't think you'd be like this. It's only a shit. It's only a shit, Lewis. It's only a fucking shit. You're only a fucking shit. You wanna be amateur football player? You're never gonna fucking make it, dude. Keep chasing that dream. Keep hoping for a sponsorship, Lewis. It's just a turd.
Shitting in pitas and shitting on dreams.
Guys, let me ask you something.
Man, fuck
if I
Lewis.
offered you $500, which was my current offer, at that point I didn't really know what to do, and I'm being honest, there really wasn't anything we could do.
Until Lee R
As if
posted
out
another
of
review.
nowhere, Lee R
Yep.
posts a new
Yep.
review on Google.
Yep, I fucking saw that coming. There he is.
Lee R different time zone. On that phone call, we'd have to convince the shop of the documentary we're doing, explain what's going on,
Documentary.
and then convince them to use their business on Google
Mystery
to send
meat.
a message to this random guy for some dumb American YouTube channel.
And that's exactly what they
And
did.
that's exactly what
I mean, let's fucking go. I'm in his head right now. I feel like I'm investigating it now.
It's, what is it? It would be about 1 p.m. 1 p.m. in the UK.
Let's fucking go. We will find Lee R.
Currently going through
It's gonna end up being one of Wubby's friends.
reviews on Google. We're calling up Prestige.
The man
Carpet
closest to Wubby.
Cleaner. Sorry, I look so.
He's getting so excited. I'm getting excited with him.
Yeah, it was 100% a Google review, yes.
Oh my god. We're so close. Lee R is right around the corner.
Okay, I appreciate it so much. Maybe?
Lee R is gonna turn out to be DB Cooper.
I feel like that was pretty good. Couple days here and give you hope, but unfortunately, as I
Oh,
record
what?
this, Lee R has not responded in any way
Man, what
to
a
the
fucking
review.
piece of shit. God damn it.
I do think that we'll get better results if I ask for your help.
I was
If
gonna
you
say,
have
that's
any
definitely the play.
Information that leads to us
The
getting in
arrest of
contact
Lee
with
R.
finding out the source of this photo, I'm offering up a $5,000 bounty.
Oh,
to either
wow.
who Liar is or what this photo is of. We found an Instagram of someone we thought was Liar. And I did message them. If you're wondering why this wasn't in the video till now, it's because they never replied and we didn't think it was relevant. However, with the context now of the photo being removed, we have to look back at every single person we interacted with, and I'm starting to believe this Instagram account was actually Liar's. They saw my messages and they went and deleted the photo. Motivation? I don't know why. Maybe they're scared. Maybe they think they're in trouble. Does that mean it's poo? Does that mean it's meat? I don't know. The photo's gone. I cannot believe a couple days before posting this.
Imagine being the guy behind that account. They're like, oh my god, fuck, someone finally saw that I shit in a pita. Oh my god, I'm going to jail. Jesus Christ. It's all over. Just fucking sweating. Staying up all night. Do I delete the photo? Oh my god. That's gonna make me look even more guilty in the eyes of the law. And then just drinking yourself into a stupor, and then you just stumble to your keyboard and delete it. And now you've triggered all of Wubby's alarms, and he's hot on your tail. So you fucked up. It's like Death Note, but if Light was like shitting at kebab restaurants, I guess. What a storyline.
Moved. Hashtag turd kebab on Twitter. Any information, you can get $5,000. All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Real quick before the end.
Nice. What an incredible story. What a fucking story. After everything, after all the presented evidence, I am still firmly on the side that it is a kebab that looks like shit. I still don't think anyone could successfully take a shit like that, ever. Under no circumstances. Or it is a gag poop that they put there as like a way of sabotaging the restaurant. It is either a kebab that looks like feces or a gag poop that they used as like a scathing review of the restaurant. I think those are the only two options. I don't think someone took a real shit that looked like that. The gastroenterologist recently changed his stance on it The gastroenterologist recently changed his stance to it being poop via a Twitter post. Or they ate the kebab first and then shit it out. That's like a sci-fi plot line. That doesn't exist. That's impossible. It's like some 2 girls, 1 cup shit. Why would they delete it if it's not? Alright, I'm going full detective. If that was legitimately the Instagram account of Lee R and they were worried about getting in trouble, the reason they would delete it is because it would be like a fraud. It'd be fraudulent, right? If they put like a gag poop on a pita in order to just leave a scathing review of a restaurant, they're lying and it's fraud. So they'd maybe be worried like they're gonna sue me, they're going to come after me or something like that. They're investigating this now and they're gonna find out that I, slandered or committed libellous acts against their business here with this review and a fake picture of poop on a pita. Right? So there's plenty of reasons why they would remove that if it's not poop. Yeah, so it's still 60% on team shit side on the turd kebab. Which I guess makes sense. Most people seem to think it's shit. I initially did as well, but it just, I don't know. It seems really hard to have successfully shit on a pita that looks like that. Like, I don't know. They would have had to like shit onto like a pan on a stove and cooked it a little bit in order for the shit to look like that, I think. Wubby's poll was split 50-50. Yeah. This is tough. I mean, it really is. That was a lot deeper than I would have expected it to be. That had a lot of depth to it. There's really no telling for sure whether or not it's poop or kebab until we get in contact with Lee R. And maybe if we're lucky, Lee R epoxied it or something to keep it. Then we can just crack it open like an Egyptian tomb. Really need a study done on fake poops. That's one thing I feel like Wubby overlooked, is the potential gag poop. So he could have reached out to like a fake dog shit manufacturer or something and gotten their perspective for another interview. I think that's the only thing that he missed for people to interview. Because that would have been really helpful. He's like, oh yeah, I actually recognize that. I sell that. Could it be an edited pic? Another possibility, but I think it's a little less likely that it's edited. I think it's either gag poop or just a kebab that looks like shit. Thanks to Prime Punk and the Bitsbrook. Because again, that Lee R account was leaving legitimate reviews on businesses around the area. Like for his son's haircut and shit, so it feels like it'd be weird if he just randomly decided to Photoshop a shitty kebab. They also scanned it for photoshopping. I might have missed that in the video then. Okay, so there was no edits then. Even better. But if it's actually kebab meat, would Lee admit it? Would Lee admit it was just a foul-looking kebab? No harm in an actual review photo. That's a good point. If it was just a really gross kebab, why would he delete it? That's also an interesting theory. I think what happened is after his agent Squiggles went in and showed the photo, the kebab shop contacted Google and got it removed. That's very possible. Because then at that point, the kebab shop is like, okay, this photo is clearly hurting business. We want it taken down. YouTube Rewind is dead, and not even a wish on the Dragon Balls could bring it back. Why do I say that? Well, it's because you can't convince a community of people that are constantly shit on by the platform that they view shit on or post shit on, that that platform is on their side, which is what YouTube used to be about. YouTube Rewind was a celebration of the creators and videos that made it popular for that year, or what was big at the time. Nowadays, it's just been this corporate puppeteering work, a sick marionette that some faceless, soulless suits at the top forced to dance, and it never goes over well because the ship has already sailed. People know that YouTube is not out to make itself a better platform for viewers or creators, they're out to make it better and safer for brands. It takes one click to figure that out. When you go to YouTube's homepage when you're not signed in, all you get as a recommended or available to watch right away is Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon slapping his fucking desk and pissing his pants, shitting his diapers, Ellen DeGeneres throwing her old ass in a circle while having all of these big celebrity guests on. That's the kind of content YouTube cares about. So when they attempt to do these YouTube rewinds, a celebration of creators, it comes across so disingenuous, anyone can see through it. It's like when you're talking to your creepy uncle who tries to diddle you and he's talking about how he's only looking out for you. It's like, no, you're not. You're lying to me. That's how you feel about YouTube, as the creepy diddling uncle. It is putting on a face that they don't actually wear. You know, hey, we're on the creator side. Look, we're bringing them into this rewind to celebrate them. Even though YouTube has no fucking idea who they are. Nor do they care about them, or their contributions to the platform. You need look no further than PewDiePie, the biggest creator on the platform for many years now. They fucking exiled him from the YouTube rewinds, even when they were still pretending to care about creators, because they viewed him as problematic and wouldn't be a good brand image for them, so he was never there. Interestingly enough, he is in this year's YouTube rewind because they had no choice but to put him there because his wedding video was so popular. Since they're doing a top 10 list, he had to make that list, and I guarantee that was a fucking struggle for him. YouTube got sued for $170 million this year by the FTC, and I bet putting PewDiePie in their rewind was still more difficult than that. So let's take a moment of silence and appreciate that brave editor at YouTube HQ that put him in the rewind. Hats off to you, you courageous soul over there. I know it was tough, but you've done it. PewDiePie's in the rewind, but the point I'm making is, as a celebration for creators, it's become just a corporate limbo dance. And now, with the 2019 rewind following last year's, which was the worst of all time, they just decided, fuck it, we're going to put no effort into it and we're just going to do a top 10 list. So this year's rewind looks like it was commissioned from Watch Mojo. It's a video that they probably made for less than $500, made by an intern at YouTube HQ who just spent an afternoon Wikipediaing shit and posting clips. It is a very lazy, uninspired video, but I can't even call it bad, it's just fucking boring. It is just a top 10 list of things that happened on the platform in 2019. This was an opportunity for them to turn it around, to make it something different, because it's the end of the decade, and YouTube has fucking dominated the decade as a fucking monopoly. They could have done easy shit, you know? Here's what made YouTube popular. Here's how we got to where we are today, fucking creators in the ass. You know, showing the evolution of dance, bringing the evolution of Dance Guy onto the screen. There's so many things they could have done for this that they decided not to, because they don't know their own fucking platform, they don't care about it, they don't care about viewers, it doesn't matter. I get that. And I also get why they didn't put any effort into it, because why should they when no one's gonna like it anyway? What I don't like, though, is how they were hyping this shit up like, yeah, this one's for you. Because on YouTube's Twitter, they had all these memes and shit like, yeah, this year we're coming in raw and no rubber. Hope you guys are lubed up because we've got something special for that special little ass of yours, because we're coming in. This is gonna be a real YouTube rewind that you're all gonna like, I promise.
and then it comes out and it's a fucking top 10 list. It's so disconnected, so boring. I swear to God, the AI that YouTube uses to identify videos understands people better than the actual humans at YouTube does. All those cyborgs there know are numbers. They don't even recognize people on the platform as people anymore, just numbers on a fucking page. Even the AI bots can recognize people and emotion, but YouTube can't. It's fucking silly, man. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but their whole little intro comes across super passive-aggressive. In 2018, we made something you didn't like. Well, let's see what you did like, since you're better at this than we are. It reads like something my mom would have sent me in a text message in high school when she was mad at me about something. I was half expecting the next clip to just be Susan spreading her ass cheeks and doing a full goatsy to the camera as a big fuck you to all viewers and creators on YouTube, as she's bowing to a statue of Jimmy Kimmel made out of bubblegum like Helga from Hey Arnold. Does this video deserve to be the most disliked on YouTube? No, not at all. I mean, it's just a boring, lazy, uninspired video. It's like a Spotify wrapped animation for a fucking YouTube rewind. Reminds me of those Facebook pre-made here's how your year went things just to make you feel bad. It's just not an enjoyable video. It's not a bad one. It is literally a fucking top 10 list. It is the laziest possible thing YouTube could have ever done. And I can't really blame them. What's the point in paying all the creators and all of these celebrities to be in a YouTube rewind when it's going to be shittily received anyway because people already know you don't care about them? So what's the point in spending that kind of money and that kind of time? Why not just throw this together in Sony Vegas 7 in 45 minutes? No reason not to. I mean, I totally get why they would. There's no point in making a YouTube rewind anymore because they don't understand YouTube. They can't make something that everyone's going to react positively to. So, I mean, I get it. It is a little disappointing, but it's better than last year at the very least. At least they didn't try and pretend like they care. This time they're just like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Here's just some top 10 stats. You guys like stats, right? You can do fucking fantasy football for YouTubers with this shit. So, I can't say it's the worst video. I can't say it's worse than last year's YouTube Rewind. All I can say is I don't think they should do any more YouTube Rewinds. They need to just put that shit 6 feet under. Just lock it in the coffin and call it quits. This shit is just, it's dead. You're never going to make a good YouTube Rewind unless you totally change your platform and actually start caring about some of the individuals on it, or at least pretend like you do in a better way. It's just, there's no way they could ever turn this whole idea around. YouTube Rewind started as a super positive thing, overwhelmingly loved by the community for years, but now it's just some sad shit, borderline propaganda. It's like the fucking we are Walmart thing, that old viral video trying to get Walmart people excited about Walmart. It's just, it's fucking garbage corporate shit now. Yesterday I posted a video called Dildo Death Race, and there's nothing too wild about it, just some good old-fashioned family fun, strapping some rubber penises to RC cars and having a BattleBot style fight to the death, just coming up with the best war machine possible using the wieners and the RC cars. But things got a little interesting. The video itself is nothing too crazy. The file isn't corrupted. There's no ghost in the machine. It's not like a haunted video. But when I posted it on YouTube, shit got wacky real quick. It is an actual cursed video. So I just wanted to go over it and walk through things because I was getting messages right away when this paranormal phenomenon started to get noticed in the comments section. I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Brafiganafkis, whatever the fuck his name is from Ghost Adventures, has reached out to me and I just haven't seen the email, because it is pretty spooky. And I just wanted to quickly make this video talking about it because I find it very interesting. Now, contrary to popular belief, I actually do read comments and I do enjoy going to the comment section on most videos. So when I posted Dildo Death Race yesterday, I noticed something I'd never seen before in the entire time I've been on YouTube, which is 15 fucking years. The number of comments would fluctuate drastically. I watched it go from 1,000 comments, which was almost instant for some reason, which is also uncharacteristic. Like the second I posted it, it said 1,000 comments, then it went down to like 20, and then 10 minutes later it was up to like 600, and then I refreshed the page and it went down to 40, and it was just back and forth by hundreds of comments, and even 1,000 in the first case, which isn't, you know, like the weirdest thing on YouTube, because sometimes the data desyncs on the YouTube studio, the calculator, the hub where it shows you everything. Sometimes the data flip-flops, but it eventually gives you an accurate reading on like views, comments, and shit like that. But here, it never happened. In fact, even to this day, as I'm making this video, at this very moment, the comments are still fluctuating and mysteriously vanishing. I'm not trying to make this a grand mystery up there with like the Dyatlov Pass or DB Cooper. You know, this isn't a Lamino video. But there is something very interesting afoot with this video and this video alone. You see, it's not just the data that's incorrectly calculating things and not showing the comments. What actually happens is the comments themselves are being auto-deleted by YouTube after exactly 18 seconds in most cases. Sometimes there are comments that survive this purge, and those comments will often be deleted anywhere from 20 seconds to an hour later automatically by YouTube without me doing anything or ever seeing them. This includes my own comments. In fact, the only comment I've made that survived is one that I've pinned. Every other comment I've made has been deleted in 18 seconds. Now, I tested this on stream just to show you. I've done this a lot of times. I've posted about it on Twitter, making people aware, like, hey, I'm not deleting these comments, so just know that. And then people would post videos of them leaving comments and watching them disappear. Now, it's not like they're just being marked as spam or anything, or like going to some separate area in the comments like held for review or shit like that. They're not in purgatory. The comments are just outright deleted. So I'm going to show you me doing it on stream. And that way you know that the comments are just straight up fucking gone. Vanished into the void, into the nether realm, the fucking shadow realm. So, let's see if it's still going on. I imagine it is. It's been doing it for 2 hours. When you type a comment here, it auto-deletes itself after 18 seconds. Oh, hold on, you can't see that there. Good fuck you. What are you the guy doing it? The man behind the curtain? I imagine it's still going on. If I had to guess, let's see. Walk us through what's happening. Yeah, it's already gone. And the thing is, it doesn't just delete the comment. It doesn't like hide the comment and go to spam. It straight fucking deletes it. So if you go to like check your comments, it's just gone. Sort by new. Yeah, I mean, you can watch them get deleted. I was doing this earlier. So I imagine pretty much all of these will be deleted when we refresh. Walk us through it. Yep. All of those are gone. It's fucking crazy. And it's always 18 seconds. This will be comment number 10 from me. It makes no sense. This is like some haunted shit. I thought it was a prank at first, like Matt was leaning over my shoulder deleting comments without me noticing. And likes don't change anything. Walk us. I imagine it's gone by now. Yep. Pretty wild. It's like an actual haunted video. Yeah, maybe I really was cursed by that egg. Couldn't tell you. I don't know what dictates a surviving comment or why they get deleted, why it's 18 seconds. I got so superstitious I looked up the significance of the number 18 thinking it's somehow related to the devil or Slender Man or something. Makes no sense. But it is always 18 seconds when I leave a comment, and for the majority of them. Some of them make it to 30 seconds. A few of them auto-deleted after an hour. It's all over the place. It's about having a relevant comment, that's the speculation. No, I thought that too, and I tried that. It has absolutely nothing to do with that. I'll just go ahead and say, wow, these are nice cars. I said something similar to this last in one of the earlier ones. It has nothing to do with whatever the comments say. It just auto-deletes things after 18 seconds, regardless of the content and regardless of likes on the comment. Like, you in real time, you can just watch comments being vanished. I don't know, it's pretty cool. And it's gone. Now it's time for me to bust some myths here. A lot of people are saying the comments aren't getting deleted, just moved to the bottom or buried in other comments. This is objectively false. The comments are completely gone. They are removed, and when you go to your comment history, you will not see the comment you posted on that video. I've done this for 10 comments now on my other accounts on this video. All 10 do not show up in my comment history, nor do they show up anywhere on the video after going through each comment that is still surviving on the video. They are outright gone forever, as if they were never posted in the first place. Very spooky shit. Another common theory I see is that there must be some kind of spam bot that's taking to the streets to clean up Gotham's trash with the spammers, but I can tell you right now that system certainly doesn't fucking exist. Go on any video ever, and some of the top comments are just straight up spam. So that feature is definitely not there, and if it is, it's not effective. It's very primitive. But you know what, just for fun, let's take out the magic wand and play pretend. Let's say that there is a spam bot or some kind of auto mod that's malfunctioning on the video, marking things as spam and getting rid of them or whatever. That also wouldn't explain it, because regardless of the comment, it is still getting deleted. I've seen comments that are paragraphs talking about the video to test it that get deleted after 18 seconds. And comments that are just a single sentence survive. Also, another thing about the video, even aside from the comments that's weird, is the views. Initially when I posted it, it immediately said that it had 1 million views. Almost instantly, just like with the comments, which, I mean, I thought my channel was just going fucking wild here, reaching like dream levels of engagement or something. But then it immediately went down to like 5 or 10K or some shit like that. So the views were also doing the same thing the comments were doing, and now it's settled on whatever it's at right now as of posting the video. The views haven't been fluctuating since the initial anomaly, but the comments, even as of now, are continuing to do so because it is still perpetually deleting comments seemingly at random. It doesn't matter what the comment is, it's still getting deleted, and then sometimes a couple slip by the firing squad in the comments section that's just taking them out. I don't really understand what's going on. I don't know if it's going to happen on this video either, because this is the first video I'm posting after this strange event here, this paranormal activity. So I guess we'll see, but yeah, I mean, it's fucking weird. But yeah, anyway, I thought this was a very weird event here, a YouTube glitch, I suppose, and I don't really understand or have an explanation for it at all. It doesn't seem to be getting fixed either, and it, again, it's only this video. I've checked other videos that were posted roughly around the same time this was, and none of those have this problem, and none of the other videos I've posted before this one had this problem, so I truly just don't really understand why that's happening. But yeah, anyway, I just thought I'd talk about it and at least let people know I'm not like deleting your comments, because I know a couple people, like when this initially started to get traction and people noticed, emailed me asking why I deleted their comment. I didn't do that. I don't delete comments. I want to give all of you a follow-up to a situation I covered a little while back in regards to a popular YouTuber and a potential charity fraud situation. This is about the completionist and his charity, Open Hand Foundation. I'll give you a super brief rundown on the lore here to bring you all up to speed in case you don't know what I'm referring to, but the completionist is a huge YouTuber. He owns a charity called Open Hand Foundation. It was formed after the death of his mother, who passed away from dementia. A tragic situation, and this charity was started with the goal of helping to combat dementia. And for the last decade or so, he has run fundraising events with his community in order to collect donations that he has stated will be used in the fight against dementia. However, after an investigation was conducted by Some Ordinary Gamers and Carl Jobst, they found out through all the public filings, since this is a charity organization, their filings are public, they found out that all of the money they've collected over the last 10 years has not moved from the Open Hand Foundation. It's all sitting in an account. Even though the completionist has always led his community to believe otherwise, that they are actively donating to a bunch of different places, and even name drops a lot of places, despite never actually sending a penny from the Open Hand Foundation. Now, after all the dust had settled from the initial videos, there were a lot of people like nematodes from SpongeBob coming forward saying the same thing. You're not legal experts, you're not accountants, this doesn't matter. And referring to like Mudahar and Carl Jobst when they reported on this, because no one wanted to accept that it's possible that the completionist engaged in bad behavior. I wanted so badly to believe that all of this could be chalked up to some kind of accounting error or something easily explainable, because as I mentioned, I've had a lot of respect for the completionist in the past. But now, with where the situation currently is, it's extremely hard to see any type of fantasy land where the completionist and the Open Hand Foundation is somehow totally innocent from the claims that have been made against them. So that was the situation, boiled down to the most bare bones of it. It got a little bit deeper since then, and I'd like to cover it here just to give you the full update. So, since that initial set of videos from Carl and Mudahar, the Open Hand Foundation has donated $600,000, which is great. However, most people, myself included, believe that that would have
not happened had those videos not been made about them. It was the result of public pressure. It doesn't seem like this just was a big coincidence that they happen to donate it now after all of this outrage. So it's a net positive, though, that they finally have donated the money. But there was a lot more that was uncovered throughout the investigations, and the completionist came forward to deliver an official response on all of this. And I have to say, his response is a bunch of horseradish. I watched it when it first dropped, and there were so many contradictions that he said in that response that it made it extremely difficult to believe anything else that he says going forward. For some reason, what he said was enough to convince his audience of no wrongdoing, and it fries my fucking brain trying to comprehend how anyone could have walked away with that perspective. He admits fault for potentially misleading people on the purpose of the Open Hand Foundation and where the money goes, even though he blatantly misleads them. He explicitly said that it was going places it wasn't. That's not just like, hey, I'm sorry you felt this way, or I'm sorry you got all of these dumb ideas in your head, you bunch of fucking dummies. You picked up these breadcrumbs I didn't mean to drop. Sorry you did that. You blatantly misled them. The Open Hand Foundation is a middleman. They take in money from his community and they donate it to other causes that help in the fight against dementia. So his only goal with this was to take that money and donate it, which he wasn't doing for a decade until, of course, all of this outrage. But in his response, he keeps making it seem like that was always part of the plan. He said that basically they were waiting for a restricted donation where it was a lot of money where it'd make a meaningful impact. And I think that, again, is a bunch of dirty barnacles. You never fucking said that. In fact, in the interview he did with Mudahar and Carl in the first video they made, it directly contradicts what he's saying in his response, where he was saying like, oh, we just didn't know that the money hadn't been donated, and we were waiting for the right benefactor. That whole restricted donation amount narrative, that whole side quest hoopla, that mumbo-jumbo never came up until his response, so it seemed like they were really just trying to fish for some kind of excuse. It just doesn't seem genuine at all, and it doesn't make any sense, because if that was always the goal and what you were waiting to do, you probably would have disclosed that to your audience, right? Like, I would think any sensible person would. Now, Carl Jobs just dropped his video covering all of these claims, and I can't recommend it enough. I'm just giving you my perspective from what I saw from his response, but Carl dives into the weeds of it. He gives you all of the receipts, all of the evidence, all of the proof, and I think there is no way you walk away from Carl's video believing that the completionist is totally innocent in all of this and it's just one big misunderstanding or a giant whoops-a-daisy moment. It really does seem like there were some shady things going on in regards to the fundraiser as well as to how the funds were handled. And I see a lot of people saying, this is just Carl's side of the story, and it's just not. We have the completionist side of the story. We have that interview that he initially conducted, which for some reason people keep forgetting about and just writing off as, just a nothing burger, he was panicked and under pressure so his statements can't hold any water, which I totally disagree with. Those statements are still important. But we do also have the official response now. So this isn't a case where we only have one side of the story. No, we have all sides of the story. It's just Gerard's side, the completionists, has more holes in it than an orgy on Brazzers. Like, there are so many problems with his statement that don't add up. And the receipts and proof that he brought forward in his response is kind of just unrelated to a lot of the claims that have been made against him. Like, I don't know how that was enough to convince anyone that he's like some kind of angel, like a saint, not guilty or anything. Like, he didn't disprove anything really, except for one claim, which is that the papers, some of the documents, weren't signed, which is something Carl admits fault to in his follow-up as well, that he was wrong to state that the documents weren't signed. Gerard did prove that they were signed. But that's a very, very small component of the claims against him. I want to show you a clip from Carl's video, which contains a clip from the completionist video that was the biggest alarm for me, that sounded all the sirens in my little noodle up here. It's something Gerard says that directly indicates that he has lied. I'm actually shocked he even has this in his response video because he is openly admitting to being untrustworthy with some of the things he has claimed throughout the fundraisers as well as potentially now.
And Gerard admitted this in his response.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs. So to say the money is missing is simply wrong.
This was shocking to me. Does Gerard not understand that he is admitting to embezzlement here? To be clear, a charity using donations to cover expenses isn't illegal. It's totally normal and common. But that's not what Gerard did. Gerard lied to the public and said that this money was going to charity and that he wasn't touching any of it.
Bits, subs, YouTube memberships, or YouTube super chats, anything that supports us is going to the foundation at the very end. As a reminder, all bits and subs, including Amazon Primes, go towards the charity as well. So it's all a pass through, all going for a good cause. Gift subs, memberships on YouTube, super chats, all that goes to the charity as well. And hey, if you want to get a t-shirt, all of the proceeds from the shirt also go to charity. Your primes, your gift subs, your bits, donations all go to charity. We don't take any of it.
For years, the Completionist has said all of the bits, the memberships, the subs on Twitch, merch sales, bit donations, if you fucking put $1 on a rock and throw it out of your window and hope that it reaches us, all of the money raised throughout all of these streams is going directly to the charity. We're not touching any of it. He even explicitly says those words. And yet, in his response, he admits that that money, through those means, was being used to offset production costs. That's totally different than what you were telling them the money was going to be used for. As Carl mentions, there's nothing inherently wrong with using some money to offset costs for like a big event. That's pretty commonplace, but usually that money comes from like a sponsor backing, but even if not, it's usually disclosed that a portion of the money donated will be used in that regard. So that way the audience knows. You keep them updated on exactly what the money is going to be used for and how. That's the most important part of being a charity, knowing where the money goes as a donator. And for Open Hand Foundation, for 10 years, the money wasn't going anywhere except into a bank account to collect fucking dust and grime and cobwebs. Like, I bet by the time that this money was donated from Open Hand, the bank was like fucking stunned, like, wait, are you sure? We were under the impression that whoever had that must have like traveled the world and never came back or something. It had been sitting for so fucking long idly. And as a lot of people mentioned, the money isn't worth as much now as it was when it was initially donated because of inflation and everything. It would have been better to just keep donating it every year. Yes, it is still a good thing that the money was donated. Absolutely, that is a win for sure. So there is at least a positive outcome here. But it's still not even where this rabbit hole ends. Carl and Muda also discovered that they do these golf events that raise a lot of money as well. And a lot of money isn't accounted for in like what the bank has in total. There are just so many things that still don't have a real answer from the Completionist. It's just such a fucking sad situation. Charitable fraud is so foul. Just exploiting people's kindness, taking people's willingness to help others and wiping your ass with it, it is evil. And whether or not the charity fraud here is on purpose or on accident, and I lean more towards it being on purpose with all of the evidence provided here and everything that keeps coming out, and even if it was charitable fraud on accident, that's not exactly just like a mistake people make. It's not like one of those things that's easily something to move on from, like, ooh, Jiminy Christmas, hey, sorry guys, looks like I committed charity fraud. Ooh, sorry about that, yikes, I didn't mean to. Like, it's not something that people be like, oh, okay, hey, no worries, happens to everyone. Like, it is still a fucking big deal, even if this is all somehow the result of just being extremely bad at managing a charity. It's still an awful situation and extremely fucking sad all around. I'm happy the money got donated, some of the money got donated, but there's still so many more things that need to be accounted for here. I highly encourage all of you to watch Carl's video. He dives into all of it, and I think it's an extremely important video to watch, because there are so many more things to this story. So, huge hats off to Carl and Mudahar for their work on this situation. Without them, I don't think that money would have ever actually made it to a real cause. So, great work from them, and I am glad to see they didn't back down in response to the Completionist, like, fucking flexing on him, like, okay, then I'll take it to legal court then. Because at the end of the Completionist response video, he puffs out his chest and makes some vague threats to legal action against them for it, and I'm glad that they didn't cower away from it, and they just went harder into what they have found through their investigation. I think that is a great thing, and I think it is an overall, like, positive that they're trying to deliver on. So, I'm going to keep my eyes on the situation, of course. I just wanted to bring you all up to speed on where this is at. Again, please check out Carl's video if you want to know all of the specifics. When you think of demons, you probably think of the mainstream normie names, like Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Lucifer. What if I told you there's another demon out there, a very real one that not too many people know the name of, but probably should? Smash Bandicoot. When Dante made the venture into the deepest pits of hell, there was one circle he too feared to speak on. The Smash Bandicoot cringe lair. If you look up his name on YouTube, you can't even find his channel anymore because it's buried underneath all of these videos that document his years of awful behavior and downright insanity.
After taking the plunge into the deep dark rabbit hole of Smash Bandicoot, I'm pretty sure this is the same guy from 2012 that was arrested for eating a man's face off in Miami. This guy is what I imagine a real jet addict from the Fallout universe would look like if given flesh in our corporeal realm. Now, I'm not going to focus on all of the allegations from the past about him. I'm going to focus on what he is currently doing, openly admitting to, and just got absolutely slapped for by YouTube. This is less of a video about Smash Bandicoot and more of a video about a huge YouTube W. So, Smash Bandicoot recently concocted a nefarious scheme to falsely copyright strike channels that he didn't like. So, he targeted a YouTuber named Cartoonshi. He flooded the channel with 3 copyright strikes, which then put it on the 7-day doomsday clock for Judgment Day. If you don't know how the strike system works on YouTube, if you get 3 strikes, you lose your channel in a week unless you prove that they're a bunch of malarkey, the claims aren't real. So Cartoonshi was facing channel termination. He also wasn't the only one that Smash Bandicoot was doing this to, and he didn't have any real grounds for striking. They were fraudulent, and he celebrated the fact they were fraudulent openly, blatantly. So apparently this guy named Smash Bandicoot is copyright striking someone that he doesn't like. And their account is in a bad spot right now because of it. He's attempting to dox him and get his channel banned. Okay. So Smash Bandicoot is a YouTuber? Smash Bandicoot has harassed not only Cartoonshi, but also myself and various other creators. This person is removing content that includes nothing he made in what is clear bad faith, and then tagging YouTube. Just spamming fucking die. Man, this guy he is on the crack pipe. Yeah, this man's got a whole Lord of the Rings movie covering Smash Bandicoot. And I am tempted to take the plunge. This is apparently Smash gloating on one of his many accounts that he likes to make where he's celebrating this and acting as if he's some kind of omniscient god figure who's, you know, controlling the hands of fate, the puppet master. I will not deliver the 3rd strike, which he eventually did. This is a mere lesson. If he wants to continue making content, he can, but I will not revoke. In exchange for letting both of you get set free, however, you must tell me who are the content creators both of you have friended on Discord, delete the recording, and guide me, then I shall set you both free. For once, don't be a pathetic, arrogant, and not gonna continue forward there. He was trying to use these strikes as a way at getting back at people he didn't like. Now, the bad blood between all of these people in Smash goes way back over nothing. This is a mentally unwell individual that needs professional help, for sure. Like I said, I'm not getting into all of the allegations over the years they've been a nuisance, but it is some weird, not good shit. So this has reached the boiling point. He's harbored this grudge for 4 years and then came up with these strikes. He's claiming certain things about these videos that he has absolutely no right to, and as you saw, he openly just celebrates that they're not legitimate, but he's able to abuse the system, which has been a problem on YouTube for a long time. So, obviously, Cartoonshi and the other YouTubers that have been falling victim to this were panicking about it, thinking they were going to, you know, lose their channel or just be in like a terrible standing on the platform. But YouTube, in recent years, I don't know how many people know this, has really started singing a different tune when it comes to this type of exploitation. They've been pretty solid about addressing it and fixing it. It might not always be as fast as it should, but the fact that they're at least doing that is such a significant improvement. I've mentioned this case a couple times over the last few years, but in 2019, they absolutely teed off of a fucking douchebag's face for this type of copyright strike abusing. There was a false flagger who repeatedly false flagged Minecrafters and then tried to like hold them ransom, like I'll release the strike only if you pay me via PayPal. YouTube actually took him to court and slapped him with $25K right to the goddamn noggin. They took him over his knee, spanked his cheeks red with discipline, and kind of put the kibosh on that with an exclamation point, really. And in recent times, they have been stepping in and fixing problems like this. And I'm happy to say they did just that. So Cartoonshi made a post today talking about how the strikes are disappearing, which is great.
They say, my strikes are being removed. I've got one more left that should be sorted out shortly. I want to thank everyone who reached out to help and managed to spread the word. The support from the past 2 days has been insane. I'm tired and need sleep. And I'm sure he slept with a nice wet dream knowing that he foiled the great Smash Bandicoot's plot. And he would have got away with it if not for those meddling kids. Now, if you're at all familiar with Smash Bandicoot, then may God have mercy on your soul. You'll know one of the things that they like to do is he likes to make a ton of different accounts for many types of sorted purposes. In fact, when I briefly covered this topic on stream 2 days ago, within 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, he somehow went into my chat on multiple different accounts to spam gobbledygook, just actual gibberish that he was caps locking and screaming to the heavens. How he even knew I was talking about him is beyond me, because it had been less than 10 minutes since his name left my mouth. That is how online he is all of the time. He's like the fucking NSA. It's crazy. And he has tons of accounts that he uses these things for. So the question naturally becomes, what stops him from just doing this again and striking more channels? Well, that's another thing YouTube's also been pretty good about in recent years. There have been no shortage of weirdos like Smash Bandicoot that try this. And usually when they fail, that's the end of the discussion because YouTube actually swats these flies pretty effectively. So once they deem that all of this is a bunch of baloney, they make some kind of note in their system or something because obviously they have this guy's information. And clearly they've set the precedent of they're not afraid to go to court over these things and punish people legally, financially for it. So I'm guessing what happens is YouTube is somehow able to, I don't know, like blacklist them internally so that way they can't be submitting strike claims anymore. At least that's my little game theory on it. But usually you don't see them do this anymore. And I have to imagine that's something on YouTube's side for this kind of abuse. Which is, of course, a very good thing because pieces of shit like this should not be allowed to continue to do that. So, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it is one of those situations where it has a happy ending. And I'm happy to see YouTube going in this direction where they seem to really be taking these kind of matters more seriously. And I can only hope that that continues and maybe at some point down the line there'll be a more effective system in place with blocks and checks that won't allow fraudulent strikes to go through in the first place. Because it is scary to have to drum up a lot of like hoopla online through Twitter noise and getting people to be aware of the situation before YouTube is. It'd be better if YouTube knew right away or had creators had a way of contacting YouTube like, hey, look, here's the proof that all these claims are fraudulent. Can we do something about this? Like if there was some kind of system in place for that, it'd be better than the current one, which is, again, making it go viral on Twitter, which is exactly what this Smash Bandicoot saga did do, which is how they became aware of it, I imagine, through all of that. Again, it's a happy ending, but I do still hope they continue to go in this, upward trajectory, this forward direction, the right path, and continue to improve upon it, so that way it can be even more effective down the line. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. It's good to see that the strikes are being removed from his channel, as well as the other victims of the goddamn diabolical Smash Bandicoot here. And many of you watching this may have been experiencing a problem that you don't have an answer to, and it's left you cold, alone, and scared. But don't worry, I'm here to shine a light in your life and give you the answers you've been seeking. Over the last couple days, a lot of you watching this have probably experienced YouTube running slower than me after a night of heavy drinking. And there's a reason for it. It's not your fault. You're blameless here. You're a victim. Over the last few days, many innocent users have reported issues with YouTube where videos either won't load, will endlessly buffer, completely freeze their entire browser, and just a numerous smorgasbord of other problems when trying to watch YouTube videos or even just use YouTube as a platform. And there's still a little confusion around exactly what happened here. There was a lot of scrambling and panic to figure out what's going on. If it was on YouTube's end, did they secretly roll out an update that ended up fucking itself in the ass or something? Or what exactly is happening behind the scenes? But one thing that has been confirmed is that this doesn't apply to everybody, but everyone that is affected has one thing in common: ad blockers. So if you are one of these individuals that can't load videos right now, or videos that do load start buffering and freezing and don't really get fixed, or your entire browser slows down when you're trying to watch a YouTube video, turn off your ad block right now, and it'll fix the problem lickety-split. It's the one simple solution, the secret that YouTube doesn't want you to know. Try it yourself right now, and I am guaranteed that your problem will be solved instantly. Now, the cause of this isn't 100% known at the moment. Some sources are reporting that it might actually be an ad block issue as opposed to something YouTube is doing on their end on purpose. Even though this does seem like a nefarious plan YouTube might try given their stance on ad blockers over the last year, where they've made it very clear they view it as the ultimate evil. Like, they're doing their best to crack down on ad block usage, and this PC Gamer article does touch on that, but states that even though this fits into their MO, it's probably not them causing it. They even had a comment from Christopher Lawton, who's YouTube's community manager, that said, loading delays experienced by AdBlock and AdBlock Plus users are not caused by our AdBlock detection efforts. And then goes into more detail about all of it, and even mentions that that statement can be taken with a pinch of salt, given YouTube's track record. Now, obviously, I'm super dumb stink brain when it comes to very technical things like this. However, when I started experiencing this problem a few days ago, I tested on multiple browsers with like native built-in AdBlock, and still got the same problem. So I don't know if it's specific to just AdBlock and AdBlock Plus. It seems like it's a more widespread issue than that, which leads me to personally believe YouTube has some kind of hand in this at the moment. The motivation for doing something like this should be pretty clear. They'd want to drive users to either turn off their AdBlock or subscribe to YouTube Premium, which gives you the ad-free experience, and I've tested with my YouTube Premium account, no problems whatsoever. None. Not a single hiccup. Smooth sailing. So if this really is part of YouTube's strategy here to get users to do one of those two things, that shit is tragic. To ruin their service for anyone that doesn't play by their no ad block rule or pay for it is rough. That's brutal. Now, when I first started experiencing this, I did the number one thing I always do when experiencing a problem. I called up Matt to see if he was having the same thing, which I bet a lot of you have noticed is a very common trend where anytime something's gone awry, I immediately phone a friend and call Matt. He's like my Powerpuff Girls and I'm the mayor. I just always hit the hotline and beg him to help me fix something. But he wasn't at the time, so I wrote it off as it just being some kind of glitch or some kind of service outage that I was experiencing. I didn't want to toy around with the idea that I was the one boofing loony juice here, thinking that YouTube was artificially shitifying its platform for anyone with an ad block. They've made it very clear how much they hate ad blocks and they've waged an open war on it, but this feels like some kind of war crime, to make the platform almost unusable for anyone that uses an ad block. That seems too far. That's like using Agent Orange or White Phosphorus in a battle. Again, nothing is completely confirmed here with what happened in all of this hoopla, if it's YouTube's fault or if it's something that went awry with the ad blocks. PC Gamer makes a great article that makes strong arguments for it being an ad block problem, not a YouTube one. However, there is a mention of uBlock Origin not being affected there, and from what I've heard from people I've talked to, as well as what people were saying on stream, uBlock was affected briefly, but they quickly rolled out an update that fixed it. So if it was an ad block problem, I don't see why that would have also affected uBlock temporarily, if it truly did, if those are real reports. And also, it wouldn't explain why when I tried to use other browsers with their built-in ad block, I also still experienced the problem. To me, it still seems a little more widespread than just that, but perhaps it really isn't a YouTube issue. It's just, right now, to me, it seems like YouTube may have had some kind of hand in it, but again, no one knows for sure right now. All we know is it's a big stinking mess here, and hopefully it gets sorted out, and hopefully this isn't an actual strategy here from YouTube to push people to pay for premium or turn off their ad block, because that'd be super scummy. That'd be very bad. That'd be super naughty, YouTube, if you're watching this. Yucky. Hopefully that's not the case. I talked about it a little deeper on stream and talked with Stream about their experience with it, so I'll go ahead and show you all that. Ad blocker gang. You just reminded me of something. Anyone using an ad blocker, have you noticed YouTube being almost unusable? Because I use an ad blocker, and YouTube will not load a single video for me anymore. It stutters, it freezes, it stops. Overwhelmingly, yes. So they're artificially doing that, right? They have to be. Because on this account where I have YouTube Premium, it's totally fine. Or if I go incognito, it's totally fine because the ad block is off. And I've talked to a bunch of people, and it's 50-50 on people that use ad block and having an horrible experience and people that are still fine. So I'm thinking what's happening is they're rolling out, like very slowly and subtly, this artificial shitification of this YouTube service if you're using an ad block. So instead of just going whole hog so everyone's experiencing it, it's only certain people, like certain chunks. Yeah, that's actually already been confirmed. Has it? I haven't heard about it. I remember there was like a theory floating around a couple months ago that that might happen, but I didn't think that got confirmed. YouTube is on a war against ad blockers. The video platform has been deliberately reducing its site speed for viewers who use ad blocker. The strategy of slowing down the platform started last year and is now reportedly reaching more users. This was reported 22 hours ago from Ars Technica as well. Yeah, wait, so this is actually confirmed. No tinfoil hat conspiracy here. This is the goddamn truth. A video at the top of Reddit post shows what some users are seeing. A video with an ad block on can't load quick enough to keep up with the playback speed, which isn't normal, it's maybe 2x, and has to pause at around 30 seconds. Turning off the ad block immediately improves loading performance, with the white line on YouTube's progress bar showing significantly more buffering runway. Users report that the ad block detection causes strange issues like lag. Yes, it doesn't work sometimes. That makes full screen or comments not work, or Chrome being unable to load other web pages while YouTube is open. It like tanks the entire performance of your PC if you try and use YouTube with an ad block right now, for me. They're not just fighting ad block, they're actively making non-premium account usage worse. I don't know, because if I just turn off the ad block, it fixes it right away. So I feel like it's just ad block. Obviously trying to push you subtly to get premium, but if you turn off ad block, it fixes it. And I've tried this with every browser too. When ad block is on, it shitifies the experience on YouTube. When ad block is off, it's fine. I've done this with every browser I can find right now, except Edge, because I'm not even going to bother. But everything I try it on, this happens. So that's why videos keep lagging. Yeah, that is 100% why. If you turn off your ad block right now, I guarantee whatever video you're trying to watch, smooth sailing. I literally looked this all up and they updated uBlock Origin and fixed it. Well, if you're using uBlock, I guess maybe that fixes it. I don't know. I don't use uBlock. I just use the ad block. And then I use the built-in ad block for the others as well. Maybe that's also the reason for the audio lags during your stream on YouTube. Oh, interesting. Yeah, for everyone that reports the audio lag occasionally on YouTube streams, maybe it is because of the ad block. That is very interesting, because Twitch doesn't have that problem, and it's not an OBS problem, because I can see it on my end. So maybe that is why. It lags your entire browser if you have a YouTube tab open with ad block. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It makes the entire fucking computer run worse if you do that. It's crazy. It's craziness. That has to be illegal, right? Am I on crazy pills right now, or is that like actually illegal? Tanking your service to try and push people to a paid version of it or something? There's no way that's allowed. What would that even be called? Extortion. I don't know about extortion. That might not apply. They own it, they can do what they wish, they believe. Yeah, but you can make an argument that YouTube is somewhat of a monopoly, and by tanking its service like this to try and push you to the premium or whatever, or punish users for trying to use its service in a free capacity, that it's gotta be some kind of violation. Like, there's absolutely some kind of consumer protection for shit like that. Apple did it with their phones to push its users to get new phones. And didn't they face a huge issue for that? Yeah, iPhone owners were part of a class action lawsuit against Apple alleging it deliberately slowed down its old iPhones to get people to upgrade to the latest model, and they're finally getting their payout. A judge has cleared the way for the payments to proceed, as reported last week by SiliconValley.com. So they did face repercussions for it. You can't do that, really. Oh, and they're paying out $113 million. That's some big clams. That's literally nothing to Apple, though. No, but it's still a big settlement. And it still shows that you can't do that. Like, you're not really allowed. Have you had a gooning sesh today, brother? You need Jesus. ASAP. God bless. Good Lord. No gooning for me today. Dude turned off the ad blocks and the computer's running 100% better. That's actually insane. I know, it's not a conspiracy. They are actually just doing it. Guys, gooning is just jacking off. Oh my god, don't you ever say that again. Not in this dojo. Not in this sanctuary. Gooning is like 10 levels above just jacking off. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get out that tinfoil butt plug and put it deep, because we're looking into more YouTube conspiracies. This one's not exactly a conspiracy per se. That's not the nomenclature I would use in this case. In a nutshell, what's happening is YouTube is changing their verification criteria, and they've decided to de-verify a large portion of their verified creators on the platform for really no reason. No one understands why. There's really no reason that anyone can pick apart as to why they're removing verification from users. And I thought, as the ace detective on YouTube, it was my responsibility to kind of figure out why this is happening. I'm like the fucking Jessica Jones of YouTube, but with shorter hair. That's the only real difference. So I'll start by saying, yes, my channel is losing its verification status according to this message I got on YouTube, which I find odd because their new criteria isn't that different from the criteria of ye olden days, and it's not exactly like we're living in the wild, wild west of chaos with check marks everywhere. It's pretty fucking hard to get verified on YouTube as is already. In fact, you have to perform, well, you don't have to perform magic tricks or anything, but you have to submit like 3 different forms of identification. A friend of mine who has a bunch of subs way over the required 100,000 cannot get verified and hasn't been able to in 8 months because he needs like 6 different passports, 5 different aliases, a doctor's note, proof that he has a patent on technology. It's weird. The requirements are already astronomical. So the fact that people are verified is pretty rare these days anyway. So to take it away makes no sense whatsoever until you get into the conspiracy side, which is where I'm about to shine, baby. I'm about to rub those nipples really hard with some theories. So the main reason why anyone can pick out why they would de-verify people is because they want to take away verification from people they don't support on the platform that might be a little problematic for them, a little too hot and spicy. That's one of the leading theories right now. But that theory kind of falls apart because channels like Tier0 got their verification taken away, which, you know, that's about as innocent as it gets. That's just kind of fun little gaming biology lessons and such. But what if gaming's the problem? Gamers may be rising up too hard. Maybe they're getting erect too fast. Maybe gamers to YouTube are the enemy. You see, if you look at it through that lens, then that makes perfect sense why Tier0 of all people would also lose verification. If you look at everyone else, a whole bunch of channels from a whole different spectrum of content are getting their verification taken away. So it's really hard to kind of lump it all together and figure out why. That is until I sat down with a pipe in hand, open bathrobe, and semi-chub and really used all thousands and thousands of IQs of my galaxy gamer brain, channeled every ounce of brain power I had, firing every neuron, all synapses going nuts on all cylinders, and I came to a conclusion on why they might want to redo verification and take some away. It's to promote big business. That's why the Jimmy Kimmels, the Jimmy Fallons, the Jimmy Bobimmies, the Jimmy Timmies, and the Jimmy Timmy Power Hours, they want the brands, they want the companies to be the very few people that are verified, perhaps. And that makes perfect sense and very much in line with YouTube's more recent policies and stances. They want to be more like TV, a fucking dying medium, a dead medium, fucking put it 6 feet under in the grave, TV's dead. They want to be more like that, and they're speed running the dead business ideas. They're not going to die, by the way. That's just being exaggeratory. YouTube's probably too big to fail, but I like to toy with the idea that they're really trying to kill themselves in a really fun way. And this is definitely one way of doing it. You want to take away verification from people that aren't big brands and may be considered problematic. Yeah, that does make sense, because then you have the big brands as the only verified people, and it's a lot easier to find verified people than it is to find unverified channels on the platform. That's just a known fact. An unverified channel has a much lower chance of getting recommended than a verified one. It's just been proven a whole bunch of times. So if you're going to weaponize something on YouTube to kind of take your first steps into the battlefield of making brands the reigning king and take down the creators, the first step would be verification. It makes it harder to find a channel, and it also makes it easier for people to impersonate a channel, which means the audience gets divided, and then all of a sudden, it's a war of attrition. You start losing audience members because they think they're following the real one, but they're following a fake one. Shit gets really confusing really quickly because the verification is kind of important in that aspect. It's very easy, like I said, to impersonate. So when you don't have that there and you can't get it because you're not a big brand or a big musician, you're kind of fucked if someone wants to take your identity online. And check this shit out, it goes deeper. I'm connecting all the dots. I'm seeing all the strings that this puppeteer is making us dance with. If you combine this decision with verification removal with the most recent update that fucked creators right in their tight buttholes where they abbreviated public subcounts, You've got a recipe for fucking disaster. You got a recipe for chaos. You see, back in the olden days, at 100,000 subs, you could apply for verification. These days, you're not getting it. You damn near need to have to hop on a Skype call with YouTube reps, clap your ass cheeks together and bark like a seal and beg for verification. It's really fucking hard, damn near impossible, like I said. But let's say you did get it at 150,000 subs, you're pretty safe. You're not going to get impersonated successfully. But now that you lose your verification and your public sub count is abbreviated, it's really easy to impersonate you. Very much so, because your sub count isn't immediately visibly available to see. It's now in a less visible spot, and it's not as long. So you don't have the exact numbers. You just have it abbreviated, which makes it a shorter number. So if you click on your impersonator's channel and it's a lot less subs, it still kind of looks similar to yours because the amount of characters it takes up there is pretty close. So it's going to be very confusing, and especially on mobile, ooh, baby, you're going to have a real rough time not being verified. Shit's just going to be weird, I think. At least going by my conspiracy theory calculations, and I like to dive really deep into these things. Obviously, it might not be this sinister, but it's super fun to think about it as if it were. And it's even still, being totally real now, dropping all the sarcasm and all that shit, it makes no fucking sense. Why remove verification from people? YouTube gets shit on by everyone. Even the #1 content creator shits on this platform. People make fun of this platform. Other websites shit on it. Why do you want to just be the punchline of every joke, YouTube? You're just a cum dumpster of insults and the poster child for anti-anything. You suck to the people. You really do. And it's shit like this. You just keep digging your own grave. They say that this is supposed to help with confusion, but what's the logic of this? We took away his verification to help people find you. Now you know who the real one is, right? Well, no, because you remove the verification. It's counterproductive to what you're saying you want it to do. It makes it more confusing. It makes it harder to see who the real one is. It just makes no fucking sense. It's so fucking dumb. You want to rework verification? That's totally fine. Go for it. But why take it away from people that already had it and it was already working for them? It's super stupid. Super dumb. But yeah, thanks for tuning in to more.
Yesterday, Discord was in the holiday spirit, feeling particularly quirky with a silly, goofy mood. They decided to make an April Fool's Day video about how loot boxes were coming to Discord. A big old joke. But the joke ended up being on YouTube itself because Discord inadvertently created the most potent Viewbot YouTube has ever seen. Right now, the 17-second Discord short is at 628 million views with 53,000 likes and 5,200 comments. So you can tell something's a little fishy there, something's gone awry. That's a ton of views and not much engagement. This video has now set the record for most views in 24 hours, and it's an unbreakable record. I think even if Jesus Christ rose from the ground right now and started vlogging his experience about what heaven is like, there wouldn't be 600 million people that clicked on that video in 24 hours. It wouldn't even come close. It probably wouldn't even beat GTA 6 in 24 hours, which had like 100 mil in 24. This is an unbeatable record now, because of Discord's accidental Viewbot that they implemented. Discord's April Fool's Day prank was like the fucking Manhattan Project for YouTube. They created the nuclear bomb for the platform that cost them a ton of money and just obliterate their AdSense. Like, I'm very curious how much money this video made. It's only 17 seconds, so it's not getting like a ton of like RPM or anything, but still, with that many views, that's probably still like at least 50-60 grand, I would imagine. But the most substantial hit to YouTube here is the infrastructure, where they have to feed 600 million views to a video that no one is actually watching, thus they're not really making anything on. It's also 17 seconds in the first place, which again isn't something they make a lot on anyway. So it's just costing YouTube a ton of money just hosting a video that's getting that amount of traction from what is fundamentally fake views. So how did Discord do it, and are they going to jail for this criminal action? To tackle the first question here, I'll turn to this series of tweets from Marvin. Discord managed to create a working YouTube Viewbot in 2024 by playing their loot box announcement trailer on loop in the background of the in-app toast. When asked to break the magician's code and reveal what the in-app toast was, Marvin explains that it's the little pop-up in the bottom right of your Discord app.
So as I understand it, since the video was embedded in Discord itself and looping, anyone who was just normally using Discord over the last 24 hours was accidentally contributing to this monstrous view count here for the video. Another Twitter user said that they could have sworn YouTube embeds that autoplay don't give the embedded video views, and Marvin explains that they actually do. From my own research, embedded video views do actually count to the view count, but he assumed that YouTube would dedupe the view count later, which it doesn't seem like they have yet, or there's no sign if they ever will either. It also seems the top brass at Discord didn't know that this would happen. This all seems to be a happy little accident here. Here's one of the higher ups at Discord expressing their confusion. How the fuck is this video getting so many views? Unable to recognize that in the pursuit of science they may have gone too far, playing God. They were blinded by this insatiable appetite to create the ultimate April Fool's prank. They only asked if they could, never if they should. Their creation became too powerful. I'm sure many of you remember Wumpus, God rest his soul. He used to be the face of Discord, the head honcho, the man in charge, the puppeteer behind the curtains pulling the strings. That was back when Discord still leaned heavy into dank meme culture, so every time you open the app it just blasted you with cringe, like, need to construct additional pylons to overflow our meme capacitors. All your base ore belong to us, tee-hee-hee. Zoinks, and don't even get me started on what would happen if you made the mistake of filing a support ticket, because then you had to communicate with Wumpus's lobotomite sidekick, Springle, the mystical fairy elf, who did nothing to solve your problems. It was just like one Discord employee who really liked to LARP and roleplay, so you'd give them your problem that you want help with, and they just kind of beat around the bush in like the silliest ways ever, like, oh, this is a very alarming problem. I'm going to get to it right now. Let me contact the hype conductor over here at the HQ, and we'll see if we can get to it. Then they get back to you like a day later, like, unfortunately, there was nothing we could do about it. Our Chaos Emeralds weren't powerful enough to solve your problem, but hopefully you enjoyed our conversation anyway. Toodaloo, cobblaboo, that kind of stuff. Or, no, he used to say, crinkle. He used to be like, crinkle cum. No, it wasn't crinkle cum, but he used to say something like that, like, crinkly binks, something. Just spitting gibberish jolliness at you. And it was kind of charming and cute, but obviously very kind of embarrassing. So they ended up retiring that and rebranding to be more serious as the app grew in popularity. But back then, they used to blame all of the problems that happened at Discord on Wumpus. If there was an outage, they'd say, whoops, Wumpus seems to have tripped over the power cord at Discord. How clumsy of Wumpus. Can everyone say, aw, Wumpus, with a hashtag underneath this tweet? That kind of thing. So I've got a theory that this was a Wumpus original. He reared his ugly head from behind the curtain once again at Discord, and his influence was felt in a big way here. Like a poltergeist, a spirit that was haunting Discord. They must have got the Ouija board out and accidentally summoned Wumpus, and he created this big Viewbot. Now, they have changed it so it no longer just autoplays and loops in everyone's Discord like some kind of parasitic infestation on there or anything. Now, you have to go out of your way to view it. And I am curious if YouTube's going to do anything about it, or if they even could, if they wanted to. Like, how do you just get rid of a bunch of those views? Like, is there a way for them to see on the back end which ones were just autoplay looped? I imagine there must be. Like, they have all kinds of crazy analytics and data. There probably is a way to see that, but is there a way for them to just take those views away? Just make them vanish and poof? I don't know. This is something we've seen on Twitch a lot with infamous channels like Fextra Life, which embeds their live streams on their website in every single instance of that website in the top left where it would autoplay those streams. I don't know if they still do that now, but it's how they used to have a bunch of fraudulent viewers on their streams where they'd have like 20, 30k viewers but only like 5 people in chat. It's because they were embedding that stream on another platform and having it autoplay in a bunch of different instances. It drives these view numbers up in a huge way, but I don't know if we've ever seen that utilized on YouTube, and certainly not to this degree with something as big as Discord. So I wonder if this is going to open the door or open people's eyes on exploits for YouTube views if you start embedding things and autoplaying them externally. Who knows, really? It could have far-reaching consequences or none at all. It really is unique in the fact that it was Discord that did it because so many millions of people use that every single day. So the numbers just went wacky here, fucking insano style, but I wonder if there's other platforms or people that have popular platforms outside of YouTube that might use this to get some extra juice on their videos, like their big projects, if they just start embedding it. And you wouldn't see numbers like 600 million, but maybe you'd see numbers like in the 5 to 10 million range. I'm just curious. I don't know if that's a possibility or if YouTube's going to do something on the back end to make sure this doesn't happen again. Who really knows? But for now, it's just very fascinating and actually a fucking solid April Fool's Day joke from Discord here. Not with their loot box video, like that's fine, that's cute. But this as an April Fool's joke with this unbelievable Viewbot and clinching a record that will never be beaten with 600 million views in 24 hours, that is incredible. That's like an actual hearty har belly laugh kind of prank right there that they didn't even mean to pull. Like, if BTS dropped a music video right now, wouldn't even come close. There's nothing on the planet that will ever beat that record, ever. I'm very confident in saying that. Shit, even if Mr. Beast himself collaborated with a legitimate extraterrestrial alien and did like a $100 million giveaway, all you had to do to enter was click on that video, I don't see that beating this. I don't see that getting 628 million views in 24 hours. I do not think it is possible to break this record no matter what. So yeah, very interesting stuff, very cool, very awesome. If you were on YouTube earlier this afternoon, you might have noticed something very interesting pop up on your front page that had you raising an eyebrow. An extremely popular stream that half of Florida seemed to be tuning into. One of my streams. 376,000 viewers watching me stream a game called Nine Souls. It's an absolute banger indie game that's pretty much Hollow Knight meets Sekiro. And this stream peaked at over 413,000 viewers, making it one of YouTube's biggest streams, like in general. YouTube has a lot of streams that like eke into the millions when they're like big news broadcasts, but when it comes to like gaming streams, this would probably be in like the top 20 that has ever been broadcast. So what the fuck happened? Florida got hit by a hurricane, so everyone just decided might as well watch Charles during all of this? Everyone just got really curious. What is Nine Souls? So half the world tuned in? Like, why is the viewership number so high on just a normal average gaming stream that I do? Well, it's because it was botted. I wouldn't see viewership numbers like that if I was playing Grand Theft Auto 6 on stream right now. That number is bogus. That's a load of fucking dirty barnacles. It's horseradish. It is because it's botted. I've never had that happen. I know it's pretty common when people try and weaponize bots to try and get a streamer in trouble, but I've never been on the receiving end of it. And I really got super curious what this looks like on the back end. Like, I've always been able to speculate and people have talked about it, but I've never been able to firsthand experience it, and I thought it might be interesting information just to share with all of you on what it looks like on the back end when a stream gets botted to an absurd level, like 413,000 live viewers. But before doing that, let's go ahead and set the stage for botting, just in case anyone's unfamiliar, even though I don't think I need to go too much into detail. It's 2024, I don't need to lore dump and explain what bots are to you. By this point, you're all smart enough to know, you've got your thinking caps on, you're familiar with bots. You might not be familiar with some of the data, though, that suggests that over half of the internet is bots now. Not to go down the whole dead internet rabbit hole or anything, but over half of the people you engage with on a daily basis and over half of the things you engage with, whether it's articles or what have you, is bots or bot-driven content. It really is just out of control. Your dog is probably a bot. Your mom is not a bot. Them titties are real, son. Let me tell you what, them honkers mean business. Point is, though, a lot of the things that you engage with every single day are bots. Now, one place that's always had a huge botting problem is streams. It's actually been a classic tried and true method of growth when it comes to streaming, where a streamer will invest some money in a botting service to boost their viewer numbers so they can float to like the top of Twitch in a category and hopefully get some real human beings, flesh, blood, and cringe, to come in and watch because they'll be able to find the stream easier since it's towards the top with this high viewer number, even though it's not real. It's bots that are there. But the idea is simple: inflate the viewer number with bots to hopefully get some real people to watch it and hopefully get interested enough to keep coming back. Now, botting is also a weapon that can be wielded, where some pathetic snot-nosed goober with a tummy of Doritos decides to bot someone else's stream in the hopes of getting them banned. Bots usually get flagged on the back end by these platforms like Twitch or YouTube because a lot of bot services are very simple to track. So what they'll do is they'll bot a stream up to crazy absurd numbers where it's blatantly obvious that it's a botted stream, and hope that the platform bans them for it. That doesn't usually work because platforms are smart enough to know that a streamer isn't that stupid. Most of the time, if a streamer's doing it to try and nefariously push themselves to the top, they're going to put more money behind it and get bots that will actually talk in chat, so that way it isn't as obvious that they're botting. When you have a streamer with 200,000 viewers, yet only like 30 messages across a whole hour in the chat, you know there's some fishy shit afoot there. There's a smelling smelly. Nobody is dumb enough to make it that obvious. So I can't think of any cases where Twitch or YouTube banned a stream that had been botted by somebody else. That doesn't come to mind in my noodle up here. So I don't think I'm going to be getting in trouble. I don't think they're going to bend me over their knee and spank my cheeks red for having high viewership numbers that were botted by somebody else. But it's still fresh. We'll see, I suppose. What I want to share, though, is what this looks like. Because I've always wondered, when it comes to YouTube streaming in particular, since YouTube interjects ads occasionally during a stream, it would be serving 413,000 bots those ads. Does that calculate on the back end? Like, all of a sudden, did I just make fucking $50,000 through, like, the ads YouTube puts in there automatically and integrates in the stream because of this person botting me? And if so, how widespread of an issue would that be if more people started doing that? And are there already people doing that I don't know about? So, let me show you the back end. First of all, here's the views versus peak concurrent viewers. Now, typically it takes a few hours for the views to catch up for what the actual number is. However, usually it does that over the course of the stream. And since I was streaming for a few hours, it would have gone up to probably around like 400, 500,000 views before it updated. So the fact that it's at 150 means that it wasn't calculating those bots as actual viewers on the back end. It does, however, register them in the viewers tab while showing you your peak and your average, as well as giving you the graph and the information on when viewers were coming in and how many. So it does register them as live viewers, but it doesn't register them as like actual views on the stream. I decided to reach out to my YouTube partner manager just to confirm my suspicion that these live viewers aren't actually being logged as real viewers on the back end, and he confirmed that yes, YouTube is able to identify bots in something like this and separate it so that way it doesn't end up being like this huge money glitch, like this exploit. Because basically what you could do if these are counted as real viewers is you could just pay to bot one of your own streams and just keep inserting ads that are being served to a lot of bots and just farm an infinite money glitch out of it. But it seems YouTube has thought of that pretty obvious exploit, and they have a way of, on the back end, making sure that this stays divided so that you can't just use fake viewers to farm ad revenue. I don't exactly know how they do it because they are there as live viewers, but on the back end they are not there as views. So that is separated somehow, I just don't really get how. So like the views on that stream are still at 150k despite 413,000 concurrent with a 58,000 average. The bots also didn't count for watch time either, so they contributed neither to views nor watch time or anything at all except for that live viewer number. I did, however, get one new subscriber from the stream. Maybe that's the guy behind the bots. He said, you know what, I owe it to him to at least sub. But whoever that is, you're a real hero. I appreciate it. It seems YouTube does have protocol in place to identify and remove spam or bot engagement or views or anything like that. And after like an hour and a half of being botted to this outrageous level, it eventually did stop. I don't know if that's because the botter ran out of money to keep shoveling into the service they were paying for, or if it was YouTube in real time removing the spam or bot accounts from the live viewer numbers. I don't have the answer to that, but I would imagine it's probably a little column A, a little column B. The guy probably got tired or bored or ran out of resources to keep botting it, and YouTube probably started to get those accounts out of there. So anyway, I just wanted to share a little bit about this because I've never had a stream botted and just thought it'd be kind of interesting to show some of this on the back end. It doesn't have revenue in the analytics yet because the stream is still too new to generate that information, but I'm confident that the revenue is going to be what it normally is for a stream. I don't think it'll be any higher or anything since the views didn't change and the watch time didn't change
and that's what drives that number. So I'm pretty confident that the botted views didn't do anything.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be watching the FineBros high energy super duper special ultra awesome announcement and pointing out its bullshit. It's worth knowing that I don't like reaction videos or pretty much any videos on YouTube, so I don't watch the FineBros content, but a lot of people sent me this video and said it was just wrong, and I completely agree, so wanted to throw on my scuba gear and dive into these assholes and pull all this shit out so we can understand what they're trying to do with this new system. It's also worth saying that I'm genuinely curious to see if the FineBros will abuse YouTube's broken and horrendous copyright system to have this video taken down, even though what I'm doing here is 100% legal and abiding by fair use. So, let's go ahead and start this fun little moving picture.
Hello everyone.
Hi there.
Very excited to bring you an announcement today.
I'm excited to hear it.
Big announcement that our company has grown so much over the
Man,
years.
these two look genuinely uncomfortable in every photo they've shown so far. They look genuinely uncomfortable now. Nothing's changed over the years, huh, fellas? The guy on the right looks like he's being held at gunpoint.
By creating a new way for us to create content together. This is not only a huge step for our company, but for the entire global media industry.
The whole global media industry, huh? Wow, that sounds exciting.
We saw the impact of the series. The franchise has grown beyond our wildest imagination, and it's been humbling to see the impact it's had on the world.
What the fuck impact has it had on the world? There's still a lot of bad shit going on. There was just a homeless man jerking off on the side of my street yesterday for no reason.
Ever as a time capsule, even 100 years from now, that people can look back at what various generations were saying about culture and the issues of our time.
I need to pause here for a moment. That's quite an unrealistic expectation of your very simple show. Are you telling me you actually think it's possible that 100 years from now there's going to be a historian breaking out into a cold sweat, desperately trying to understand what we as a culture thought about the stupid little videos you showed to random people on the internet? Oh fuck, what did they think about the cat taking a shit? Quick, hit the FineBros archive. I'm pretty sure they have an elders react to that very video. We'll know exactly what the entire human race thought at that very moment to that very video. It's exactly what we needed.
So you're wasting your time going on the internet, going through the comments, and typing some racial slur for a Cheerios commercial. But what has been missing?
No, actually, I'm wasting my time going on the internet, going to the FineBros announcement video just so I can watch two greedy assholes try and make some more money out of their very simple premise.
By having the people who helped React become a global phenomenon be the ones to make the shows with us, and that's all of you. We are excited to announce React World, which is the first of its kind program.
Whoa, exciting.
To license all our popular shows online so that anyone, even you watching right now, can create your own.
Wow, that was kind of a rude way of saying that. Oh yeah, even you watching right now, pussy fart. That's right, you fuckboy. You waste of space. You can do this too if you come to us for licensing first.
Licensing, which many TV shows have done over time. For example,
oh, now we're having a great time, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about licensing. This is exciting stuff.
Need to be created in other locations. So with React,
why the fuck is the man on the right holding his head up so high? Does he have a perpetual runny nose?
TV where you have to pay huge amounts up front. We're providing the license with no upfront fees.
How generous!
With you after you start uploading.
Oh man, you're only taking a fraction of their revenue for their original content?
Make money and get featured and promoted by us in various
Whoa!
ways. Find out more in the links below.
Wow, I can't wait to find out more.
Is important is due to witnessing many creators, ourselves included, having their shows and formats blatantly stolen by companies and people, both online and on television.
I need to pause right here for a moment. That's pretty hypocritical of you to say, considering reaction videos were a thing well before you two started uploading to YouTube. In fact, that shit goes way back to the 80s. So to stand there and act like you created the reaction video is just plain wrong. What you two did is you took a successful format and applied it to the modern age. Instead of making random people watch music videos, which is what they used to do in the 80s and 90s, you had random people watch viral videos. So don't act like there was never anything even close to your show until you two heroes came along and introduced the world to reaction videos.
And we implore everyone not to support those companies and channels. When you notice someone ripping someone's format off, don't stand for it.
For real, don't stand for that shit. If you see Grandma Ruth posted a video of her grandson reacting to a video, you better take Grandma Ruth the fuck down. You better throw her in a full Nelson, throw her in jail. She's ripping off fucking FineBros format.
The spirit of wanting to do things differently than traditional Hollywood has started to dissipate, but our company has never lost that spirit. With React World...
Oh no, please, not math. React World plus bad ecstasy plus me equals... No, show mercy, I failed calculus. Oh fuck, this is the future of entertainment? Oh, now we're fucking talking. We're coming to a utopian society soon.
To know that our formats can inspire millions of people and opening that up for all of you to have the chance to do the same is as exciting as anything we have ever done before. And we look forward to the time when we can look back to this moment, to this video with all of you, knowing that this was when we all stood together, changed the way things...
This man is straight up fucking ejaculating on film right now, and I don't like it. It's making me uncomfortable.
In creating your
own version of any of our React formats, which if you don't, then what is wrong with you?
Hey, what the fuck's wrong with you? What, you don't like the FineBros?
Information and sign up today. We can't wait to work with so many of you and change the world together.
What he meant to say is you can't wait to just take all of your ad revenue for whatever you happen to create that even looks like the FineBros format. Now let me just go ahead and explain why this is all just absolute hogwash. They don't explain what their format is. What's their format? They just sit a bunch of people down in front of a computer and film their reaction. Well, isn't that how every single reaction video could possibly go? So where do they decide what's infringing on their format? If you have more than 4 people, 5 people, 1 person, could they do it at 1? They absolutely could make it anything they wanted to. Now, if this was about using their logos and such as your own, I would understand this whole thing, but that's not what this is about. This is about the FineBros trying to make money on every single reaction video that gets made, even ones they don't make themselves or have any part in, and just taking down any that might steal viewers away from the FineBros. So yeah, this is an obviously horrible thing they're trying to do, and they tried to put a spin on it where it would change the world or some stupid shit, but they're just trying to make more money in a horrible way. So, just wanted to point out, yesterday, September 20th, 2019, was a historic day on the internet. A day where the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Yesterday, we celebrated our Internet Independence Day. It's actually the president's speech from Independence Day. I memorized that shit because I fucking love that movie. Obviously, it's a little different here. We're not fighting aliens. We're fighting robots at YouTube. Either way, the statement stands. Yesterday was massive. I made the video talking about YouTube and the whole verification scheme they were running. Little Ponzi scheme they tried to slip into our drinks trying to roofie us with that garbage. And then only an hour after I posted that video, Susan goes on Twitter and makes 2 updates saying they are reversing the changes. Now, am I saying that my video is the reason Susan changed their mind? That's exactly what I'm saying. But this is huge for the internet because everyone banded together and actually made a change on YouTube, which has never happened. In the 13 years I've been on YouTube, not once, not a single time have I seen them reverse an update or a change they've made. And I mean that in no exaggeratory manner. I have never, ever, ever seen them reverse even the most counterproductive and just batshit insane fucking lunatic ideas that they pass on this site. I've never seen them backpedal on one until yesterday. We just chipped the Titan's armor on this one. It's unreal. That, you know, gamers, sometimes we don't always get victory royales, you know what I mean? Not every time gamers go out there, we win. Sometimes we get rejected to prom. Sometimes we get rejected to prom 3 times in a row. You never know. Gamers sometimes lose, but in this case, the gamers just fucking swept it. We just got a big dubski. The only time I've seen gamers even come close to winning something this big is when they visit my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Stream daily, baby. Fuck yeah. Why this is a huge deal isn't just that they're reversing an absolutely stupid change that they were trying to push through. It sets the precedent that maybe when we do offer advice and complain about some garbage shit that they throw out there, they might actually start to listen now. This shows that Susan is receptive to feedback. In the very least, she sees it. That's massive. That's absolutely massive, because for the last 13 years, it's basically just been coming into the ocean. You're never going to find it. No one gives a shit about it. It's not going to make any difference. No one cared until Susan makes it clear yesterday that they're about to start, at least hopefully. I'm still just blown away by this shit right now. I think I'm in a wet dream still. For 13 years, YouTube could literally drone strike an orphanage in Nebraska, reducing the whole facility to ash, rubble, and corpses, and they wouldn't apologize for it. They wouldn't do anything to, you know, improve their brand image or anything. They just waited out and hoped people just didn't give a shit after a certain period of time, and it always worked for them. But now, on this, for some reason, they actually decided to be human about it. We're sorry, and we're going to listen and revert these awful changes. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. YouTube has always been one of the most unapologetic, unhuman companies on the internet. It's fucking Skynet pre-alpha, basically. Just purely machine run, only numbers crunching and shit like that. But now, somehow, we've finally gotten them to listen and do something about the feedback that they're given. It's amazing. I'm still semi-chubbed from all of this, and it's been almost 12 hours now. It's just, I'm just so excited because maybe now, they will listen to shit. That's obviously wishful thinking, probably won't happen, and they're still going to roll out horrible updates, but maybe when they're horrible and people talk about them, Susan will go on Twitter once again and, you know, flash her tits to the world. Listen, I'm here for you. I'm changing this shit. Maybe Susan's the goddamn hero that Gotham really needs right now. I'm excited for what's going to come from YouTube now. For the first time in a long time, I'm very optimistic with where YouTube is heading, just from this one simple gesture. Look how simple this was. Susan makes 2 tweets and now all of a sudden I'm on her side. And everyone seems to be on her side. Because that's all they needed to do for 13 fucking years, to not be labeled a shady, shitty, slimy company with less integrity than a meth dealer. All it took was this one simple gesture to just turn all of that around, and it's such a nice breath of fresh air. Swallowing wet farts from YouTube for so long and finally getting what seems to be like a little bit of humanization from the company is fucking fantastic. And that's all I wanted to talk about. And great job, everybody on the internet, for all banding together to fight for what you believed was the right course of action for a platform that has never once looked at you as anything more than a number in the laboratory at the YouTube HQ. But maybe that will all change now with Susan at the helm. Maybe our voices can be heard and they'll stop pushing out horribly shitty updates. Yeah, I mean, if they just stop making horribly shitty updates, we wouldn't even need to be worrying about complaining and getting listened to. Just make better decisions, I guess, would be the ultimate solution to this garbage. But YouTube comments have become synonymous with degeneracy. YouTube comments are like piles of dog shit you encounter on the sidewalk during like a Sunday afternoon stroll, but it's not like random piles of dog shit like accidental. This is like deliberate dog shit placed on the sidewalk just for you to feel worse about, like someone doing fucking snow angels in the dog shit or hand painting it on the sidewalk just to make your walk a little worse. That's what YouTube comments have become, and it's never really been a problem because every big platform has that issue. It's a people problem. Twitter has it like a motherfucker. Reddit, Facebook, all of the big social platforms have the same exact issue. But now there's one guy who made a video about pedophiles commenting on videos of children on YouTube, and he had everyone go to the advertisers to report it to them, so that way all the advertisers would pull out, which has happened. Adpocalypse 2 is upon us. So that's going on at the moment. And now YouTube's solution to get the advertisers back on to make them feel safe is they're starting to disable comments on a channel-wide basis. The first channel this happened to that I've seen is Will. He can no longer post any or have videos with any comments enabled on them. It's out of his control. YouTube has disabled it for him. The picture he posted on Twitter makes it very clear that this seems to be the direction they're going. And I don't blame YouTube at all. YouTube has genuinely no options here. There's nothing they can fucking do except remove comments on a platform-wide basis. You can't have like a department of super sleuths going through every single comment on every single video on the platform, line by line. Oh, what the fuck is this? That stanza 3 is a little inappropriate. Blast that shit out of here. Advertisers won't like that one. It's impossible. It's too much. So logically, the only thing they can do is just get rid of comments, which it looks like they're doing. And it's not like they can have like a system or an algorithm in place to like monitor and police every single comment, because that just can't fucking be done. Skynet 2,000 years from now probably couldn't come up with a system as complex as that to detect what are bad and creepy comments and immediately get rid of them. It just can't be done. And YouTube can't even make a simple functioning copyright system. It's just so fucking primitive when it comes to these algorithms that there's no feasible way they could come up with something to automatically get rid of creeps on the platform. Can't be done. Their fucking copyright system is so goddamn archaic. If I hum the Halo theme song right now, I could get claimed by Katy Perry for stepping on her copyright toes. It's super, super shitty. So there's no way they could do that, and you obviously can't hire a team to do that because it's too much work for real people. So the comments have to go. Which is super fucked up, but there's really no other option for them. I don't defend YouTube, you guys know that. I'm the first to drop trousers and take a steamy fat fart right on the face of YouTube's decisions they've been making over the years, because they're just bad decisions and bad ideas they've been implementing. But in this case, it's out of their hands. There was no other choice. There's literally nothing else they could do in this situation except just get rid of comments, because advertisers pulling out for this doesn't stop people from commenting horrible shit on videos. Those two aren't related at all. A bad person isn't going to just stop posting some creepy shit on a video just because Disney isn't advertising on the platform anymore. And they're not going to be like, oh man, well, Disney's not on YouTube anymore. I guess I really shouldn't comment this. That's not going to stop them. All that hurts is everyone that uses the platform normally. So the only thing YouTube can do to make sure that people can still use the platform to have a living off of is get rid of comments. That way advertisers feel safer that there's not some creepy guy being openly creepy in the comment section. So I don't blame YouTube. And I'm really surprised that it's YouTube even taking the fall here first, because Twitter has a massive fucking problem in this department. I've seen trending hashtags for pedophile communities being super open about being pedophiles. Fucking hashtag pedophile appreciation day, hashtag high five a pedophile, creepy shit like that. And it's not an issue on Twitter apparently, despite it being super on display a lot. Some absolutely disgusting, deplorable shit on Twitter, so I'm sure their shitstorm's right around the corner. But in YouTube's case, it wasn't just the creepy comments, they also had a really fucked up algorithm that just kept recommending more and more creepy shit, like some over-eager salesman at a flea market trying to get your attention just with more and more creepy shit. So hopefully they fix that. But in terms of the comment section, I don't like that they're getting rid of it, but they just didn't have a choice, as I've said a couple times now. I just feel like a lot of people are blaming YouTube now for this step when I really just don't think it's their fault. Think about it this way. Let's say there was a huge movement to boycott Gillette razors, a hashtag wake up Gillette, because it turns out a pedophile used their razors one time. Well, now no one wants to touch Gillette, no one wants to work with Gillette because now their razor had a pedophile use it. So no one's gonna fucking use it. They're being boycotted. How the fuck do they ensure that no pedophiles use their razor? You can't just have like a box that you check before purchasing a Gillette razor that says, oh, not a pedophile. That wouldn't work. So what do? The only way you can ensure that no bad people use your product is to just take it off the shelves. So Gillette would have to remove all their razors to make sure no pedophiles ever use the razor. That's what YouTube's doing with the comment section, to make sure no bad people use the comment section. It's really just not their fucking fault, and it sucks. It's just impossible to police every single comment and every single user on the site. Even if you flagged every single account, they could just make another one and keep posting creepy shit. I wanted to just make this to let you all know why the comments will likely be disabled on my videos, because it's out of my hands. It seems like this is the route they're going, and I'm sure my account will be hit by it as well. It wasn't me that turned off comments. I wanted to keep reading your screeching comments about my hair being too long and how it needs to be cut. I also really wanted to keep diving deeper into, haha, this guy's embarrassingly short at 5'6". Those were some quality fucking top-notch comments, and I wanted to keep reading that top-shelf comedy. It wasn't me that turned it off, is the point I'm making. And sarcasm aside, I think the comment section on any platform is extremely valuable. I think it's a very important component to have in anything, to have feedback, to be able to read what other people are saying about it. And even more importantly, it puts Justin Y out of a job. That man has spent 24 hours a day over the last fucking 2 years commenting on every single video on the site. It's incredible. And now that man's, what the fuck is he gonna do? Justin, I'm sorry, man. I hope this doesn't go through. I wish you Godspeed. But again, not me that's going to be turning off the comments if it happens to me, and I'm sure it will. Just wanted to let you all know, and that's right. Today, YouTube did something special. They recommended a video that hit me with the fattest wave of nostalgia I've experienced in quite some time. I swear to God, it was like I had just been tased. Time froze. I stood still, damn near convulsing, having a That's So Raven flashback as I just went down this nostalgia boner ride. And that recommended video was a re-upload of Naruto the Nobody's AMV. Now, I've been on this platform a long time, and one thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is YouTube was built upon the back of the anime community. I'm not even saying that as a joke or an exaggeration. This platform first started to gain popularity in 2006-2007 because the weeaboos came here to post their anime music videos, AMVs, as well as clips from their favorite animes, and just general anime discussions. It is genuinely a great deal of debt that Google owes to the otakus in the world for creating them and making them as powerful as they are these days. I mean, I think it's time we tip our hats, take our fists out of our waifu pillows, and just give them a real salute, because without the anime fans using YouTube as a cum dumpster for AMVs and poorly edited AMVs, you wouldn't have this video sharing monopoly that you do these days. For better or for worse, they built it. And now they're kind of extinct. AMVs are a lost art. They're completely dead on the YouTube as far as I can see. But I want to talk about them briefly because I feel like it's kind of erased history, kind of just pushed to the side. No one wants to talk about the dark past of YouTube, the old age of when AMVs ruled the platform. Because it wasn't that long ago. I first found YouTube in 2006 with the infamous RuneScape Falador massacre. God rest those poor souls that lost their lives on that bloody battleground. And when you clicked on that video, YouTube was hosting the video that showcased the massacre, and it was set to the song Planet Hell by Nightwish. When you clicked on that video and you explored YouTube, all you found were AMVs. YouTube used to divide their platform by most viewed. You could click on most viewed for the hour, for the day, for the week, for the month. No matter what you sorted it by, no matter what time frame, the most viewed videos were always anime related, typically AMVs. The most popular at the time, I would argue, is the Naruto the Nobody's AMV. Unfortunately, just like the fucking burning of the Library of Alexandria, we've lost the majority of those ancient AMVs that really built YouTube, like the Nobodies. And that's because YouTube had this phase where if you had copyrighted music and YouTube was really starting to get big, they'd just delete the video. They wouldn't do copyright claims like they do these days, where if you use a popular song, you get claimed and that revenue goes to the holder of that song. Back then, if you were found in violation of a copyrighted song, the video was terminated, sometimes your account as well. They didn't have that same system. So we lost a very large portion of those incredible, crucial AMVs. And that's nothing to scoff at. That's a huge fucking sin. That'd be like if we actually found Atlantis today and then just burned it to the fucking ground and never reported it. It's just such an important piece of history that we can no longer access. And it only lives on in fucking hushed whispers and, you know, unreliable... Man, I don't know if you can hear that, but I fucking hate that guy. There's one turbo virgin douchebag that just fucking pumps dick down this very small straightaway going at least 80 miles per hour in a car that sounds like a souped up lawnmower because he's blown off the fucking exhaust. He has it like a sawed off double barrel shotgun where it's the loudest exhaust of all time. And the fucking idiot, he spun out once and blew out a power line and he still does it. He still fucking does it. I can't stand that guy. If you're watching, fuck you. But yeah, anyway, I was just feeling a little bit nostalgic when I got this recommendation. I don't even know why the fuck YouTube recommended it to me. It only had like 9,000 views, but I guess that's from the streams I do at twitch.tv/moistcritical where we go through this like really fucking obscure rabbit hole of shit. So YouTube was like, I got something real special for this guy's ass. I'm about to blast him with this one. And then they hit me with that, and I'm glad they did because I think it was overdue to say, thank you, anime fans. And I think YouTube themselves owes that community a thank you. Susan herself should come out and say, thank you, anime fans, for what you did for YouTube over a decade ago. Now, I know there's going to be some debate on, you know, it was Fred, it was Smosh, it was the individuals that really grew YouTube to what it is today. And while they absolutely played a very important role, no doubt, I'd argue they would have never heard about YouTube as a platform without the anime community and without the RuneScape Falador massacre. Let's not undersell the importance of that event. That right there is on the same level as other historic tragedies as well. That's like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand for the video gaming world. The Falador massacre in RuneScape of 2006, that was huge and everyone wanted to see what the fuck it was about, especially in 2006 when RuneScape was like at its absolute peak. So when word spread about this tragic event, everyone wanted to see it, and they go to this new platform called YouTube, and what do you find on there besides the Falador Massacre? Thousands and thousands of anime-related videos. And so I'd say, between those two, that's what really popped YouTube off and put it on the map, which then attracted people like Fred, Smosh, and everyone, the individuals, the creators, to come aboard and start doing those videos, and then that's how we've ended up here today. That is how I'd view it as a man who was on the front lines of anime music videos. I created a few myself, and I wish I could still find those bad boys, because I made some badass Bleach ones, and I made like 3. I'm telling you, oh God, I'm getting nostalgic again. I'm getting another fat boner. Fuck it, we'll talk about it. I can't remember the exact YouTube channel, but it was called like Naruto Bleach Sports, or Sporty Naruto Bleach Fan, I can't quite remember. And I made like these 3 Bleach AMVs, and I used Alexis on Fire, this could be anywhere in the world for one of them, 1000-Foot Crutch for the other 2, and I used a program called Pinnacle Studios, which came with the Dazzle capture card. And I tell ya, I damn near fucking mastered that software. I was able to put like a red filter when the songs got heavy, so that way like when the screaming came in, I was able to put like a red filter and shake the screen a little bit. The effects were mind-boggling for 2006. I'm surprised I wasn't contacted to work for some of the big boys at like MGM or Pixar or something, because my fucking editing in those AMVs, legendary. And it's a goddamn shame they don't exist on YouTube anymore, and I know because I've tried to find them. But anyway, again, going down the AMV nostalgia boner rabbit hole, just wanted to give credit where credit's due. YouTube would not be where it is today without AMVs, and that's just kind of what I wanted to point out, because I feel like people need to understand that although we make a lot of jokes about anime in the community, there really is they played a big role. And I'm sure you can tell by my voice, but I'm fucking livid. YouTube took down my Logan Paul video, which is pretty amazing considering there's a couple thousand of these over the last 24 hours, and to my knowledge mine is the only one that has been taken down. What's even more amazing to me is the reason it was removed: misleading or insufficient metadata. I'd never had this happen before. I've had many videos wrongfully taken down by YouTube, but never for this reason. So like any sane man, I went and took a shit and then Googled the problem. Turns out YouTube posted something explaining it. They have this fucking robot telling me what it means.
This also helps you know exactly what you are about to watch when you click on a video. When we say metadata, we are talking about all the information associated with a video that isn't the video itself, including information that you, the uploader, provide. This includes the title, the thumbnail, the description, and the tags. Unfortunately, sometimes uploaders abuse our metadata in ways that are intentionally misleading, either to our users or to our search algorithms.
It's like I just watched a fucking ISIS video. It's like they were forcing this woman at gunpoint to give these rules. So apparently either my title, my description, or my tags were misleading, which I find hard to believe since it's not all that different from the titles of very popular ones about this right now. Take a look at these. Not all that different from my title, which was Logan Paul laughing at a dead man. It's not like I fucking clickbaited it. Cosmic Guardian Logan Paul turbo giggling at murdered reptilian humanoid on planet Earth. I didn't fucking go the extra mile and make up some stupid shit. If somebody found my video, Logan Paul laughing at a dead man, and clicked on it, they would see Logan Paul laughing at a dead man. It's not misleading. The only thing I can think of that would even be misconstrued as misleading is my description, which was, "This is the greatest fucking douchebag of all time." That one I can see kind of being misleading. There's a lot of fucking douchebags. It's a bold claim saying Logan Paul's the biggest. But even still, is that really a hill you want to die on, YouTube? I don't think Logan Paul is the biggest fucking douchebag on the planet. I'm taking this down because I was misled. Well, okay, maybe you're right. I should have changed it. This is the fastest balding douchebag on YouTube. Maybe that's what I should have put it to, and then it wouldn't have been misleading. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous, because some of the biggest content creators on this urethral swab of a website clickbait the shit out of all of their videos, misleading thumbnails, misleading descriptions, but it's okay because they're so big on the platform. Before anyone speculates that it's Logan Paul that took it down, I highly doubt it. His holiness is way too big to be watching some plebeian's YouTube videos on him. There's no way he actually saw it and wanted it down. I think it's just YouTube selectively enforcing their fucking vague rules. Obviously, I appealed this, and I'm sure someone at YouTube HQ is gonna wipe their asshole with that, but at least I'm trying to get the video back up. I really have no more to say about how absurd YouTube's been over the last few years, but man, this is a nice barbed wire dildo on top of my birthday. I've made over 1,000 videos, probably over 5,000 videos, but I've removed about 4,000 of them from my past out of sheer embarrassment. It's not like I was uploading furry porn or like incest hentai or anything like that. It was just videos I was embarrassed of that I made when I was younger, and I got very insecure about my penis size, so I removed them all in like 2011, 2010, somewhere in that ballpark. I don't quite remember off the top of my head now, but I've made a lot of videos is what I'm saying. I've made a lot of shit. And YouTube really never puts any of it in recommended until recently. Now, I don't give a fuck about recommended, I don't care about numbers or anything, but I find it incredibly entertaining that the only video YouTube has ever recommended from my channel for, the normies, the regular casual YouTube viewer, not the one going to like the deep dark corners looking for mukbangs or anything, the casual crowd, the only one of my things they've ever recommended is my Viking daughter Girtholomew video, which is a porn game. In the video, I basically spend 6 minutes doggy style butt fucking this girl's pussy, a Viking pussy. And that's the whole video, just me making jokes about that. And this, for some reason, over the last months, keeps getting recommended to people on their homepage just all the time. Like, this shit's blown up. It's over 1.2 million views, and it was at like 300,000 until it started getting into recommended videos, and now everyone's so fucking confused. Like, why is this in my recommended? Does YouTube think I'm some type of degenerate sex fiend looking for porn games? I don't know. But YouTube, I like this. I really respect this joke from you, YouTube. I fuck hard with this. I think this is really solid shit. They take Girtholomew and they put him on a pedestal. Perhaps maybe YouTube sees themselves in Girtholomew, or they want to be like Girtholomew and think that he should be hoisted up as an example for what modern men should be like. fucking Viking girls from behind while getting insulted relentlessly. You know, the Viking daughter will say things like, "Is that all you can do with your little peasant penis? You'll never penetrate the Viking daughter pussy, the chief's Viking daughter's pussy, which is my vagina. You'll have to fire in the turbo afterburners for that." So then you crank up the gears and you really fucking get in there hard like you're trying to start a fucking lawnmower in her vagina with your penis. But what I'm saying is, it's not me. I didn't pay to promote this video to you, but I'm glad you stuck around if you're watching this for the explanation as to why it's in your recommended. I don't know. I guess it's just a joke from YouTube, and it's a fucking banger at that. Let's go ahead and read some of the comments from confused people. As I was recording this, I got another 100,000 views and a brand new comment. "Welcome to this week's Why the Fuck Is It in My Recommended." Now, this is a common thing. I'm guessing this happens a lot because everyone's saying the same thing like it's some type of fucking plague. You know, like the bye-bye man where they all say his name and shit. This is what they're all saying, is "Why the fuck is this in my recommended?" And, you know, I'm not surprised. Look at all these comments in a row, pretty much saying genuinely the same thing. And these comments have persisted for like the last 8 months that this keeps infiltrating the YouTube recommended algorithm. It's fucking, you know, thank you YouTube for promoting my content, but I'm confused as to why you chose this one. But I like that you chose this one. This one's a pretty good introduction, I'd say. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to make this to address the people that came from that video. I didn't pay for it. I know it's a popular conspiracy that I'm paying to promote my Bartholomew video. It's not me. Someone at YouTube's, you know, playing the field for me, doing some good work. Fucking hero out there. Thank you to the guy that keeps putting Bartholomew out there. I think you should promote more of my shit. Maybe go for my alien fleshlight videos, my pussy flinging stuff. I think that should be the next recommended on the YouTube Kids app or something like that. Really. What's up, everybody? It's Critical, and I just want to say thank you, YouTube, for finally addressing the questions we're asking you. They released this video a couple days ago talking about the subscription feed and the unsubscribing bug that's going around. And they put it on the YouTube help channel, so about 9 people saw it, which is good. It reached a nice wide audience with overwhelming support too. People are just thrilled that they're actually talking to us now. They're being nice and transparent. Now before I start the video, I just want to bring everyone up to speed in case they're not experiencing the problems with YouTube right now. So what's happening is YouTube isn't putting new videos from people you're subscribed to into your subscriber feed, and it's also unsubscribing people from channels they've subscribed to without them knowing. And this is YouTube just shedding some light on that topic.
This is a bit of an experiment.
Yeah, and the experiment is how many jump cuts can one video possibly have. So you've just experienced the first one. I'm going to put a jump cut counter in the top because this video is fucking riddled with them.
I know you have a lot of questions about the subs feed on YouTube, and we've decided to go straight to the source. Zinzi is the product manager on YouTube subscriptions. So let me ask you, what's a product manager and what's your role here at YouTube?
So as a product manager, I work on developing new features for YouTube. I work with a team of engineers and designers, and our whole job is to develop features for subs.
Awesome. Well, that's exactly what I want to ask you about.
I'm nearly 100% sure these are both just shitty B-list actors who decided to take this role because Google offered them $15. This whole thing just seems like a middle school skit that a bunch of unenthusiastic middle schoolers were forced to participate in for the sake of their parents feeling proud of them. It's not organic, it's rehearsed, the lines are poorly memorized, she reads off of a note card sometimes when she looks at the camera. It just gives me the vibe of a casting couch from a porno, just poor acting and lackluster storyline. And also, that is not a fucking department at YouTube, a whole department dedicated to subscriber features. You got me fucked up. What features have they added in the 10 years YouTube has been around? It's been fundamentally the same thing, except it's been getting progressively worse and more convoluted and counterintuitive. If I'm wrong and there really is that department at YouTube HQ, it's gotta be the worst fucking department under Google's name. Oh, what's the subscriber feature team cooking up this time? Oh, they got a brilliant plan. They're gonna give out a toothbrush every time someone subscribes to someone else.
And the first question is about, we've been hearing reports from viewers that they've been unsubscribed from channels that they've been previously subscribed to. What's up with that?
We've heard these reports, and we take those feedback so seriously. YouTube doesn't unsubscribe people from channels. Subscribing is a core part of the YouTube experience, and that's really the mission of our whole team, is to make that experience better. We've
Mission failed.
actually looked at over 100 individual cases, and so far, we haven't been able to find any underlying glitch.
Whoa, holy fuck, over 100 cases? That must have taken you a bajillion years. On a website with millions of accounts each subscribed to different channels, those 100 cases certainly make up a large portion of it. Since nothing was awry with those 100 cases, that must mean there's nothing wrong with the system and it's all in our head. Oh, the Mandela effect again! Berenstein versus Berenstain! Oh fuck, it's happening again! We're sorry, YouTube. Shit, you really did your research here. Man, you really dove anus first onto that bidet. You really did your research here. Fuck, 100 cases, I can't even count that high. Thanks, YouTube subscriber feedback development features improvement super mega turbo unit. You saved the day again.
But as I said, we pay careful attention to your feedback, so please let us know if you think this has happened to you by using the feedback button in the app.
It's great to remind people that no matter where you're watching, there's a feedback mechanism for you to report things back to YouTube, and that'll go to the product team and they will further investigate. But I want to ask you,
Don't let this goober fool you. No one's gonna investigate whatever you try and complain about. They don't give a shit. The most they'll do for you is spit in your face. The feedback in the YouTube help forum is akin to Yahoo Answers. It's just so fucking useless.
Does this have anything to do with the way we handle closed accounts and spam accounts?
I like how he's theory crafting now. Oh, but what about the Higgs boson and the cat of Schrodinger? If we cross-reference those with Planck's constant, could that maybe play a role in this? Am I onto something here?
Really good question. So these two things are a little bit different. Closed accounts, those users just don't exist on YouTube anymore. So they don't count towards your subscriber numbers. You can see the number of closed accounts in YouTube Analytics. Spam works a little bit differently. When we flag an account as spam, that account doesn't count towards your subscriber number anymore either. But actually nothing changes for the user. We never unsubscribe them from your channel. So imagine we thought for some reason that you were a bot, Renato.
Okay.
Total hypothetical.
What the fuck are you giggling about, goofball? She wasn't making a joke. She's using you as an example. Or maybe he's just nervous she's onto him. Oh, bot. I'm not a robot. I'm a human. Good one. I'd also like to commend them because they win a full 30-ish seconds with no jump cuts, so that's a pretty big achievement.
But imagine we thought you were a bot. You wouldn't count towards the subscriber number anymore for channels, but you would still get their videos in your subs feed. If you have notifications turned on, you'd get those notifications. Nothing would actually change for you because we would never unsubscribe your account from those channels.
Yes, ideally that is how it should work. That is how it is designed to work. I think we all understand how it works, but something is wrong with it. There is a bug, a glitch with it. That is the problem. I don't think anyone ever speculated that actual human beings of the YouTuber subscriber feature nebula team were manually going into each and every one's channel and unsubscribing them from people randomly. Oh, yeah, let's check out X Vapor Smoke Pussy Lord 4000. It looks like he subscribed to a few channels. I'm not a big fan of that one. Unsubscribe. The problem is that there's a bug with it. You don't need to explain how it fucking works to us.
Okay, so to be super clear, even if I was flagged by accident, it would be business as usual on my end.
Exactly. You'd keep getting videos in your subs feed. Everything would be normal.
So we've heard some reports from people that despite being subscribed to a channel, the videos from those channels don't always make it to the subs feed. What's up with that?
Every video that a creator uploads will show up in the subs feed for all of their subscribers by default. And in the last year, actually, we've made the subs feed more prominent on mobile, since that's where most of our users are. It's one of the main tabs in the mobile apps.
And how long does it...
Didn't even toy with the possibility that there's a bug with that. No, it's going to be there by default. I swear to God it will. Come hell or high water, that video's going to be there. Armageddon can rain down, you're still going to get your fucking subscriber video in your fucking subscriber feed. Which we've made a lot more prominent on mobile devices. Please pat us on the back.
It take for a video to make it to the subs feed? Because I can understand why if it takes a day or several hours, that a viewer might genuinely feel like they missed out on a video.
Usually it's just a matter of minutes, and making this fast is one of the main things that my team works on. I was actually just looking at our dashboard, and for the month of November, it took an average of 30 seconds from the time a creator uploaded a video to the time it showed up in the subs feed for all of their subscribers.
Thanks so much, Cindy, for coming here and answering your questions. And the invitation for our community is that we want to make sure that we're answering the questions that are relevant to you. So leave us questions in the comments below, and we'll see you next time.
So there you have it. You happy now? They addressed our questions. Now we should be thankful that they took time out of their busy schedule to do that for us. Us fucking troglodytes and losers out here that are complaining about things that are legitimately wrong with the website. The time it took them to make this video was time that was taken away from them making incredibly new, awesome subscriber features. such as removing the ability to subscribe to begin with, which quite honestly could be a possibility since YouTube doesn't give a shit about subscriptions or subscribers. All it cares about is keeping people on the site to watch the advertisements before the videos, which is why they're pushing that trending tab so fucking hard. So that's a pretty real possibility. Once again, YouTube, you have pissed into my bag of beef jerky with this awful attempt at transparency. Oh, we're listening, when in fact all you demonstrated was quite the opposite. You were very dismissive in this video. Oh yeah, we looked at 100 cases, there was nothing wrong there. You guys are lying to us, you're wrong, everything's working just fine. And we've even made it a little more prominent on mobile devices. Thank you for tuning in. All they had to do was just say, look, we haven't come across any problems yet, but we're going to keep looking at it and working to fix it. We're listening to you all, and we're going to get this sorted out. This could have been such a great step forward to YouTube if they weren't such tight-tittied assholes about it all. We didn't see anything, so you guys are wrong. We'll go ahead and take 3 minutes and tell you how these things work since you're all too stupid to understand. It's just dumb. I fucking hate YouTube and the way they conduct themselves. But yeah, so there's your explanation for the... Hello and welcome to another exciting, exhilarating episode of YouTube Pisses in the Mouth of the Creators on Their Platform. Join me today as we examine the newest way YouTube found to drop trousers and take a big old fat piss right in the mouth of all the creators on their platform. But before I get into that, I want to get into your ass and explain why I have these glasses on. I don't need them, but I went to an eye doctor about a year ago, and just for the trouble of going out there, he prescribed me these glasses that do damn near nothing. That's not an exaggeration, I'm not fucking. I can do this with my hands right here, and it would have the same effect that these glasses do in regards to enhancing my vision. But anyway, the big story today, YouTube has just signed some huge A-list celebrities to do some YouTube originals for them. How great is that? Everyone on this nice list here, they have paid millions of dollars to do some original programming on YouTube. They spent their entire budget on getting some household names to do some programming for them. Except for the slow-mo guys, everyone here is a huge celebrity not from YouTube. They didn't come from YouTube, they had nothing to do with it. Their success had literally nothing to do with it, except for the slow-mo guys. I really respect them a lot. But why is this a big deal? On the surface, that sounds like a cool thing. Oh, they brought all these great people in to do some stuff for YouTube. That's cool. But you have to realize what it took to get them there. They spent their budget getting them to come to YouTube to do shit for them. That's money they could have spent on people that are native to the platform, that are trying to do bigger and better things, but they don't have the same resources that these massive celebrities have. So instead of looking out for the people that actually made YouTube successful, they just go and take like the easy cash out route and just bring on some celebrities that kids like. I mean, it's fucking dumb. It's very silly. It's a genuine slap to the face. It's bending the creators over their knee and spanking them for not being bigger than they are. So why am I talking about this? Why do I even give a shit? It's not like they were ever going to reach out to me to do some original programming for them, even though I have the world's best cartoon, Bible, storyboard, concept art, and all kinds of shit ready for it. Hard Turbo, it's going to one day take over the world. Mark those words. Hard Turbo is going to be the next big thing as soon as I fall into a couple $1 million to make that shit become a reality. But anyway, why do I give a fuck? They were never going to contact me. It's not like they took anything from me. But what this shows is their focus, what they aim to accomplish with the YouTube platform. They want to become TV, a competitor to TV, which is fucking ridiculous. It's an absurd notion. That's going backwards. It's like me saying I want to create the next AOL instant messenger. It's not progress. That's just fucking delusional. It's out of touch. It's ridiculous. I have no better words to describe their goals here, because it's just fucking dumb. What they could have done is they could have used their budget to help content creators that are native to the platform make some cool shit for them, other than just the slow-mo guys. They could have had a lot more, and probably for a lot less, and that would have appeased the people that actively use YouTube, the people that keep YouTube fucking afloat, not the children that are going to blindly follow these huge celebrities to their original programming. They could have had a ton of shit, but they decided to go for something that's a little easier to advertise on, because these celebrities have a track record of being very advertiser friendly, and they have a devout following. One that eclipses even the biggest fucking creators on YouTube. YouTube doesn't give a fuck about any of the creators, I'll tell you that much right now. They don't even know I exist, I'm sure. They probably only vaguely know who PewDiePie is, the fucking biggest channel on their site. Pewdie who? What? Is that something I wipe my ass with? What the fuck is that? I guarantee they have no clue, because all they care about is focusing on bringing in these huge household names to try and get like some... I don't even know what they plan to get out of it, because they'll watch that and then immediately leave the platform, the people that follow them. I really don't get the goal, other than to make some quick advertising dollars on the back of the celebrities for their short programming here. It's fucking dumb. And it really is a genuine slap to the face and showing nothing but disrespect to all the creators on the platform. It's just really fucking nonsensical, honestly. Like, why do you want to compete with TV, which is a dying medium? The majority of younger people don't watch television at all. The only thing that keeps cable afloat is fucking lunatics and elderly people that don't even remember what they had for breakfast that day. Why would you want to compete in that market? There's not a whole lot to be gained there. I guess competing with Netflix makes sense, but YouTube has nothing in common with Netflix. Even if YouTube gets all of these originals and they're huge hits, that's not even close to what Netflix can offer. So why would anyone choose YouTube over Netflix? It's fucking dumb. No matter how you look at this, it's nothing but silly decisions all around and showing how out of touch YouTube is with what actually makes it successful. And I guess they might not view YouTube as successful because they really don't make a profit on YouTube at all. I haven't checked the numbers in a while, but last I checked, YouTube still wasn't turning profit, but this is going even further back into the negatives here. Really, the only value of YouTube is in the power it holds, the monopoly on video sharing. It's the only platform people continue to use for sharing videos easily and quickly. So that's the only reason YouTube isn't dead yet, is just because they need that monopoly. They find a lot of value in holding on to that monopoly. I'm guessing the YouTube higher-ups just look at the numbers of Netflix and Hulu and see how well they're doing and then just want to hop on and get a piece of that cum shot action. It's like Fortnite YouTubers all flocking to make shit content for Fortnite because it's so fucking popular. I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube made a Battle Royale game pretty soon to try and make money. It's just silly that they're hopping on this kind of shit here instead of focusing on what actually brings people to YouTube. It's not these huge celebrities that aren't even here in the first place. It's just content creators, you know? Like the PewDiePies, the Jacksepticeye's, all that kind of shit. That's what brings people to the site, but they don't care about that. All that shit could go away today, and YouTube wouldn't even know it was ever there to begin with. All they want is to keep bringing in these big celebrities to try and advertise, or to do their shit on their platform so they can advertise on it. And it's not a very good business model, because that's not what YouTube is about, and that's not why people come here. So it's not going to work out very well for them, I imagine. And it really is a genuine 100% dropping ass on the face of everyone who makes shit on YouTube. I highly recommend, if there's any YouTuber hopefuls out there, and that word makes me want to fucking puke. I hate the word YouTuber, but if there's any of you out there that are watching this and you want to pursue a career in content creation and shit, I would say 100% go to Twitch. 150% go to Twitch. I fucking hate the way their sites run there as well, but at least their focus is on the creators. At least I can say that with confidence. YouTube, it shows time and time again, does not give a fuck about the people that make shit on their platform. And then seeing this today was just that nice, beautiful, perfectly seasoned piece of dog shit on top of my birthday cake here from YouTube. With our modern technology and our advances in the scientific field, we're able to understand and explain a lot of things that occur in our universe, yet there's still one very human phenomenon that eludes all possible rational explanation, and that is fetishes. Fetishes are a lot like nipples. We all have them. Now, my personal belief is all fetishes are totally fine as long as no one's getting hurt and everyone has consented to the activity. It's totally consensual across the board. You know, whatever 2 consenting adults or even 5, 10 consenting adults want to do behind closed doors, totally up to them, totally within their right, and totally fine by me, just as long as all parties agree to it. You want to stick G.I. Joe action figures up your buttholes while getting pepper sprayed for sexual pleasure? Be my guest. That's fine by me. I personally wouldn't come because of something like that. That would be like some shit I'd see on 24 for some advanced torture shit, but to some people that might be pleasure. And for those people, that's fine with me. Now, that being said, if you're gonna put your fetish on YouTube, well, I think it's totally fine to make some jokes about it. Today we'll be exploring the wild and wacky world of clown fetishism, honk honk, and it's a fucking doozy. I can't show you half of the clown fetish videos I found on YouTube because a lot of them are just genuine porn. I watched an uninterrupted 5-minute porn scene between 2 clowns that had nudity. I don't know how half of the clown fetish videos are still on YouTube, maybe for educational purposes, or maybe YouTube's jerking off to it themselves, I really don't know. But I can show you a few of them that really capture the fetish in essence.
Hey, Daddy. I've missed you. Where have you been? I want to be your boyfriend.
No, this is not a sneak peek into the upcoming It Chapter 2 movie. This is clown fetishism. I've been having a hard time debating with myself whether or not the video is real or a parody of clown fetish videos. It's really hard to distinguish for sure because a lot of clown fetish videos are very similar to this, just with nudity and a couple other people and nipple clamps. So it's really hard for me to deduce whether or not this was a genuine attempt to tease clown fetish enthusiasts to get them ready for action, or just kind of taking the piss out of clown fetishism. I really don't know for sure, but god damn it, it's definitely worth sharing regardless.
Daddy, do you like my hair? Is my hair pretty? Do I look pretty for you? Hey, Daddy, I know what you want to do. Do you want a balloon animal?
This guy's looking like the kind of birthday clown you'd find on Fiverr. Like if you were really trying to save money on your child's birthday, you'd hop on and hire this guy to go perform. He's looking like an alternate dimension Ronald McDonald who suffers from a crippling meth addiction and who has also just been defeated once and for all by the Hamburglar. I'd also like to say I really appreciate the voice he's putting on for the character. It really takes it to the next level. He sounds like a squeaky door mixed with a little bit of Alvin and the Chipmunks.
I just wanted to remind you how beautiful you are.
Well, if you haven't filled your pants with cum yet, it's probably safe to say that you don't have a clown fetish, but I'm no expert, so I'm going to keep exposing you to these Rorschach paintings, and maybe you'll start seeing more clowns and more sexual awakenings within your own body. This next one is just from another clown fetishist, and she actually does something different. Her whole channel is based around clown fetishism. It's called Coulrophilia, I believe. I'm going off memory, but I'm pretty sure it's Coulrophilia, because the fear of clowns is coulrophobia, I think. I could be totally fucking wrong. That might be like the fear of League of Legends. I honestly have no idea, but I think it's something like that. And her channel is based around that and talking about clown-related material.
Oh, well, don't mind if I do. Ooh.
So the Netflix adaptation Harley Quinn is drinking her cotton candy shake to entice the clown enthusiast while she goes over some clown content. And as far as fetishist content on YouTube goes, hers is about as tame as it gets. She just reviews clown shit while in clown fetish getup for most of her videos. If I scrolled 2 videos under hers, I found someone in full clown getup spanking bare ass cheeks with a university textbook. So as far as fetish content goes, that's about as tame as you're gonna find. But if you're looking for fetish content, you're probably not looking for tame, you little pussy. You're probably looking for some off-the-wall, wild clown shit, aren't you? Well, don't worry, I found something that I can kind of show snippets of. So here.
Sort of a kinky clown. And he's like, oh, what exactly does that mean? Are you doing anything illegal? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing anything illegal. But, you know, just kind of kinky, weird stuff, Dad. Beefy.
That was Ouchie the Clown. Ouchie the Clown's kind of a pioneer when it comes to the fetish. He even worked with some of the greats like Penn and Teller. I don't know if they're clown fetishists themselves, but they definitely collaborated on slapping some ass cheeks around and clamping down on some tits. These are the only 3 that I could find that I could even show on YouTube in any capacity, which is a fucking letdown. I was hoping there'd be more that I could show, but almost none of them are gonna fly. So unfortunately I can only show you these 3, but I've seen probably like 10, maybe like 15. No erections, so I don't think I have a clown fetish, but I guess you never know, maybe I haven't met the right clown. But I actually hypothesize that clown fetishism is going to be on the rise in the next year or so, because the clown emoji is so widely used all over Twitter and the internet in general. It's the newest big internet trend or meme, you know, here's your clown card, you left your clown shoes, clown clown. So, you know, you never know. Maybe it's a sexual awakening across the globe, and maybe clown fetishism will become the new norm. It'll be weird not to fuck while dressed as a clown. You never really know. It's just a theory, a game theory. Today I found myself looking for some really shitty old public service announcement like Eddie the Eagle type shit, like the gun safety, stop, don't touch, hit that whip, hit the nay-nay and run away from the gun. You know, that old jam from the 90s. I was looking for shitty public service announcements to dub over, but I couldn't really find anything too spectacular or new. but I guess me searching for this shit must have triggered some type of doomsday protocol in the YouTube recommendation algorithm, because it sent me some weird shit, and then I found what I've always been looking for, and I thought, since I'd already been cursed by the video, I might as well share it with all of you, so please enjoy. Weird fetish videos are a lot like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Absolutely fucking gnarly. I'm always fascinated by the amount of bizarre fetishes that I can find on YouTube, and today I found a great one. This one is a pie in face fetish. I think that kind of speaks for itself. I don't need to explain exactly what it is. However, God, I don't think you're prepared for just how fucking amazing it is. Let's just get right into this sensual action. I hope you all got a condom on, because you're going to be blowing some fat loads here.
So, I bet that you will never guess what we're going to do today.
I wouldn't be too sure about that claim right there. I wouldn't bet on that one. I think I could venture a pretty accurate guess as to what will unfold here today.
You see all these pies in front of me?
Oh yeah, I see him. I haven't taken my eyes off those pies. Ooh, he just pointed at my favorite pie.
Getting excited, aren't you?
Mm-hmm, yes. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. What the fuck?
Every single one of these pies is going to be smashed into my face. It's pretty hot.
Now, I like that little noise she makes with after she says what she's going to be performing here, the Cirque du Soleil stunt with the pie smashing into the face. I like the noise she makes, the It reminds me of like some Nintendo 64 shit, like in Ocarina of Time, if you startle one of the NPCs and their first line of dialogue starts with one of those kind of things. That was kind of nostalgic. And she says it's pretty hot, but I don't know if she actually believes that. I feel like she's just trying to take advantage of civilized fetishists like me, who get off to pie and face videos and shit like that. I'm not sure if she's an authentic practitioner of pie facing. However, I'm going to be grading the passion behind the pie facing in just a moment once she gets into the action here. Then we'll really see what she's made of.
Because that's always the issue with these things, is somebody's got to clean up the mess. Dynamite.
I don't know who the fuck is drag racing outside, but they're hauling some serious ass. I guess she's doing this on the set of the new Fast and Furious or something, or maybe she's at like a Formula 1 race or something, but that man was really pumping some dick out there in that car. Now, she just keeps teasing us with a lot of foreplay before getting into the actual pieing of the face, so I'm going to skip a little bit here. I'm also going to have to do some zooming in on her face instead of showing the video as is, because she takes her dress off and she's just in a bra, and I don't know if I'm allowed to have that shown. So just to play it safe and err on the side of caution, I'm just going to show us what we really want to see, which is the pie in the face. We don't really care about the bra titties and stuff like that, so that's just giving you a heads up. Now that honestly was textbook form right there. Beautiful execution. You couldn't have planned it any better. That was a beautiful pie and face maneuver. I will say I'm a bit disappointed in the quality of the pie, especially on the paper plate. Just seems very low effort, kind of haphazardly thrown together. Not a whole lot of preparation. Not even using actual plates. I'm going to have to deduct a few points from my score on this one as a judge. But overall, not bad. It gets the job done. I masturbated and got off when I first saw this on that first pie. And just look at her face. It's clear that she does love this. She has a very clear love of the sport for pie facing. It's the face of euphoria right there. It's fucking horrifying. It really looks like in the Bleach anime when Ichigo is first becoming a hollow. It looks like that fucking mask. Let's get on to the next pie. I don't know what kind of psychopaths find this hot, but this shit's disturbing. It looks like some type of old 1980s horror movie poster about a candle wax demon come to life. It's like a really fucked up modern art piece. It's like the Scream if it was the Cream. Craziest shit about this shit is there's an actual cameraman here. It's not like her doing this to a static camera in her own comfort privacy area. There's someone actually watching this hands-on, firsthand, a front row fucking seat. Hats off to that hero for not laughing or being grossed out or ejaculating. I mean, any of those could have happened here. This is a fetish after all. It's a very peculiar one, but you know what? Honestly, I'll give you my stance on fetishes. There's some real weird ones out there, but as long as no one's getting hurt, I don't give a shit. Whatever you're into, go for it. As long as no one's getting hurt, totally fine by me. This shit, totally fine by me. And god damn it, does it make for one spicy, beautiful disaster of a YouTube video. Now, one of my favorite things when watching these bizarre fetish videos is reading the comments from the people that enjoy them, the pie and face enthusiasts in this case. The comments here were pretty normal for the most part, just simple stuff like, wow, I'd love to pie her in the face, or wow, I wish she'd pie my butthole in the face. But there's one person in particular that left perhaps my favorite series of YouTube comments, so let's turn our attention to those for a moment. We have to girl who was in your own home. Now, truer words have never been spoken. It took me a little while to really understand the metaphysical nature of this statement here, but my God, it's something that'll it's a thinker. It's a profound statement here. Never before has a YouTube comment been able to convey so much emotion in so few words. It truly is have girl who was in own home of hers. And now I understand a couple of you are probably confused, so they came back to clarify by saying you. So now it all makes sense. And even if you still don't understand, they replied to the comment again for further clarity by saying face. So you put it all together and we have to girl who was in your own home, you face. So thank you very much for the beautiful words. And of course, thank you to the You still haven't given up on me. Never. You're watching Splash News, delivering news so wet you'll shit your pants. Today we have a massive story for you all, one that could shake the foundation of our species. Yesterday, Twitter announced that it would be closing the Vine app, much to the displeasure of 8-year-olds across the globe. Similar to how Nicholas Copernicus was able to change astronomers' view of the solar system by proposing that the sun was the center and not the earth, this announcement will change the way humans view comedy. Before this announcement, Vine was the king of good laughs and good hoots. Where else would you go to find gut-busting, side-splitting comedy content besides Vine? You had a plethora of options between people making silly faces and shouting very loud, relatable goofs where you've been in that situation before and feel like they portrayed it really well and you can laugh about it, such as when the beat drops but your nuts haven't and then it's someone dancing like a lunatic. I don't fucking know, there's a lot of things on there. I've never used Vine because I didn't download the app and the player on the internet was just fucking abysmal. I might as well have been trying to play the videos through a fucking calculator. But I know of Vines because of the incredibly high quality compilations that exist all over YouTube, and that's going to be a big hit to some of the great content YouTube offers. Really going to be a barren wasteland without those amazing Vine compilations. Honestly, there's just so many things that make this announcement very sad. And really, it's just with a heavy heart we here at Splash TV confirm that Vine is closing. I know Twitter confirmed it, but they're not really a reliable source of information, and Splash TV is really the only source you can trust. So we just wanted to confirm that this is indeed true, and now we can all mourn together. Some of us may lose sleep over this huge loss. Many of us may even turn to heroin and other hard drugs to get through this hard time, but it will get better. Thank you for tuning in to Splash TV, broadcasted to you in 400K resolution with fiber optic HD surround sound quality crisp audio. Not interesting. Did you miss the special edition book with the floating wand? Alright, I actually thought that was super hype, but everyone hated it for some reason. This got so much shit, but I thought it was cool. I don't know what they hated so much about it.
Hey, you can write that edition.
Hold on, show the wand.
First thing we magic sort of book since now.
I think that's cool.
Such a cool piece, and I think I need to get one for myself. I may be taking this one home.
1 inch off the page, wow. I mean, that's still cool, though.
This is just awesome. I need this on my bookshelf.
It's just part of the collector's edition.
Collector's edition. It is true.
So you get your little steel book. You get your little wand. I don't know. I like that. It's better than what like most collector's editions do with like a single figurine. Is the resub kiss in Paradise? Was hoping bully with wands. Yeah, if it was more bully-like, that game would be fucking hype. How is that better, bro? What do you mean? It's like an actual piece. Like, that is just like an actual, like, interesting piece as opposed to just a figurine of Harry hugging Hermione or something. Like, this is better than just getting a single statue. I think that just looks better. Like here, for example. Here. I actually have an old collector's edition thing. Yeah. So the Master Chief helmet, the collector's edition. Like, yeah, I guess I could put it on, but it's super basic. Like, this is still better than most. I'd still put this more towards the top of most collector's editions, but like, I'd still think that's cooler than this. Like, that's something that you put there and it's just kind of interesting. This is just a very silly, cheap plastic helmet. That's a legendary example. Yeah, I mean, it's a classic. I like it, but I'm still saying I think that's more interesting. That's a cheap plastic book and a cheap plastic wand. Yeah, but it floats an inch off the book and spins around. I'd feel more comfortable putting that out somewhere than a tiny plastic Master Chief helmet. But maybe I'm a little biased because of the terrible state Halo's been in for the last couple of years. Forge is sick right now. Yeah, some of the Forge creations I've seen are pretty cool. Whether or not it's enough to revive the game, I guess we'll see. It hasn't been enough to get me to go in to play them. I'll just watch them for now. How much was the helmet? However much the Legendary Edition was, I don't know. I don't remember. I think the Prime Flame. Battlefield 2042 seems to be trying to make a comeback. I've seen it. Thanks, Resabod Saint. I have noticed. Check out Black Ops 2 Collector Edition. What did that have?
Jesus Christ, this has 10 million views. This must have been a fucking wild collector's edition. I see, it's ASMR. They give you a fucking drone. Alright, that's super cool. That's pretty cool. That is a very good collector's edition. This drone seems to be shit though. Or this guy's a terrible pilot. Okay, this drone looks like absolute fucking garbage. Okay, this drone literally just is fucking terrible. Oh, but they give you an RC car to make up for it. I see why this is 10 million views. Interesting. God rest in peace, Machinima.
Is part of hunt our remote control drone just as nice very much.
Okay, so they don't fly it here. Sign in to confirm your age. What the fuck? How hard does this go? I just want to see anyone else fly the drone. Oh, this is the same channel. Damn it. How many times has he unboxed Black Ops 2? Why? Why does he keep unboxing Black Ops 2 over and over and over again? This one's a little... Nope, it's still shit. It's a slight improvement. Is this the same video just earlier? Oh, you're absolutely right. He just re-uploads this video once a year. Wait, that's so huge. Wait, what the fuck? He actually re-uploads it like once a year. Here's the 3 years ago 10 million views. This is 2 weeks ago. But this time he included the Black Ops bundle. Is it the same footage from the care package again? Footage from 5 years ago, okay. Why does he just keep doing this? And every comment says the same thing. Black Ops 2 fans here? Oh, clicked the same video by accident. Black Ops 2 fans here? Oh, this is the hardened edition. Where's the other prestige ones? He had 2 more, right? Oh, here's another hardened edition one, so 2 of those. Oh, here it is. 5 years ago. He didn't leave that comment that time. He must really fucking love that care package from the Prestige edition. Holy shit. Thanks, Risa Bombastic. I wonder, does he do that for other things? These are all modern. Diablo Immortal Special Edition unboxing. I wonder if he's already done one. No. There's the Black Ops 2 yet again. How many repeats does he have? Last of Us unboxing. That one's probably not repeated. Yeah, it might just be Black Ops 2 that he does a million fucking times. That's so weird. Why that one in particular, I wonder? His whole channel's repeated. It doesn't look like it. Like, these seem about right for the time that he's doing them and the time they would have released. Because it was his most popular? I guess that would probably be why. The views on these are crazy. Oh, it just reminded me. Oh my god, what was it? Unboxing Theory. Or Unboxing Therapy. Does anyone remember this channel? This channel used to be absolutely huge. And I read something about how they're most likely viewbotting. So I clicked on one of their videos and I was like, I mean, I doubt it. I mean, it's a huge channel. They used to always average millions of views. But someone was making the claim that they viewbot because if you check the views to comments, they have like 50 comments. So I don't remember which one I clicked, but they were right. Let's see this one. 262 comments on a video with 1.3 million views is pretty suspicious.
Today we've got...
This one's 132 comments on a video with 909k views.
These are...
This one might be legitimate. That still on the low end, but much more reasonable.
You guys know that I've been... Today we have...
Yeah, it's there's definitely something fishy going on there. Don't know if it's necessarily viewbotting or anything, but that is a little odd. We can't see. Oh, sorry, I forgot. But yeah, likes and comments are so fucking low for their view count. But I feel like if you had the money Unbox Therapy has, you'd also pay for bots to like and comment shit. I feel like you wouldn't just pay for the view bots. If that truly is what's going on here. Which, of course, there's no real concrete evidence. Only it's very fishy that the views are like million plus and the comments are like 100 to 280 with 2k likes. Maybe embedded video views? Ooh, interesting theory. How popular is their website these days? Because I never hear about Unbox Therapy anymore. I thought they had a web... Where's their website? Didn't they used to have one? Huh, maybe not. Huh. Yeah, embedded video views is an interesting theory, perhaps. Normie viewers not logged in. I just find that highly unlikely, though, for a channel of this size. That just wouldn't make any sense. That's still wild. 2k likes, 281 comments on this million view video. And that's a trend that continues across the whole channel. This has almost 1 million views, but only 132 comments and 1.6k likes. Like, that's so peculiar. There's a resub Rye, Longsword, Ricola, Irreplaced, and the Prime Enter. Nobody subs to unboxing, it just appears in the recommended. But they have 18.2 million subs. This channel was absolutely massive for a very, very long time. Check one of their most popular and see if there's differences there. I don't even need to. I can already tell you there was. Because I used to watch them. I'm quite familiar with the channel. You can go to like any of their older videos and see much higher engagement. 352k likes, 46k comments.
Today
29k, 352. Like, here, let's go to an older one that has like 1 million views, I guess, to make a more accurate comparison.
Maybe they delete comments? Possible, I guess. There's tons of things that could explain it that aren't Viewbots. I'm just saying it is pretty odd. Man, this is taking a while to get to 1 million views down here. Can't delete likes though. Oh, good point. Good counterpoint. I'm looking for 1.3 million views from an older video to compare to a more modern one. I can't even go far enough. Okay, we'll do 1.6 from 6 years ago.
You want to get nuts?
32k likes, 2k comments. Very different from the modern engagement.
Luke.
36k likes, 2200 comments.
We've got
38k, 6k comments. Like, yeah, it's very different. I think I have an answer for the Black Ops 2 guy. He used to be a massive zombie YouTuber, so he must be passionate about it. I guess. I don't know. Still weird to repost the same Black Ops Prestige unboxing thing. In the end, does this really matter? Man, what the fuck? Of course not. It's just something interesting. Why does everything need to be like some big grand message that's a life-changing thing? Why can't something just be interesting for the sake of being interesting? It's literally sorted by popularity. Oh yeah, no, that was just sorted by popularity. This is the modern stuff. The reason I did that was just to sort things by like older videos and find something with comparable views to see the engagement. And it was very, very different.
I've been wearing
this one performed pretty well for him. And this has like the normal engagement that he used to have. That one performed well. With not
Apparently
weird engagement. This one, a little odd, but not too crazy. It's more so like the ones from the last month, it seems. $3K likes, 400 comments on 1 million views. This one to me is the wildest one that stands out the most. Not even 2K likes and not even 150 comments. Like, that is odd. But again, no telling if it's actually Viewbots or anything.